Ladies and gentlemen from across the world, welcome back to the final day of your Naraka Blade Point World Championships. I'm your host and your caster, the Runekeeper. Joining me today is going to be my boy Hip Rain as we bring you all the trios action and we determine who your trios world champion for Naraka is going to be. Yesterday was quite a day as we watched T225 and WBG Spider quite literally go head to head as it comes down to a nail biter and the very final moments of the last game to determine that WBG Spider walks away your world champion for solos. And it's been an incredible experience across worlds. Players that nobody expected anything out of, players coming through that we hadn't seen yet before, all climbing to the top and clawing for that championship, Jake.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of people who have low expectations, myself, I had low expectations for WBG, and those guys have proved me wrong. I have well and truly been humbled by them. It has been an amazing world so far. But before we get into all of the action today, we actually have a really cool little video for you guys to watch, and we're getting ready to go. So let's play that video.
เราต้องการแสดงให้เห็นว่านี่เป็นเพียงแค่ก้าวแรกของเราและเราจะทำมันให้ได้ดีกว่านี้เส้นทางแห่งชัยชนะของเราใกล้เข้ามาแล้วและพวกเราต้องการที่จะเป็นนักรบผู้คว้าชัยชนะพวกเราจะทำให้ดีที่สุดเพื่อเติมเต็มความปรารถนาของเรา
对1分钟嘛时间不多了能进这哎卡好时间了还没朱雀结束了怎么说哦双抓了哇但伤害差了一点哎又抓出来了兄弟坚持一波
冠军从来不是巧合，我认为那是一种命运。不认输，拼到底，才能造就的命运。所有人都渴望冠军，但冠军只有一个。2022年最后的战斗，这一次我们当仁不让。
这一个风直接带走了 Wolf U 的 Choice 选手，场面来了一个2打3。动刀子，奥义也不想交了，没什么可交的。正刀罩子，谭旭奇，这有你的，自己的一个队友在。小伟过来的话是有个跳阵，漂亮，一个处决特效都打了出来。King 这边是被打翻在地，补了一踢，反身再挣一刀。后背这边在暗域里面可能也出不去，这个击败分再次给了方布拉斯朱雀。
Chúng tôi đã trải qua nhiều khó khăn để tới được đây, nơi giấc mơ của chúng tôi bắt đầu. Chúng tôi đã luyện tập rất nhiều trong cả năm trời. Thời gian sẽ cho chúng tôi câu trả lời thỏa đáng nhất.
看看效果，米斯卡亚也是不断在拆对面的一兵。
是，现在的话，两边米斯卡亚直接被一个崩闪给带走了。3人这边也是残血，
侵蚀也很痛啊！
急呀！
我们曾经登顶过巅峰，也曾经跌落过低谷，曾经自我怀疑过，也在怀疑中找寻到了自己全新的目标。让我们来揭开新的篇章吧。
但是，哎呦，抓到了一个，这一波，哎呀，压了一下对面起身，直接双抓。
这边可以直接先下去，现在场上唯一的只有一个梦游，梦游这边先抓一个，自己时间快要结束了，捞了一个，
双抓了，又是一拍。
Nhiều người nói rằng màn thể hiện của chúng tôi là điều kỳ diệu, nhưng họ đâu biết rằng những sự cố gắng và chăm chỉ luyện tập của chúng tôi đằng sau đó. Chúng tôi muốn đương đầu với mọi thử thách, chúng tôi đã sẵn sàng.
我直接戳前尾滑正正了，又正到了加开浪漫，要1打3了吗？难不成罗伊给再骗阵？再出追接近中招没有用，无效受接被带走了，1打3。
这个赛场上总有很多的障碍等着我们去打破，或者说这也是一种自己的心魔。这次我们要突破的不再是别人，而是自己。铁杯冠军，我们志在必得。
状态也不好，但是扛住这个阵好像还能稍微的续一下。
双抓了，而且，
哎，对面，
但是钱坤坤有大，把他运在暗域里面的话，其实影响并不算太多，但是这个五毒撒也是给大家带来了一些麻烦。
Trong trận chiến, chúng tôi chưa từng rút lui, dù là có gặp đối thủ mạnh nhất. Đây là giấc mơ bắt đầu khi chúng tôi viết nên lịch sử huy hoàng cho TM.
时间很残，这个钩索但是被勾断了，那现在有可能要走不掉。
哎呦，四面飞花打2个，血线都残了，又续了一个
这一波3段直接出，如果吃到花的话能活下来。但尤尼克这边已经倒了，现在的话是人数还是人多打人少吗？
啊，现在目前变成那个2打1。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Rocket Blade Point World Championship. And things are only going to get more heated. 6 games to go today. You're going to want to buckle up, get your snacks, because you are not going to want to miss a single second of trios action. As much as solos is absolutely always heated and there's action happening, there's even more so in trios. We've got the gates of Yang now as well, which means it is going to be nonstop fights from start to finish. It is going to be one heck of a day, Jake.
Do you know what I noticed from Friday's games when we did our second day of solos and trios, where we had those 2 days back to back? It was interesting seeing how the trios cleans had actually evolved over the World Championship, because I've mostly been covering the solo stuff. So the Realms of Yang have been really impactful and teams were constantly players were constantly jumping into them. But what I saw in trios was actually quite different. A bit of a stark change was a very aggressive early game, as we expect. Then the Realm of Yang came in, and I just saw a lot of teams just opting out. They just decided not to. There were some teams who I saw got three Realm of Yangs and just decided they didn't want to take it because they didn't want to be forced to then have to run around for the next 4 minutes trying to find another team to take out. And they'd rather actually rely on just either getting a Mora's Blessing with their comp, because they felt more comfortable using, you know, something like a Tammy with the Monk to make sure that you do get that Mora's Blessing rather than take that fight. I don't know if that's been the case for the rest of Worlds, but at least on that Friday, the trios teams were less willing to jump into the Realm of Yang. We still have plenty of teams doing it, but there were more cases in trios than I saw in solo, so people just opted out of it. I saw a few teams get free Realm of Yangs. They'd literally just walk in, no one would appear, they'd get the Mora's Blessing and peace out, because other teams were weighing the risks versus the reward. It's been really interesting to see that that growth and that change in the teams.
So a lot of this is going to come down to the 2 different variations of the Monk comp we've been seeing. I'm sure you actually saw Karumi's coming back into those Transformer comps as well.
One all day. To be fair.
You saw 1 all day?
One.
Interesting. Yeah. Okay. Because what's been happening is teams have been opting to bring Karumi back in, and almost 100% of the time there has been a single instance where 2 Monk comps go in, and it's a Karumi Monk comp versus a Temi Monk comp. Karumi has come out 99% of the time victorious in the Realm of Yang, and we saw J Team early on in day 1 of Grand Finals make an adjustment with that comp, running in and being able to grab people out, running Karumi and guaranteeing that they were going to win those Realms of Yang and play very aggressively, which is why on day 1 we saw J Team bring down 50 plus points in 3 games of trios. This was an absolutely massive day for them.
Friday wasn't so hot for them though. Friday they walked out, I think it was like 10 points. It was a bad day for J Team. They really seemed to struggle. Now maybe we didn't see so many Karumis is where the players were holding their Karumi picks until today and kind of keeping those hero points in their favor. Maybe that might have been the case. It was a very Yoto. I mean, there was Monks as well, but it was mostly just Yoto and Monk, like 50-50 split all day as the kind of comp basis there. A few Takedas showing up as well here and there, but mostly just the Yoto and Monk. So today, obviously, with the hero points being expended in some areas, I'm curious what it's going to look like on that front. Also, getting those 6 games, because the last 2 days of play for the trios, they were playing just 3 games. They're going to all 6, back to what they've been doing for the rest of the World Championship. But here we go for the overview. This is how everything will be working out. We get yourself 5 points if you do take first, plus that juicy kill multiplier of 1.4. You can see it does deteriorate as you go down in the placements. Got 6 games coming up today. Game 8 and Game 11, or Game 2 and 5 of the day, will be on Horroroth. And this is what they are playing for, that fat $500,000 for the first place team. It's going to be, we are in for such a treat. It's going to be a good day.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, look, one of the big things as well is these players, every single MVP they pull down, they're going to be pulling an extra $2,400. And that's quite a bit of cheddar just for winning 1 game. So hopefully these teams can rack up some extra money for themselves, as well as taking home their placement money. It's going to be just an insane day. And I got to talk about a couple things here. Team GG was the favored team to win coming in to the Grand Finals, coming into the World Championship, and they have struggled ever since they got here. Even in the group stages, Team GG struggled. And here they are in the bottom 8, and Fun Plus Phoenix, the other team favored to go head-to-head with Team GG, down in 12th position. This is not what we expect to see from two of the top competing teams from the CN Pro League here. These teams just not performing the way they expected. On the flip side of that coin, 17JL, a team who walked away in third place in last year's World Championship and said they were not happy with their performance, now sitting comfortably in the lead by almost a 20-point margin. YZG and J Team holding on to second and third place respectfully. But I want you to take a look at this second through seventh place here. There's really about 6 points that separate all of these teams, meaning one outlier game where any of these teams pop off instantaneously moves them up into second place. Taking a look here at some stats, and we're going to look at the average points per game. 17JL at the top of the pack here with a 13.5 average points per game. J Team, YZG holding on at about 11 points per game each. And WBG, Wolves, YZG, OUG, and GD, very similar situations here where they are making around 10 to 11 points average per game.
Yeah.
This is a very, very tight leaderboard at the top, Jake.
It's a very, very tight one. It was good to see YZG make a recovery because on Friday they were in, I believe, 12th or 14th, somewhere between there. And they'd had a bad day one. Day two, they really got their act together and went from like 12th to second, like an absolutely phenomenal climb for them. J Team kind of just coasting by on the success of that first day, earning themselves 13 points. You know, there's a whole bunch of teams who, yeah, we're surprised to not see them up there, but there's also teams we're surprised to see up there. There's teams that we are maybe relieved for after their second day. And now there is no second chance. You have 6 games right now. Every game's going to count. When it's this tight, if you have a fumble in a single game, it means you need to have a pop-off in the next. And if you don't have a pop-off and you just have an average game, then it transfers to the next and the next. And it can snowball away from you so fast. So consistency is going to be very, very important. I think going into this game, I've got the expectation that this first game is either you get one of two things with this first game. You either get a mad dash of chaos where all of the teams will just be brawling and we'll have like barely anybody left in the final circle because they'll be just taking each other out, desperately trying to scrap as many points in, put together a lead as early as possible, that kind of safety net, that buffer for the rest of the day. Or we're going to see the teams play a little bit more reserved, a little bit slower, and maybe just a little bit more tempered because they're terrified of making that mistake that puts them behind. And I think what will be the difference maker and what will separate these teams is actually going to be who's decisive. I think the team that goes aggressive in this game one is the team that are going to be comfortable for the rest of the day. Not set, but definitely in a more comfortable position because they would have set themselves a buffer for at least to be able to have a bad game.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, we have to talk about it here. I think in game one here, it's going to be an absolute tear. I think all of these teams know, like you said, every single game matters today. And the first team who has a really big pop-off game buys themselves a bit of a buffer, right? Not only that, it's not time to play your cards close to your chest. That time has long since passed. You have 6 games today to put up as many points as humanly possible, and that determines the world championship.
Yeah.
That's it. There's nothing after this. There's no season left for the year. These are your last 6 games of pro league competitive play here in the world stage. It is time to come out guns a-blazing. And you know what? You would rather have a 0-point game today off of trying to come out and just have a massive pop-off than you would having a 0-point game by playing it safe. There's just no excuse for leaving anything on the table today. You've got to come out and you've got to go guns blazing. And I expect round one, that's exactly what we're going to see.
It was interesting actually seeing YZG stats there and kind of their play patterns. So they are first in average kills. They are first in top 5 placement, but they are third in Realm of Yang. So they do not go into that many Realm of Yangs compared to the other teams. Still a lot considering they're third, but they're not leading the charge on that. And I think that kind of comes down to what I was talking about earlier on in the day, is this decision making around whether or not Roma Yangs are worth it sometimes. I think if you're already got pretty good gear, if you're already doing very well, why would you want to risk getting yourselves taken out early or be put onto that point where you have to find a kill? When you've got that 4-minute timer, it does make you a little manic. It does mean that you're reliant on taking out another team and also reliant on not getting third-partied and then just being denied the game. And I think that's been a very interesting kind of thing to watch. As you can see, again, this is TM. They've done 5 Roma Yangs, not too many. Unfortunately, they're not doing so hot. Although, actually, they have got 100% win rate in Roma Yangs when they take them. But everything else isn't looking quite so good for them on numbers. But they're definitely a scary team to look at in that sense when you think about them having 100% win rate in Roma Yangs. But then it may be offset by the fact they just haven't done that many Roma Yangs compared to the others. But here we go. Getting ready to go into game number 7, the first of the day. Number 2, Morosile for Dust. I think that means dusk. Anyway, see what the hero selection is going to be looking like. Curious about this one, actually. What the teams are going to be picking up. Are they going to be going for that more traditional monk comps? Maybe they got something else in the works. We have seen some variability, at least during the group stages of the day.
So what we've really been seeing here with the monk comps is, if you see here, we're all back to 15 hero points because it is a new series of 6 games.
Oh, okay.
So what we're gonna see is, okay, we're gonna see some of the Kurumi comps coming through. We're gonna see a couple of the Temis coming through as well. And what you've typically been seeing, also the Takeda coming into these Transformer comps as well. A lot of these teams have been opting to run different versions every single time with the monk. So it's like monk Kurumi and Yueshan, monk Temi and Takeda. And the reason they're doing this is the first time you play a hero, it costs you 0 of those hero points. And if you play it this way, where you're swapping heroes out of this comp and playing different versions of the comp, the monk is going to continue to cost you hero points, but these other heroes are going to cost you less and less. And it means instead of being able to play the monk comp, say 3 times out of your 6 games, you can play it 4 or 5 and then come in on your last game and play a Viper comp with completely different heroes that are going to cost you 0 points because it's the first time that you've played them. And it opens up that Transformer comp more for these teams.
Alrighty, well, it's a very even spread actually across the map going into this first game of the day. To me, means that everybody is going to be playing this, maybe for that kind of mid-game for those Roma Yang area. We're probably not going to see as much action. Rui Hihi, somewhat close towards 17 JL, but they're not actually close enough to be in any real problem. We are going to see Wolves actually finding themselves in a fight here versus GG. 330's already been battered down onto that low ground. Xiao unable to actually get in range of him. 330 going to get knocked back as well, as he needs to try and get the heal off, but he's not going to be able to get it because he is just being juggled around. Wolves absolutely hounding them down. The charge click does come out, and 330 able to set his team up for the dunk and the finish up onto another kill. Wolves now starting to lose members as Miss Kia does go down. One Fang jumping in. 330 immediately going to go in for that transformation. The grabs looking to come out, but it is just 330 on his lonesome. He's found 1 grab. He's found 2 slams. No way, 330. Is he going to pull the 1v3 off? They got the res, and it bit them in the backside. The Wolves getting themselves in some serious danger. Now 330 has to win this fight. Can he do so? No. One Thing just about turns it around. That was so clutch, though.
What an interesting decision here. I'm going to say Wolves almost loses that to a poor mistake off the rip, right? You know, when you're resurrected, you are able to be grabbed before you finish the resurrection animation. Why would you try to res in front of a monk who's looking for the double grab, who already has your other teammate in hand? Tether the teammate in the monk's hand, heal them, keep it a 2v1. Wolves already off to a kind of rocky start here. Yes, they win that fight into Team GG, but that's a huge mistake coming out from Team Wolves.
Seems like a little bit of nerves coming in. They obviously know this is the last day, the last chance saloon to take that world championship. And then, you know, they have to wait till next season, till next year, if they want to try and represent themselves again. So maybe letting that get to them somewhat. But Pampy being pounded here by GD. He is Dunzo. Okay, able to secure that kill. Do you see the wind walls coming out? And J Team have actually jumped into the action immediately. Getting a bunch of clangs off there. The bells popped there by Eagle for the moment as K gets a good counter onto ZK. ZK sent back. Same with Eagle. Eagle should have that ultimate fairly soon for the moment. We do see that Viper stun come down. Eagle's going to transform. So is Little for the side of J Team, but already he's low HP. The healing isn't going to do enough. The slam's coming in for the double slam. K has to run away as J Team able to turn it around. K don't think he's going to be getting grabbed now by Eagle, but it looks like JT may still hunt him down somewhat. Eagle actually just going to guard the bodies here, make sure there is no resurrection coming in. Okay, not an opportunity for him to do that. He is going to have to step away for now as EWG themselves in a bit of a skirmish here versus Ace. Grabs going across the board. So many monks in this first game as Alex has found himself the grab, the slam onto Sansi. Sansi able to just about get away after that slam comes down on Alex. I think he might be in a little bit of danger here. I say that, and then he finds a grab onto the person who was causing him some trouble. But again, he's still pretty much separated. Jin is coming in close, but Alex has already lost too much health, and that's going to be the kill. But it looks like BBE actually coming in as the third-party threat here. I think if they can jump in, maybe tidy up a couple of kills for themselves.
Yeah, BBE has done very well for themselves in terms of finding these third parties. The thing is they need to capitalize on them as they are sitting much lower on the leaderboard than they typically have been before. The style we've seen coming out from BBB has very much been early game aggression, where they put together almost every game during the group stages, close to 12 eliminations before Zone 2 or Zone 3. We haven't seen that same level of aggression coming out from these guys here in the grand final stages, and because of that, they've been much lower on the leaderboard than they would like to be. EWG Sansi here on the run still from BBE. Zhao Liu down, so EWG can't really afford to lose any more members. Iran also going to be caught out by the members of BBE here, and EWG might lose all of their members as the site continues on. Asbon, you got to catch Iran out here with that legendary dagger. Soul Jade tries to get the transformation off, can't even make it happen. Sansi tries to come in to cover, but he just walks himself into the face of that dagger, and that's going to be it there for EWG as they get sent back to the Soul Altar. Now turning our attention back to Team Wolves, going head-to-head with a YZG here. Looks like they're trying to pick up this elimination onto CXE as quick as they can, and that's going to put the numbers advantage in their hand. They have QGG caught up in the grab here, but they can't do anything in terms of getting a double grab as currently Zhao Toto monked up in their face. The tether coming through from the Karumi, going to buy 14 enough space where he can walk back in to start to take this fight. QGG trying to lock down a member of Team Wolves, is going to lock down Jiu. One Fang needs to be very careful here as he is going to get no, he doesn't get grabbed, sorry, but Jiu is going to get grabbed and going to go down. That said, YZG down to a single member here. Nope, they actually get CXZ back. I misspoke, I didn't see them grab the resurrection. The monk buys them enough time to keep the numbers in their favor, and now Wolves is going to lose their lives in this fight as YZG comes out on top.
A lot of mistakes coming in from Wolves, but they do at least get themselves 4 kills before the resurrection. Now, obviously, you do have to be a little bit more careful on that aggression because they don't have that safety net, which is that free res. You can already see GD have used 2 of their reses up. K, the only player who still has one, so at least they have somewhat of a safety net off the back of that. And they're on the Yoto comp. They want to wait until later in the game when everyone's clustered, when you can find as many kills with that big ultimate and just the impact that you have from that. So right now, being in a bit of a scary situation, at least though for them, their Yoto has got that safety net. And when your kind of crucial part of that team is able to do that, is pretty big. As we're seeing VNGC just swapping around some of their Soul Jades to make sure they've got as good a loadout as possible. Unfortunately, again, I still haven't learned Chinese in the last week, so I can't tell you what Soul Jades they've got. We'll find out, though, if they win. On the other side, just having a quick look at the scoreboard. WBG have been pretty quiet this game, actually. 0 kills, currently in 7th overall in the standings. Definitely looking to see a little bit more from them on that front, as Wolves still not respawned yet, so they'll be looking for a good spot to get it, as the Roma Yangs are now coming up. FPX, a team who during their domestic season have just been so good at securing themselves more as blessings and just good loot. Like, they were a team who every time we looked at them, they always had somebody with golden armor, somebody with golden weapons. Like, they were just so good at securing that good loot for themselves. And Realm of Yang's just another opportunity, but also an opportunity to get some points and that gear for themselves. As we come over to VNGC, find themselves in a fight versus Ace. A lot of damage from the poison splash has come down. The sandstorm will stop it out for the moment, and that is Ace getting absolutely slammed by VNGC. They're going to force the teleport out here from the Uation as Rui Hihi ends up taking a fair amount of HP from Halesey there, who's able to find the slam. Rui Hihi is going to go for the transformation, finds the grab onto Jin, and that is going to be 2 members of Ace down. Halesey having to run for his life away from BNG. It's a really clean fight from those guys.
Yeah, you know, I hate to say this, but this is typical ASE that we've seen in Worlds here. Hazy on the run here on Uation, trying to get away and keep the dream alive for ASE. As we head into our Realms of Yang, it's going to be XCG versus WBG in one of our Realms of Yang, and BBE versus BLD. So it's CN versus CN and Vietnam versus Vietnam going head to head here, and it's going to be interesting to see who comes out on top. WBG, he were wasting no time going ahead and popping the Monk ult, but we do not see the Uation ults coming out, and this could be a mistake. We've talked about this before, whereas you want to go ahead and, there we go, WBG's Jing is going to go ahead and pop it. You don't want to give the other Monk in this particular matchup the opportunity to have a double grab. If you both instantaneously ult up, he only has one target he can grab, and the effectiveness of the Monk is cut in half almost instantly. Sleepwalker going to be forced to end his ult at the exact same time as Xiaonan here, and it's Nai HQ here from XCG putting a hurt onto WBG's Jing, and WBG is going to lose one of their members. PP separated here from the likes of WBG, trying to hold on for dear life. Sleepwalker just trying to cover PP any way they can here, but that's going to be it. Now Sleepwalker goes down, and XCG is going to come out on top here in our first Realm of Yang, and it looks like BBE is also going to come out on top in their Realm of Yang. XCG and BBE are both going to be taking that Vermilion Bird's Might and head out looking to pick up some more eliminations.
And interestingly, Wolves got Mora's Blessing after Resurrection, so they have got themselves at least some better gear put together off the back of that. So they will be happy with that one, but WBG basically being put on the back foot immediately. Really rough for them. FBX TXJ right now, he is getting absolutely dogged on by the side of GD, and there is nothing he can do. VVV's trying to come in and save the day for him. He's going to have to de-monk to try and stay alive for the moment, but K takes a lot of damage in response, throws out the grapple just to jump over and get away, and it looks like GD might find themselves on the retreat here away from FBX, and I think FBX probably okay to take that retreat as well. They are also fairly chunked out. Both teams are just going to go for the resets, and it looks like GD want to continue the chase, actually. OYD being jumped onto. Klaxi trying to see if he can finish up OYD, but he's not able to do so. There's going to be a big smash down onto TXJ. Massive lockdown coming in from Kakaxi onto multiple members. TXJ is going to get stunned, and the great target selection from GD means they're able to finish up 2 members, and actually all of them, FBX, they're just eliminated. First team out.
Yeah, this is the struggle. This is classic FPX, though, if we're going to be honest, right? It seems like FPX during the regular seasons will absolutely dominate, and then as soon as it times for finals, they choke. I don't know what it is, whether it's the pressure or maybe they give too much of themselves away during the regular season and teams are just able to adjust to it. But FPX continues to struggle once again in the grand finals. Turning our attention now to Team Wolves going head to head with XCG, and both of them with buffs here, but Wolves does have that 25% damage reduction coming in from the Mystic Might, which might be enough to let them come out on top. XCG might lose their lives here, but they will not lose their gear because they do have that Vermilion Bird Might. So it's buff versus buff, as we see Jiu getting a little caught out by the members of XCG here. 14, no transformation left available to him, needs to find a way into this fight before exactly that happens. Jiu goes down, and now the fight turns into the favor of XCG as it is a 3v2. Nai HQ a little caught out here, going to be forced to use the shoulder tackle to get away from One Bang, and they are trying desperately. Wolves needs this to go through for them, but it doesn't look like it's going to to happen as all 3 members of Team Wolves are eliminated, and that's going to be it for Wolves in game number 1.
That's a heartbreaking game number 1 for the side of Wolves, as they are joining FPX and now BLD in that elimination spot. BLD currently 16th with 17 points, and they've only got 5 games left to make any semblance of a climb further up. Because remember, each spot actually has a different value in money for yourself right now. So while first is probably not on the cards for BLD, they might be able to climb themselves up a little higher and get a little bit more money for the team and the players. We'll have to see, though, if they can make that kind of turnaround happen for them, because it's slightly tight towards the bottom end, but it's more about this, how tight it is towards the top end, where, you know, 2nd through to 7th is all just a matter of a few points within each other. All of these teams are going to be desperately scrapping to get as many points and put as big a distance between them and the top end teams. Well, the teams joining them at the top end is TM. We're looking for a fight on to GD. GD going to be healing K up before they decide to go in, and also waiting out this monk transformation. Now, TM with just that grey armor, very, very exposed and easy to actually find those kills onto. But Kakaxi hitting a bow shot to the head, probably not the best way to start this off. Does end up losing a bit of that armor. Kami now being chased onto. They got a good little pincer movement coming in from the side of GD. Is immediately going to jump into the action, into the fray of Pampy, going very, very low. You can see K trying to finish people up with that ultimate. Didn't actually remake the connection, unfortunately. Can't find more than maybe a couple of those slashes, but they are going to be able to still finish up the damage onto these members. They're all very, very low. TM bleeding out within the zone. It is a slow bleed as Kakaxi actually, he's been taken down. Have TM turned this around? Oh, they have! Pampy taking out K. 2 members of GD go down as TM somehow pull out an absolutely colossal victory over GD, and GG look to finish up the ends and just pluck any hope here from GD, eliminating them from the lobby. That was such a colossal mistake from GD, and they had such a big advantage.
Yeah, GD made a massive mistake here. Kakaxi takes that bow shot to the face, loses his armor, takes the opportunity to refresh the armor. They jump in and we see K pop the Yoda ult early, trying to pump out damage. And Kakaxi, instead of immediately popping the Viper ult, they have no cover. They're completely clumped together, just goes in and tries to start pumping out damage with the melee weapon. Why? I don't understand why you would do that in that situation, given that you Wu Chen ulted out after TM had wasted 2 of their ultimates, and the only one that they had left was the Yueshon transformation. Just go in, pop the Viper ult, get the stun, and eliminate at least 1 target, take the numbers advantage, and they could have easily won that fight. Instead, Kakaxi goes in, gets caught out, takes a ton of damage, and then bleeds out to the zone while he's trying to desperately pop the ultimate. Very, very interesting misplay coming from GD. We're gonna see J-Team coming in over here. Looks like they went uncontested in this realm of Yang, as they're able to pick up the Mystic Might. J-Team, 2 eliminations under the belt. They had a good early showing, but this is huge for them as they secure purple armor and a legendary weapon here for Eagle. And Eagle, as we talk about all the time, one of the best monks here in the CN Pro League. This guy with a legendary weapon and purple armor is a huge threat for any team, and they're going head-to-head now here with Team GG. GG has been struggling here on the world stage, so hopefully they can find something here into J-Team, but it doesn't look like it, as 330 just gets obliterated, and that is going to be the core member there from Team GG. Absolutely gone. Miskia going to be able to find the ultimate here. We are going to see the Kurumi ult come out from J-Team, and now we are going to see the healer picked up from Team GG, as well as LXM just gets blitzed down here by J-Team. And oh my goodness, LXM here just trying to survive. We see the Wisp come out, but he doesn't get enough distance. The roof blocking him here, and J-Team picks up 2 of the members here from GG. Miskia, no ult, forced to just back out and try to keep the dreams alive for Team GG.
It's a hard fight to win when Eagle has Mystic Might with the damage reduction, golden weapon, purple armor. That's a very, very hard fight to take, especially when you haven't got the Kurumi. The enemy team do, though. So, very rough one. But we are actually just going into the quick replay of BLD versus BB within their Roma Yang. This was the first round of the Roma Yang. I actually can't remember who won this one off the top of my head. I guess we'll find out because we're watching the replay, but mine's going a little bit low. I think, yeah, it was BBE. Just able to kind of outlive the other monk. Yuexian just so good at kind of tidying up these fights as well. And Roma Yang has made it very interesting because you see comps that, you know, typically can be weak to third parties. I think that's Monk's like biggest weakness is a party just getting long range shots onto you from a distance. And basically just dealing with you before you turn to them. But like in the Roma Yang, that's just not the case. And that's obviously, like you're saying, why Kurumi's just been so popular now, just showing up as kind of like an old school. Well, I mean, she was the original part of the Monk comp. So to kind of see the OG Monk comp back, as much as I've had my time with it and was a bit fed up of it, it is kind of nice and almost kind of poetic. But we started the year with the Kurumi Monk comp and we're ending the year with the Kurumi Monk comp. As, we did also just see GG's final member get taken out as we came out of that replay. So GG were eliminated from the lobby, but 11 minutes left on this, and seeing WBG coming off their replay, off their revive from their zone. And oh, they revived with BLD exactly the same time? No way did that happen. That is so crazy.
Yeah, and we also see, of course, WBG come out on top because BLD almost immediately get eliminated. They didn't even have time to die to their own depletion because WBG says, not in my house. And speaking of which, taking a look back at WBG, taking some range shots here on to XCG, trying to find a little bit of a way into a fight here, but they don't want to force themselves down that choke through those cannons just to take the engagement. A huge bow shot rings out, though, onto Nai HQ. He's going to take quite a bit of that armor damage. Zhao Nan here coming front side with the cannon can risk taking these shots here because he does have that Kurumi with the tether onto him into a more traditional tumult comp. Zhao Nan frontlining like that, not quite as possible because they're going to be forced to burn a ton of resources, and if they get super low, the other team can just pressure onto them with Kurumi tethered there. He has a safety net. If he gets pressured onto, Kurumi can instantly teleport into him. This is kind of what makes the Kurumi comp interesting, right? We love seeing the Temi comp come out because it does cover the weakness of the monk, those range shots, right? He can pop the ultimate and his monk is still free to grab through it, free to walk through it, and the other team just can't really approach and be oppressive onto them. But Kurumi buys you the ability to do some different things, like we just saw there with Zhao Nan, where he's able to actually kind of stick his face out. He can kind of peek those corners and afford to take those range shots, and other teams can't really afford to press onto them, no matter how much of an advantage they get out of dealing that damage, because Kurumi can always just teleport directly to him and immediately pop the ultimate, allowing him time to monk up, and these teams know that, so they know they can't pressure like that. It's very, very interesting to see this comp coming back, especially because the Realm of Yang really being what brings it back. Temi, outside the Realm of Yang, typically buys the monk comp better positionals and better end game, but Kurumi inside those Realm of Yang typically win those fights because Temi just doesn't bring too much to bear against a monk comp inside that tiny space in the Realm of Yang. And these monk comps are desperately in need of gear, and those Realm of Yang guaranteeing a legendary weapon for your monk comp as well as purple armor for your monk is massive for any one of these transformer comps. We're going to see here ASE as we are into Zone 4, going to find that first set of legendary armor and a legendary flamer here. As soon as that Temi ult goes down, though, immediately getting blitzed down by YZG there, we see a huge amount of shots coming in from those repeating crossbows, a weapon we didn't typically see towards the beginning of Season 2 or Season 1, now making its way in just because of how impactful it is against the monk once he transforms up. He's a huge target, and those bolts are consistent, massive damage if they land on their targets. Zhao Toto here with Meteor on this cannon, looking to chug some damage down range. He's going to be forced off top, though, and needs to find a chance to get a repair off as he has exhausted the ammunition there. YZG going to use that hut to their advantage as they buy more space. They need to be careful, though. They have that house for protection. J-Team pushing in from one side, though, and OUG is in a very comfortable position sitting up top. Somebody, though, throws a wisp from downtown and catches out both SS and Wade, and it's going to look like they almost get evicted from their treetop villa.
That was a rough Mora's blessing for Ace, though, because there was a gold weapon in there, of course, but it was a flamer. And you don't want the monk with the flamer. You want the flamer on someone who is going to basically be flaming whoever monk grabs. So they don't get that golden weapon onto their monk, which is a little bit sad for them. They do at least get the armor, so there's that health. But Eagle looking for the grab here onto BBE. BBE trying to just fire back with a few cannon and just range shots with the bow. So we are in that kind of Buccaneer phase of the game now where it's all about that kind of long range and the potential fishing the picks that the monk can bring, but it's very easy at long range to dodge away on these monk grabs. Eagle, D-Monk as well, and with the cannon fire coming in from Ivan, it's actually doing a good job of just forcing J-Team down from their perch and down from their comfortable position. Right now, if we just take stock of where we are in the game, XCG, who are in 10th, have 6 kills and 9 kills over to BBE. BBE having a very, very good game here, and they can see themselves jumping up quite a few spots based on the ending of this game and what kill multipliers they're going to be able to get for themselves. J-Team do have 4 kills, so they're sitting quite comfortably for themselves here. As already thrown a transformation down here by sorry, Lee. It's Lee. I don't know why I'm saying little. From Lee here. Seeing if they can find some kills, some picks, some damage is Sleepwalker from WBG. Forced to D-Monk, and immediately BBE gonna jump in onto him. He gets caught by a grapple mid-air, trying to find a level of an interrupt here as Pampy and TM are coming in as well, also trying to see if they can finish off member of BBE. Grabs are coming in. PB has been hit again, taking so much damage. Can he find the regrab? No, he can't. He's doing a good job avoiding, but Smack is coming in for a smack. Lil gets grabbed here by the side of Ibin. J-Team's Lil able to get D-grabbed and actually try and peel away. There's so many teams caught in this cluster. It's carnage over here already. Everybody looking for some kills, but so far nobody's actually gone down. They've been able to break away from the grabs and actually get out scot-free. PP, Lee, a whole bunch of people got themselves in a scary position, but nobody has gone down yet. Alex jumping in with the uppercut onto Eagle. Eagle trying to wait for an opportunity to get the monk out. The flamer coming in from Halesy there onto Lee. Lee's going down. J-Team have lost a member to Ace.
Yeah, this is a really interesting fight. WBG gets caught out in a bad position by BBE. They lose Sleepwalker. Lee, though, has the wherewithal to go ahead and throw the tether onto the Karen, and even while being grabbed, never breaks the tether. It says, I'm going to get this resurrection. As soon as Sleepwalker comes back up, burns their ultimate. Sleepwalker has their ult, instantaneously pops it, and because of that, so many teams see the vulnerability in BBE and WBG, and they all descend in looking to pick up some extra eliminations and points for themselves. WBG is able to get away. They are able to resurrect Sleepwalker and walk away from that intense fight, but it's at the cost of burning all 3 of their ultimates. So right now they're hiding in some space, just trying to throw some range shots, get their ults back up, and not get jumped on by many of these teams. J-Team's the Eagle over here looking to find some grabs as the zone comes in. Looks like they are going to find a grab onto TM here. They're going to go for the slam. They have not found the re-grab just yet. Eagle needs to keep things moving, though, as the zone continues to collapse. We are now fully collapsed onto zone 6. This is going to be it for the next 1 minute here till zone 7 gets collapsed onto. Pampy's going to find BBE's. Asbon goes for the throw. Actually, sorry, that wasn't Asbon, that was Ibin, and Ibin's going to go down as well as BBE. Snacks TM here, finding space into this, looking to go for it. It's going to grab Ace's Jin. Doesn't quite have time to get the slam. They're going to pop the ultimate, though, trying to keep Jin in. No, it's Jin's ultimate. TM takes massive shots from Ace's as Ace comes in. They grabbed the wrong player, clearly, because Ace trapped inside the Thunderdome created by Jin. Absolutely just comes in and destroys Team TM. J-Team comes in with the follow-up. Ace seems to get mostly away. Alex holding on for dear life as J-Team clears up most of the loot there from the members of Team TM and BBE. What a play by Ace's team, and then the follow-up third party by J-Team, who sees the weakness, they smell it, and they just come in like an eagle and swoop onto the members of Team ASE.
Lee's on his 4th resurrection of this circle, by the way. He keeps getting picked up. He's gone down 3 times, and he just comes back and back. And that 4th time, he had that ult charge, so he doesn't immediately go down, jumps in, and absolutely starts taking names for J-Team, who are on 7 kills right now. 17JL only got 2 and only got 1 member left as well, so he could potentially just be easy pickings here. Grabs coming in for Sleepwalker. There's the double slam. The first place team eliminated from the lobby as WBG starting to stoke the fires and bounce back. J-Team's Eagle is also transformed as well in these final moments, trying to see if he can find a grab for his team, seeing if he can get some level of damage off as Yin's going low. Jing should just be able to finish this one up. Another kill on the board there for WBG. OUG's Wade also going to join up with his transformation and join in. There is still 14 players in a very, very tight position, and all of J-Team are being slammed. Their health bars are so low. The Kurumi ult's going to keep them alive, keep them going for just a little bit longer. Going to try and get that armor back in time. Lil has himself the flamer, but Eagle's being grabbed. The main damage dealer for J-Team's down. They're going to see if ZK can maybe find that tether, maybe find that resurrection onto them. Sleepwalker is just starting to pick up so many players. Can they find the resurrection off in time onto these crucial players? I don't know if they can. J-Team still in with a chance. Still holding, but it's YZG who are now starting to pick up kills left, right, and center. ZK caught by the slam, not going down yet though, as they are holding on with just a sliver of health, just a small chance. Lil has gone for the evolve there on the Yuation, come for the transformation, trying to see if he can get the damage off of that Terracotta Warrior. Eagle is back, full armor, half HP, while trying to build up enough rage to get the transformation off in time. He's gonna go for the transformation. This could be the moment for J-Team to reclaim their spot at the top, to prove why they are the defending champions here at the World Championship. Alex is the first to get grabbed, and he's gonna be toasted by Lil in the high ground, immediately losing some of that armor, getting pushed back as Jing also trying to run a nuisance on the side. Alex for Ace gonna transform in the meanwhile. The slam's not coming down, but the damage is there. They're pushing back as much as possible. ZK is not there, so they jump the heal. The double grabs, the heals, everything is there. Eagle holding fast. He's caught by the wisp though. Jing coming in for the turnaround. Eagle goes down. WBG able to hold for just long enough for YZG to close that game out. It was carnage room.
What an incredible game one here. It literally comes down to the final moments between YZG, WBG, and J-Team. And man, what a performance across the board here for these teams. ZK, clearly the MVP for J-Team. The resurrections that came out for Lil and Eagle in these final circles, and the patience of ZK. You have got to remember that when Kurumi is tethered to a Karen or a player, they can do nothing except move. They can defend themselves in no way whatsoever. And ZK is more than happy to throw that tether out and hold on to it until the resurrection comes through. They do not care what is happening to them. They get monk grabbed, they get slammed, they get blasted into the zone by Phoenix Blast, and they are able to survive it all and time again bring Lil and Eagle back into the game. They get Eagle back in the final moments. Eagle's able to find enough rage to get ulted up. He picks up a bunch of extra eliminations, and in the end, it just comes down to one member from each team. It's such a close game. I think no matter what happened, whichever team survived to the end there comes out on top because the scores are so close. It comes down to YZG, and just, what a crazy final circle.
I think Eagle thought it was him versus another player. I don't think he saw WBG Jing still in that final circle. He jumped down, gets the vertical slash with the longsword, absolutely obliterates his health bar, takes him out and puts J Team in third, and then that was just, I can't believe how close that was. I can't actually remember who the last YZG member was standing, but unbelievably clutch game coming in from them, and they're going to be absolutely chuffed with themselves after that one. A very needed win considering how tight everything is. But J-Team, that was a good game for them. Same for WBG. So I'm excited to see the overall points and see where we're sitting at on that front, because the points got earned in that game are going to be monumental for some of those teams. Also, BBE, they just got like hella points, and I know they're not in contention for first right now, but like if they keep playing like that, and as long as they're placing okay, top 8 is actually within the realms of possibility. That was a 10 kill game for BBE last time I checked. It might have gone up in the last couple of moments. I didn't see when they went out because it kind of just turned into a scrum at the end of that game, but it was absolute carnage. It was such a good game to open on. We still got 5 more, and I hope they all are like that.
You know, I've got to give it to BBE here. Regardless of what happens after this point, the big thing that BBE has struggled with is making it to final circles. Yeah. Every game that we've seen them, like I said, during the group stages, they were able to, before Zone 2 or Zone 3, string together 12 eliminations, which is no small feat given the league that we're in here in the World Championship. The problem is they would get to Zone 3, and almost every single game in Zone 3, they would be aggressively fighting another team, get third-partied, and be eliminated. So they qualified for the grand finals off raw kills alone because they never made it to final circle. Here, they actually make it to final circle. They put together 9 eliminations and get a 10.9 game score. This is a huge game for BBE. YZG with 9 kills taking a first place finish is going to go out at 17.6. But look at this. J-Team, 11 eliminations, goes out in third, gets a 17.3. Only 0.3 points away from walking away the MVP here in game number 1. And WBG, 8 eliminations, second place finish, a 14.2 game score. These are 3 teams that were within those top ranges, that sort of 2nd to 6 point range here. The top scoring 7 teams is still going to be an extremely tight game moving forward after this, because man, what a first game. I don't think we could have asked for a better final circle, Jake.
We were very, very lucky with that final circle. And I typically find Monk games quite frustrating to watch because it's kind of the same thing. But if they're like that, if we get Monk circles like that, then I am so here for it. And like Karumi, a hero who drives me absolutely crazy with her ability to stall. Those 3 resurrections onto Lee and that 1 resurrection onto Eagle made that such a tight game. But here is our MVP for that. It is Xiaohu. 30k damage, 6 kills coming in. He did 14,000 damage with his ultimate. 14,000 damage with his ultimate. That is absolutely bonkers.
He did 14k with his ultimate, but I want you to look at this. We see ranged weapons come in. Typically, we see that damage around 4,000 to 5,000 maximum on a good game. 10,000 damage coming through on the cannon here for Zhao Toto, and the only soul jade he has for it is Meteor. It's not like he's got Rupture Gale Orb that makes it do more damage, or Flame Breath where he sets them on fire and does extra fire tick damage. He literally just is sniping people out with the cannon. And for a monk, that's huge, because we talked about it before, right? The reason we see monks typically with these cannons is because of the splash damage on the cannon. If you're able to hit multiple targets, every target you hit gets you an extra tick of rage. So for the monk, you're trying to keep that ultimate up as much as humanly possible. So for him to do 10k with damage, he literally got 6 to 7 monk transformations just from raw damage on the cannon alone.
Yeah, really, really big stuff actually from him there. We also see a lot of monks when it comes to their soul jades still rocking blue ones, whether that be range resist or health soul jades, just because, you know, you're not gonna actually use those soul jades when you're in transformation other than those health and those like resist ones. So it's weird how we talk about monk being a very expensive hero to run because you need good weapons, you need good armor, but those soul jades can be a little bit cheaper, so it's always cool to see. Anyway, our interview is ready after that game, so we're going to pass it over to that, and then we're back with game number 2. See you in a moment.
Hi everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. Today we are very glad to invite Asbon to our interview room and let's connect to Singapore. Hello Asbon, hi. So first, please give a short introduction to our audience.
Xin chào Asbon, thì bạn có thể giới thiệu về mình và chào viewer được không?
Xin chào mọi người, mình là Asbon đến từ BBE ạ.
Hello everyone, I'm Asbon from BBE.
Nice to meet you, very nice to meet you here. And it seems like you guys are really aggressive in the game 1. And I saw that you guys just won the fight in the realm of the Yan. And I think your ability of 3v3 fighting is really strong. So what's the key point you think to won that fight?
Ở trong trận đấu này thì bọn em đánh khá là khát máu và đã vào cổng thì mình nhận ra là khả năng đánh 3v3 ở trong cổng của bọn em rất là tốt, thì yếu tố nào là yếu tố quan trọng để bọn em có thể quyết định vào cổng và đánh tốt trong cổng như vậy?
Bọn em chen rất là nhiều để cho đội hình này vào cổng có khả năng chiến thắng nhiều nhất ạ. Nên bọn em lựa chọn đội hình này để đi cổng.
Yeah, so we train this team comp very much for the 3v3 in the realm of Yang, so we just have the confidence to get in and win the fight.
Okay, that's great. And because today we saw that there's a lot of like double change hero combo in the game 1 and face to the traditional double change hero combo and Takada double change, how you think the advantage of your hero combo, that's why you can be very aggressive in game 1.
Ở trong game 1 thì có rất nhiều team đã chọn đội hình hai hóa, thì họ có thể đi với Kurumi hoặc là Takeda, thì nhưng mà bọn em lại chọn Cat. Thì có lý do gì đằng sau việc này không? Là Cat có mạnh hơn so với hai con kia khi mà đi với đội hình hai hóa không?
Không, đội hình nào cũng mạnh, nhưng em muốn game đầu em đánh Cat thì sẽ tốt hơn những đội hình khác.
Yeah, so I think that both three combo with the two transformer is very strong. However, I just want to play Temush in the first game, so we just pick Temush there.
Yeah, I see. That's great. And it seems like it's worked in the game 1. And I would like to say good luck to your team because you guys have excellent performance in game 1. And we're looking forward to the rest of the game. Thank you. Thank you, Asbon, for the first game post-game interview. And we will take a break and be right back later.
吃，哎，我被震了，吃了，
我手，慢打，还没
太小了，
我在打药 PP，
完了，我被震了，
完了，等下3打1别着急啊，被震太多把刀了，你们。
2打1跟他的均值就赢了，
被震了，
不是被震了，是2打1没打赢，兄弟。
其实最开始是个3打1，都没打好。
大不了以后就2个人一起拉开。
兄弟们被1打3了，完了 top 1没了。
谁让人家是单排跟他们哥呢？
啊，兄弟，别给自己和队友都上太大压力啊！没事，
现在是
下次多打少再打输就是对的。
好
杀
吃花
！2打1，慢慢来，慢慢来。
别小吃花，我大。
nice！
不跟我激梦有尬住，
过来，尬住。
nice。看到没有？不要队友压力，无所谓的，一把
随便杀，半斤，随便杀。
我刚刚说的采访了，我要嘲讽一下 VNGC 是吧？来吧，开团。首先就毕竟是世界赛嘛，对吧？我们在第4把看积分表的时候，看他们分数可能没有那么的高，然后正好这一波，我们回阳镜也输了嘛，他们确实打得也好，那干脆就打得随意一点，对吧？这大家都是在同一个赛场上比赛，稍微送他们一点分吧。还有就是，当时正好是我只打了一个假药，但是我觉得如果我是满血满甲的话，应该单杀他没什么问题。
Doesn't have the luxury of getting a reshield, is surely about to go down as Spider has been able to find himself a flamer. He's in the middle of the safety. Everyone else around him is about to go down to Zotic. One able to find 1 kill before he goes through, but Spider might just be MVP 4 times in a row. Gonna be there to finally give his championship title as Spider has been able to take the win.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Naraka Blade Point World Championship. We're coming off a very, very explosive game. First game of the Trios Finals, and we're now moving on to game 2, or game number 8, if we're going to be going for the full Trios run name. I am very excited for this. After we saw YZG pick up that win, but 0.3 points separating them and J Team. Everything's staying tight towards that top there, Rune. It is still very, very tight at the top.
Absolutely. It's still anybody's game. And, 5 games to go. And I hope it stays this tight all the way to the end. I love when, don't get me wrong, I love a good stomp. I love when a team comes through and does, 4 back-to-back MVPs. But when it comes down to the final game, and there's 3 or 4 teams who can just absolutely still run away with it, it's great. And Naraka, I don't know what it is about Naraka as an esports. We typically see that where, the champion is determined by the final moments of the final game. And we've been very blessed in terms of being an esport where we get to see that, because it means you're always sitting on the edge of your seat.
No, you really are. I mean, I can't think of a game of like a finals that wasn't hype for Naraka. But anyway, if you want to get yourself some treasures, make sure you answer this question. Which hero didn't YZG pick in this trios game? Yuexian, Tianhai, Kada, or Tammy? Make sure you do check that whisper box once you've put in your answer, and that's where you will be messaged if you do win. Grab yourself some Lotus treasures. I still haven't got everything I need out of them. Actually, I'm still quite a long way away. Mostly because I've been busy casting this. I haven't had time to properly get my grind on.
That's right. We're gonna get you back. We're gonna get you into some of those caster games, Jake.
Hell yeah! It's been a while, actually.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
I did see you and Moxie playing the other day, and I was like, I'll join, and then it was late, and I'd been up all day because I've done the morning of casting. Anyway, let's get our attention turned towards this game number 8. Let's look at what we're going to be expecting. Obviously, YZG winning that game is going to be big for them because of their position. They were second, right, or third? I can't remember where they were. They were high up. They were high up on that ladder, and you know, when J-Team were having a pop-off game, for them to pull out the win and just about pull ahead, it's going to be very, very big for them on that front. Ace right now, who are in 10th, they were looking scary for a while. There were a few mistakes, but there were some big moments coming in from them. Problem for Ace is, first of all, they very rarely join the Realm of Yang, and they very rarely win it. And say very rarely, they never win in those Realm of Yangs, but they're averaging 5th on the kills, but 10th overall right now. Means they're just not getting great placement. They're doing great on the kills, they're just not doing good on the placement, and they're picking Yoto comps as well most of the time. And Yoto wants to be in this final circle. Yoto wants to be absolutely obliterating everybody who's slowly tanking out to the zone, and just unable to do that has been a big problem for them. 17JL losing their spot at the top after that game, just down to them going down early. They were just knocked out way too early. They had a few kills, but there was only one player in that final circle, and it was not a particularly great start for 17JL.
Yeah, you know, 17JL loses that #1 spot, but they're still very, very close to it. And you know, it's the first game of the night. I think they're going to be okay. And typically, 17JL finds their footing in games 2, 3 kind of range, kind of in the middle of the day, and then that's when they really have some explosive power coming behind them. So it's going to be interesting to see if that trend kind of holds true for them. I'm taking a look here at BLD. BLD, unfortunately, not having the best of times currently. You know, that 0% win rate in the Realm of Yang seems to be a common trait we see at these teams at the bottom. But, you know, I want to talk about specifically Fun Plus Phoenix. Again, they continue to hold this sort of tradition true here in Naraka, where they make it to the grand finals on an absolute tear getting here, and then all of a sudden, as soon as they get here, they choke. They haven't done anything. They've not put points on the board. They're all the way down in, I think, 15th right now, or 14th, which for Fun Plus Phoenix is almost unheard of, right? You're talking about a team who came in basically the 2nd seed for grand finals for the world championship here, and looking to be the, you know, #1 contender. And, you know, them and Team GG talked about how they wanted to go head to head in the Realm of Yang, and neither of these teams have seen each other in a Realm of Yang yet. They almost avoid them purposely, like they're scared. And Fun Plus Phoenix needs to come alive very, very quickly if they even want to make top 8.
No, I completely agree with you on that one. All about these Realm of Yangs, but let's see what this second game is going to be like. We're moving on to Holoroth. See what Hero Select is going to look like. We've been very vocal. I mean, I've been very vocal. I don't know about everyone else, but I've been very vocal about my dislike of Monk on Holoroth. The players seem to very much disagree with me. I do think there are, with the terrain, some pretty awkward final circles for the Monk, but the players would still rather gamble that and go with a comp they feel comfortable picking. And, you know, if they do get one of those good final circles, then that's going to be big for them. Obviously, with the Roma Yangs being a thing, maybe that has led into their decision-making somewhat more as well, because it's not just about that final circle. It's about making the mid-game work for yourself with those Realm of Yangs. So maybe that's why we're seeing more Monk on Holoroth than we ever used to. But seeing the Takeda variants of the Monk comps and the Tammy coming in. So you were right on this, actually. A lot of the teams kind of shifting their focus, so they do keep those hero points as low as possible and make sure that they keep, you know, that game 6 comp is going to be a very important comp because they'll be low on points, but that could be the deciding moment, and typically is the deciding moment. A more clustered start, though, for drop spots. Everybody is dropping right on top of each other. Other than GD, I think this is going to be utter mania to kick it off going into this game number 8.
Oh, absolutely. Look at Plume Castle here as well. We have 6 different teams dropping on Plume and 3 just to the immediate west of Plumed Castle. This is going to be a very highly contested, heated area. As we take a look here, Team GG, Aces, and YZG also all over here by Yurts and Beast Pits. We're going to see Zhao Toto coming in here looking to find anything, not even white armor available for some of these players yet. One of my favorite places to drop, actually, here on Holoroth typically very good loot, but it looks like these teams are struggling to find any as we turn now to XCG and J Team. Neither team with armor, J Team with a couple of weapons in hand, XCG with a couple of weapons in hand. But J Team just trying to keep things moving right now until they get some better gear here. Not really wanting to engage into this fight on an unfavorable foot, and XCG kind of making a mistake here. They had the weapon advantage, but they chased a J Team through loot, meaning that they were unable to pick up any loot as J Team was looting it all in front of their faces. That said, they are able to find a pick onto Eagle very quickly. They're going to lose one of their members. J Team ZK, the last remaining member here, trying to win the 1v2, actually walks into the charged left click there from the katana. We're going to see the tether come through, and J Team needs to make something happen quickly here. ZK needs to find it. The ult comes out from Takeda onto Zhao Toto. Sorry, Zhao here doing a ton of damage. The ult going to come out here. Ling Chen coming in and is going to be able to find the damage they need to secure the kills onto J Team. Wow, what a turn there for the likes of XCG. XCG realized they made a mistake. They backed out. J Team starts the chase. J Team funnels through that really tiny doorway. And off the back of it, one of the members of XCG is able to find a huge spear Dragon's Rush into Ineja's and is able to pick off Eagle almost immediately because of it. And now Pampy gonna get the grab onto VNGC's Rohi. The slam's gonna come through. The re-grab is here. Pampy doesn't get the elimination. EWG over on the Ballista. Pampy, no place to go. No! Simpson comes in to save the day.
No way did he just slide in and save the day like that. Unbelievable. I don't know if they're trying to solve the puzzle or if they're just taking shots at each other and they're hitting the puzzles. An absolutely chaotic start. I don't think that ballista shot did quite land. Bane's Breath, ballistas, and monks. Utter madness here. As Sansi is going to get forced off that position. Can see VNGC still quite comfortable with taking this fight versus EWG. I think it's VNGC's Bane's Breath because I think Simpson just tanked it. But I guess we'll find out momentarily as TM also trying to see if they can line up some shots here on that ballista, unable to fully connect them as Simpson trying to finish up Sansi, but he is being dealt with by Uran as they are now 2 versus 1. Does get the charge click off, but the counter is gonna come through and save the day. Down he goes with a vertical strike on the charge click there. And TM now having to deal with FPX as, oh, Yin actually does get 2 there as the Bane's Breath is gonna bail down onto the pair of them. Not gonna be able to finish the kill up for whoever owns it is FPX, able to secure that kill.
FPX able to come in, looking to get the resurrection. The rest of TM shows up though. Pampy coming from the top side there with the charge left click on the katana and also taking the Bane's Breath after hitting both members of Fun Plus Phoenix. We're going to see TXJ Monk up here, and there is pure chaos here in the south side of Plume Castle here on the puzzle. TM Zakami holding the fort down here for Team TM while we wait for Pampy to find their own monk hold. Pampy is going to come down, but needs to be careful as this is Fun Plus Phoenix's Bane on top of the puzzle, and Pampy can't afford to get hit here. We're going to see a shot come in. TXJ, or no, Wolves One Fang on the ballista on the other side picks up EWG. Wolves shows up to the party and says, "What's good?" These ballistas just absolutely putting in work. Oh, another ballista shot comes through.
Oh, they did it!
WGG run.
He took him with the range. That was so clutch there. Wolves, I think they're trying to solve the puzzle. No shots. Are you kidding me? Does he miss? Does he miss?
Wolves with 9 eliminations.
He doesn't miss. He's so on it. Pampy's on the high ground. He needs to be careful, man. One thing is a scary, scary dude. As I think Wolves are going to try and solve the puzzle. Please give me red armor. I haven't seen it yet. I still haven't seen it at all. Not in any of my home games. I don't know why. I must be cursed. I just must be cursed. The amount of times I've solved this puzzle and I still haven't seen the armor.
What a start to this game. Wolves with 9 eliminations, ballista kill after ballista kill after ballista kill, putting in work. This is why that puzzle area is so dangerous too, right? Because you've got the ballistas on either side. You have to go down below into the trap to get the solution. It's very Bane's Breathable. Bane's Breath will literally cover the entire area of that puzzle. So if you're able to get early Bane's Breath control of it, it puts you in a really strong position. And then while you're solving it, you need to have somebody up on the ballistas to make sure that your team isn't the one being ballisted. And man, a Team Wolves just comes through and tears these other teams apart who have been fighting over control for the area. As we turn now to Team GG going head-to-head with Team GD, we're going to see those longsword slashes coming through onto Don Cheng.
Oh, no.
He doesn't quite get the grab. Aces comes through and gets a shot onto 330, keeps the elimination from coming through, but they do get the re-grab. Now ASE coming in, trying to clean up the members of Team GG, but Miski is still holding on to the ult here, going to cover for the remaining members of Team GG as they turn on to Ace's Alex. Alex M is down here, so Miski really just trying to buy time for 330 and the rest of his team. 330 holding on for dear life. Jin with the tether coming on through there, not quite able to hold it together. Now they are able to pick up one of the members of ASE, and it is a 2v2 as Miskia continues to pump out damage onto ASE. We are going to see the ult come to an end. YZG is going to come through. ASE is going to opt for the Wu Chen ult because the third party is here, and GG finds themselves once again in a precarious...
He got another transformation?
Yep, he's going to get the Monk ult here. He pumped out a ton of damage during the fight with ASE. He's able to hold on, but it is once again a 2v3, and it's not a situation GG wants to be in as YZG is able to pick up the elimination onto 330. GG down to 3 members eliminated, meaning they are going to have to go back to the Soul Altar, but they pick up 7 eliminations before their first resurrection.
They are going to be losing that ult charge, unfortunately, because they are in the blizzard right now. So looking to see if they can do anything about that. Ace, on the other hand, have got the buff on themselves, so they've got ultimates. They're feeling comfortable to take this fight while YZG are being denied any ult charge. This is the perfect opportunity to find a win here as Alex is struggling to climb up, and that may just cost him. He wants to get a big Viper stun off, but he just keeps on getting pinned. Jin's going to keep the pressure up on to these members as QGG ends up losing a whole bunch of HP, and now he's going to be going a little bit low. They're trying to come in with the Viper stun to lock everybody in place. That's the lockdown. Here's the follow-up as Xiaohu is going down. Ace able to come in and just snipe away this kill, cutting over to the realm of Yang. BLD versus XCG. Both are going to monk at the same time here. In the repeating crossbows onto Mines, though, is just absolutely mincing through that health bar. Already losing half his HP. Repeating crossbows just being so effective at dealing with these monks, with Xiaonan also having lost a fair amount of HP here. Mines needs to be careful. They're continuing the pressure up onto Mines, though. They're just trying to deal with his monk form. A bit of healing coming in from the Karumi, though, to make sure that Mines is going to stay up and alive. Now they switch to the bow, as that's going to be the D-transformation for both of the monks, and now it's go time for these teams. Are they going to jump in and see if they can find this damage? They've obviously got the Sandstorm available to them, as they're seeing the counters coming down. Mines loses half his armor already, as we can see Xiaonan just pop the bell to try and stay alive for a little bit longer. NiHQ gone for the transformation. Loves has done the same as well. Can either of these teams find a foothold, because the timer is running low now? They're going to be running out of time a little bit in this realm of Yang. BBE do end up winning their one, but XCG, NiHQ being interrupted consistently. Is XCG already starting to run a little bit low for themselves here? NiHQ going to time out on that transformation. It is just an incredibly extended fight. Xiaonan low HP, but same for Paralyzed End as well, as he is finally finished up and taken down by NiHQ. XCG getting their grip hold on this game, as Mines going to be going down momentarily unless he can pull off the 2v1 of the century. But he is just being harassed by these spears, and down he goes.
Yeah, this is huge for XCG, and unfortunately, BLD continues their track record of 0 victories here inside the realm of Yang. XCG probably going to be picking up that Vermilion Bird's Might, looking to utilize that safety net to go out and pressure on for some more eliminations. As we see VNGC also having lost their realm of Yang, looking for the opportunity to come back out and find some eliminations. And if they're not careful, they're going to find J-Team very, very soon. And J-Team is likely going to take this fight here. Oh, no, they are going to be the ones who are going to be pressured onto here. VNGC has no choice as they need to find these eliminations and get those Soul Bloom Essences to get rid of that Yang depletion as soon as possible. Eagle going to pressure up outside here of the Temi ult, looking to make some of these grabs happen onto VNGC, but VNGC, both transformation ults up here, going to cut the effectiveness of Eagle in half until we see those transformations go down. Eagle just trying to buy cover for the rest of J-Team. ZK throwing out shots here as they don't have the extra transformer. They only have Takeda here. Takeda looking to buy a little bit of space for the team, taking huge damage. Roy Hee extremely low here as we see XCG coming in for the third party. XCG here with the Vermilion Bird's Might going to do absolute damage on to J-Team, and this is a very unfortunate turn of events for J-Team as they were off to a fairly decent start, and now XCG has come in and absolutely dashed those hopes. VNGC still no Soul Bloom Essence for themselves, and they've lost Simpson, meaning this is going to be a very hard time for them to get into the game. I'm not sure what Fat Milk's doing here, dropping some loose change on the ground, as it were, giving it to J-Team, knowing he's being pursued. I'm not sure what he was thinking here. Maybe Roy Hee was able to get a Soul Bloom Essence in that fight, and they were looking to swap some money. They're going to able to pick up Lee here. So it does look like, no, Roy just now takes that Soul Bloom Essence. So Fat Milk has 1 minute and 26 seconds to try to find a way to get back into this game. So hopefully they can buy back their other party member. They're going to swap all that money onto Roy so that Roy can buy back at least one of them moving forward here once that Yang depletion goes away. BLD in a very similar situation, still has all 3 of their members, but unfortunately only 1 minute and 46 seconds to find a fight and win a fight before that Yang depletion is going to eliminate them from the lobby.
I believe they put the bell there, though, so they should have some knowledge of where OUG are, but also Sleepwalker and the rest of WBG in the area. Love's actually going to go kind of face check into WBG. But like you were saying, they've only got 1 minute 20 left, so they need to make this work. And Miss Grapples can't be coming through. They need to be landing some damage and actually getting into the action, because that timer is going very, very quick for them. And they are running out of time, running out of options right now. Jing going to end up taking a bit of damage here from Loves to open it up already, but Loves already loses his armor. It's just stripped away. He's going to transform into the Yue Shen to try and desperately find some kills to just at least piece together something for his team. Jing actually getting away as Love's unable to get in through the window. He's just too slow. They're going to try and just jump as a team on to PP, who just grapples away to safety. The rest of the team are going to be coming in, trying desperately to get the damage off. The Karumi Teva's coming in, and can BLD keep their dreams in this game alive? Loves is already low. Sleepwalker will be looking for the grabs onto him as Jing will desperately chase up and finish up this kill. Loves goes down, and WBG, it's only Mines they need to deal with now. He's not going to be able to survive the onslaught of WBG as Jing dropped as well. Sleepwalker able to do all the work necessary to make this work for his team here. As down he goes. BLD, the timer's not even necessary. WBG, they're going to finish it up. J-Team did get a rebirth charm though, so they lost a player, but they will be able to get that rebirth. And this round of Yang's going to be GD versus BBE.
Yeah, this is going to be a very, very interesting fight. BBE has a pretty good track record of winning these realms of Yang. GD around the corner, immediately going to catch all three members of Team GD with the Temi-Wisp here, and we're going to see both monks monk up in the face of this fight. I've been trying to get away here as he sees the Temi ult come out, does not want to be separated from his team, trying to get back into the middle, but unfortunately I've been taking a ton of damage here from Team GD, and we might just see that 100% win rate from BBE come to an end as Ivan gets picked up by Kakaishi and now goes to half health. No place to go. K trying to cover. Ivan grabbed again. The slam doesn't quite come through though before Kakaishi loses their ultimate. So Ivan holding on here in the face of Team GD. GD's Don Quing extremely low. K goes down.
Baby.
BBE turns it back around and it's now a 3v1 here against Kakaishi. No, sorry, a 2v1, but it doesn't matter. Kakaishi can't overcome the odds, and BBE maintains their 100% win rate in the realm of Yang.
These guys are cracked. What the hell? They're so good at pulling this off. Gonna get their hands on to probably the Mystic Might here and a longsword. Gonna give that over to Asbon for the moment. A 17 JL up in the more snowy regions have found Simpson and are just gonna be grabbing what they can off of him. YZG are eliminated. I didn't even see that, actually. So they're out nice and early, which means for 17 JL, for J-Team, for WBG, that first spot is very, very much up for grabs right now. WBG having a much better game 2 than game 1. Already got 6 kills under their belt. They are currently... well, they're currently... I don't know where they are. They're running away. But we're looking at Ace, who are taking themselves a fight versus OUG. Bit of carnage, a bit of damage, AoE everywhere. Jin, low HP, was in the Yoto also will come out from desperation from Jin, but that's going to be enough to secure the kill. Has got himself that Soul J, so he's able to recover the armor off the back of the kill and actually just get a bit of a reset. OUG, Wade, going to get locked down before he can even find the slam down. They're going to be able to break out of that and get away from the monk. This has gone very bad for OUG already, as they are low HP on one of their members, down a player, and Xinyu should just be getting killed here as Ace's Jin is going to get thrown into the zone, able to survive just a little bit longer. Alex trying to finish Wade up as Xinyu going to be getting himself in danger. Wade now detransformation, trying to see if in human form he's going to be able to win this fight, and maybe he is because Alex is down as well. Jin jumps in and finds himself the slam. There's the ult out. OUG, no way they could hang around in that fight any longer.
Yeah, you know, Hepta Detach there putting in a ton of work. So ASE going to be forced to just completely back out of that. As we turn our attention over here to Team GD, who currently have Yang depletion, and they are pummeling down onto Team Wolves. And this is going to be very unfortunate as Wolves loses 14. WBG also shows up. It looks like the rest of Team Wolves able to get away. No, Zhiyu's down as well. Wolves down to a single member left remaining alive, which is fairly unfortunate for Team Wolves because they were off to an incredible start with 9 eliminations under their belt. So GD and the third party from WBG coming in, absolutely spelling disaster for Team Wolves here. And it looks like Team GD here, because of the third party from WBG, even though they pick up 2 eliminations onto Team Wolves, they can't pick up the Soul Bloom essences. So the depletion's still ticking away. And as I speak, 17 JL finds out Wolves one bang, and that is going to be it for Team Wolves here. Man, what a sad story for Team Wolves here, because 9 eliminations early on. If they were able to take those in the late game, this is a map Wolves typically pops off on when they're playing Transformer Comp. This could have been a very good game for them. Yeah, completely right there. It's interesting because this is more akin to what Wolves were like in Season 1 of the NBPL. They're a team who got a lot of kills early and then just didn't get a lot of placement points. They were always going out in that kind of mid-game section. Now, I mean, 10 minutes, probably not mid-game technically, and they've also definitely improved upon that. I mean, you can see the win rate right now from these teams. And Wolves, you know, it's not high, but it's 5.3%. Actually, relatively speaking, is pretty decent. When you're seeing 17 JL, that 18%, they're averaging... well, I mean, they're the top team right now. They've been averaging the most points per game. So when you see that first is only 18 points and then 7th is 5,
it's very interesting to kind of see the numbers as they do go down. But as we're coming back over towards this action here, BBE trying to see if they can maybe lower that percentage for 17JL somewhat more with the repeating crossbows off. Just going to send 17JL scattered away. AS actually separates quite heavily from the team, so is potentially a threat to go down, but he is able to survive and move away. Not going to get pounced on here by the side of the of their pursuers, their BBE. And he's going to be able to regroup the rest of his team, but a bit of a weird positional choice is actually running past Eagle. 17JL goes. Kakaxi, unfortunately, goes down to the zone. Okay. He needs to wait this out. He knows his ace kind of just gatekeeping the zone right next to him. So this is very, very hard here for GD. Not sure if they're going to be able to get in time because Ace, with their back to the wall, making it very hard for GD to go any further.
I see WBG here now coming in onto Team GD's Don Quing. Don Quing just in one heck of a situation here. He's going to turn around with the meter dump. No, he does get the parry there. Don Quing keeping it alive here, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough as the WBG are running him into the likes of BBE. Fun plus Phoenix waiting in the wings. Is Don Quing able to get away here? There's no way. Don Quing makes it topside and breaks line of sight. No, PB is able to find him though. Don Quing doing everything he can here. The old solo players here for Team GD going back to that solos mentality here in trios, trying to just keep the dream alive for GD. Unfortunately, it's not enough as Sleepwalker and Jing are going to find them out of here, and that is going to be it for GD's Don Quing. But one heck of a run, is able to get a full nunchuck meter dump onto two of the members of WBG, is able to get a parry onto another, connects with the riposte, and almost gets away, breaks the armor of all three members of WBG. What an effort coming through from GD's Don Quing.
Really, really big stuff. I mean, that was, like you were saying, very akin to what solo players do. The problem is when you're playing solos and you're being hounded by multiple people, the game plan is to try and turn them on each other. When they're on the same team, it's a little harder to do that. So unfortunately, Dongcheng not able to survive that. We do see the Mora's Blessing come down. I think WBG are good to secure it, although FPX are in the area. And they do have the Tammy, so potentially could be actually FPX who look to secure this Mora's Blessing. You see PP just run away from the side of FPX, and nobody's gone towards this Mora's Blessing yet. They are actually playing it a little bit more slow and respectfully towards this. Alex is very, very close to it. Ace is going to just try to swoop in and pick up this Mora's Blessing. I think they are.
Well, if Fun Plus Phoenix has already taken the Mora's Blessing, if you go back to Fun Plus Phoenix, they have the legendary armor from it. So it's already kind of been picked and tried there. Ace coming in here, getting involved in a fight with a BBE as we talk. Asbon completely separated from his team, which is rare here for BBE. BBE usually don't make mistakes like that where one player just gets absolutely separated. Ace trying to turn onto this. They need to be careful though. This is exactly how TM turned the fight onto GG in last game, where they were able to use that Yueshon to just buy space to pick up the resurrection, and it looks like BBE trying to do that exact same thing. Asbon extremely low though, and so is Iben off the back of this.
Why is he going the long way?
He's trying to avoid going into them. Oh, he makes it, but he runs straight into Fun Plus. He does have the ultimate. He's going to be in. Asbon makes it back into the zone somehow as well. Snack is going to see that Yueshon will run out, and Iben has got to play the defensive wall here for the likes of BBE, but BBE somehow managing to stay alive.
My blood pressure just went through the roof. What? I was so stressful. The problem is the moment Iben de-transforms, someone's gonna kill him. Here we go. Pop, and he gets a bit of health actually, so he's okay. No, he's not. He's down. VVB's able to finish him up with the vertical strike on the dagger for the uppercut, and VVB just coming in big. 2 quick kills there for the side of FPX, putting them up to 7. They are in 14th right now. They need to have basically every game be a good game if they want to actually get any serious points. There's Xiaonan on the ballista, that's the word. On the ballista, just keeping an eye out and guarding his team as they do grab this Mora's Blessing, or what scraps are left. I believe that is a fresh Mora's Blessing though. So right now, again, I'm just going to take quick stock of where we're at. So 17JL got 3 kills. YZG out. J-Team are down a player and only have 2 kills. Lucky for them, it's their Tammy, I guess, which is down. Oh, no, it was their Yuashen. Oh, that's not so good. GD are out. WBG 7 kills, and all of their players are in it. OUG, they're down to just their Takeda and their Monk as well with 4 kills. Their Yuashen is also out of the game. Oh, no, that's a Tammy. It's rough for some of these teams, as we actually do just see another team get eliminated. I think that was VNGC getting themselves eliminated from this game, as OUG find themselves in a fight in the building versus Ace. Wade got low armor. He's only got that gray armor to work with. He's going to try and transform, but he's not so healthy. There's a big Monk in the building, but he can't get out. He's very weak, only with a little bit of armor. So I think it's going to be... Did he just grab him? Through the wall?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Monk. So the thing with the Monk grab is if you do the long range grab, it collides with terrain. The close range grab does not collide with terrain. That's why we've seen before when players are inside those tents, the Monk will walk up and just reach down and try to grab through the side of the tent. Because if they're dumb enough to be on that wall that's closest to the Monk can actually grab them through the wall, and that's exactly what we just saw there. WBG gonna go down here as Ling10 picks up the elimination on to Sleepwalker. Fun plus Phoenix finally finding some sort of footing here in this game after having struggled literally all of the World Championship here. Eagle looking to make something happen here. Did get the grab onto GU. Is not able to find the regrab, but ZK is not going to let it go away. Exactly. ZK are going to pick up the elimination. Yeah, Eagle goes down. ZK holding it on for J-Team, though, trying to make the most of the points that they do have. BBE's Asbon going to come through here with that Temi ult, though, and going to lock ZK down. It doesn't look like ZK's along for this world. Is XCG Xiaonan going to monk up here? Is going to pick up Fun Plus Phoenix's LYD, and Lingix 10 and the team turn immediately around, and Fun Plus Phoenix is going to lose LYD in a flash. The communication here coming out from XCG, absolutely massive. ZK is going to go down to Fun Plus Phoenix's TXJ. He held on for as long as he possibly could here. OUG with just their Monk left alive. Wade trying to buy a little bit of space here. Asbon looking to pressure in onto Wade, and Wade just wants to stay alive, wants to find that ultimate and come back out and try to make some picks before the end of this zone. XCG, though, 12 eliminations, all 3 members still alive, taking control of this space. Fun Plus Phoenix actually finds the resurrection onto their teammate, and we're going to see Wade forced to pop the Monk inside the building here. There's no way he can grab HQ. He can't walk outside. He can't get away from this. He can just try to pummel, but there's no place for it to go. OUG's Wade does manage to pick up the elimination on HQ. Wade holding on for dear life. Lingix head coming in. Can Wade get out? No, he can't. Fun Plus Phoenix's TJ is going to find a cannon shot into the building and picks up the elimination. Fun Up plus Phoenix trying to find their game, trying to make it happen. And while we talked about all that, XCG loses 2 of its members, and they're down to just their Karumi.
Absolute chaos there, forcing it out, but I don't understand how he survived for so long, how he did so much there. But FPX, they are looking to close this game out in style. They got Halsey, they're going for the slam. Can he find the regrab? I don't think he can. Pampy just harassing LYD, but Pampy actually taking a lot of return fire from LYD in the meanwhile, as Pampy gets grabbed the moment he de-transforms, slammed into the zone, going low, finished up, and that's kill number 13 over to the side of FPX. They've got another one, they got another kill, make it 14. The numbers are racking up, and FPX are putting so many points on the board for themselves. They're controlling the low ground, and yes, transformations have worn out. Ling10's done a fantastic job of surviving for now, but TXJ knows he's in the building. They're trying to get the flamer down just to get a bit of additional damage on, as that's number 15 over to the side of FPX. They are going in for an absolutely colossal game. FPX finishing everybody up. Halsey forced into the zone. He tries to teleport out, tries to teleport back in, as it has been phenomenal for FPX. 16 kills to close it out. Utter, just domination from FPX, and they were in 14th place. This is going to do absolute work for them on the standings.
Look, I mean, Fun plus Phoenix here, massive game for them. The problem is they were 6 games deep and already down in 14th place. Fun plus Phoenix doesn't really stand a chance of being able to take first place away from any of these teams. They are now in a position to be able to climb into that top 8 position off the back of this game, which is going to be much better. But Fun plus Phoenix coming alive a little too late here in the grand finals. They would need at least 2 more games like this, and then nothing but consistency games. They literally cannot have a bad game after this, and we saw the very first game of the day was not a great Fun plus Phoenix game as they dropped all the way down to 14th place. This is not typical of them. I'm sure they are happy to have their MVP. The thing is now is they need to lock in and do this 3 more times if they stand any chance of walking away the world champions.
It's mathematically possible, but it is a tall ask from FPX to pull that off. But, you know, never say never. I guess we'll have to find out. That was a very, very good game for them. And at the least, it is guaranteed to get them more prize money, because at the worst, now, as long as they're not having awful games, they have confidently climbed out of that 14th spot in the standings. But are they going to be able to claim more? Are they going to be able to do more? Especially when the top end of the table are also putting some pretty good numbers on the board, already having some pretty good games. So, like we're saying, it's going to be a tall ask for FPX. We'll have to find out whether or not they've actually got enough in the tank. But a big win there and a big game. That's going to be a very high-scoring game for FPX. And that, I think the thing is with FPX is I think they fixed a lot of those consistency problems over Season 2. Season 1, they were like really high highs and very low lows, and those low lows always came in the form of finals and the bi-weekly finals. Season 2, their highs dipped massively and their lows rose massively, and they ended up just being like a top team, but not like the best team or the top team. Then coming into Worlds, it felt like they had kind of gone back to that Season 1 form where they were choking in the games that mattered. But that also looked like a Season 1 FPX win, where they get a lot of points on the belt. And I think right now, FPX need to channel that Season 1 energy and just hope they don't channel the choking part of it, and hope they channel that high scoring part of it. Because if they do, we've seen them put out some absolutely cracking games. I mean, them and J-Team, I still think, hold the titles for the highest scoring games of the NBPL. So coming into Worlds, let's see if they got that same energy, baby. I don't know, man. I might be getting on the FPX hype train too early, but you know what? I called WBG out too early. I might as well go down with this ship as well.
I love to see Jake doubling down here. He's like, look, we might as well go ahead and get on the hype train, even
FPX
if that hype train.
WBG bad. Let's just go.
I mean, look, it's not out of the realm of possibility, right?
Yeah.
It's like you said, it's mathematically possible. It's not probable, but Fun plus Phoenix typically does things that aren't probable. You know, coming into the series, you're talking about a team that's the 2nd seed, and we're like, yeah, they're going to do awesome, and then they do terrible. Fun plus Phoenix, at the very least, keeps it interesting. Off the back of an 18 elimination game and a first place finish, they're going to be walking away with a 30.2 game score. XCG with 12 eliminations, taking a 17.6, and Ace, a team that's typically towards the bottom here with an 11 kill score, 3rd place, and 17.3 game score.
Rune, we need to talk about the top end and the bottom end of this table. Look who's at the bottom and look who's at the top. This is good for FPX because it's mostly lower down teams scoring. So they're all coming up and the top end aren't running away, because if you have a 30-point game, that's great. But if your opponents have like a 15-point game, then you've only really earned 15 points. It's not like they've just earned 30 points and everyone else has stagnated and stayed the same. But everyone else has actually scored quite low. If you look at 17JL, in terms of them chasing the top spot, FPX just earned 25 points. That's effectively what they've just done for themselves, which is huge. and everyone else is coming up with them. Yes, so that does mean, you know, the bottom end of the table are also increasing in points, which means the ability to drop lower also does increase. But I think this is best case scenario for FPX. XCG, sure, they're up there. Wolves are probably the next highest team up there as well. But other than that, it is all teams who are typically a little bit lower on the standings, all scoring. So FPX are going to be very, very happy. 18 kills coming in. A 25.5 kill point game. Man, FPX they're going to be so happy with themselves. And I guess it's time we have a look at the old team dating the old MVP card. I'm going to hazard a guess that they go with kills and TXJ takes it. I mean, damage-wise, it should be VVV, who, by the way, can we just continue to sing praises of VVV? This guy has been phenomenal throughout both Season 1, Season 2, and the World Championship. But there it is, TXJ, 21,000 damage, 8 kills coming in. Dragon Roar, Repair Roll, Rupture Gale Org, Trigger, Flame Breath, and that melee resist, Soul Jade. As we do see the monks like to run at least one of those blue Soul Jades for themselves. A very, very big game coming in from those guys there. And FPX, let's see if they got it. Let's see if they got it, baby.
Look, almost 10k damage coming in from the cannon again. He basically had the dream setup for a cannon there. He had Rupture Gale Orb, which makes it explode and deal more damage. He had Flame Breath, meaning that explosion, as it hits more people, is going to set them all on fire and do the flame tick. And then he has Repair Roll. He doesn't have to stop and repair. He can just hit the repair, gets iframes on a roll, and then his cannons back ready to start chugging shots down, and absolutely huge for him. He barely does any damage in his ultimate form. He does like 2 or 3k in ultimate form. It all comes out from the cannon there. Love to see it. But what we love to see as well is yet another lovely interview from the amazing Jaeger. So Jaeger, take it away before we come back for game number 3.
Thank you, our two casters, and hi, I'm Jaeger. Welcome to post-game interview. And now our interviewee is ready, and let's connect to Singapore. Hi, Akame, nice to meet you here. And just do a short introduction to our audience.
Xin chào Akame, thì bạn có thể chào viewer và giới thiệu về bản thân mình được không?
Chào mọi người, mình là Akame, mình đến từ đội tuyển TM.
Yeah, so hello everyone, I am Akame from Toman Esports.
Welcome, Akame. And first, I know that your team, it seems like you're really good at like fighting in a mass when like in the Shadow 5 or 6, you guys are so strong and can give a lot of score at that part of the time. So I would like to know, how's your idea like operate in Shadow 5 to 6 and can fighting in a mass and get a lot of scores?
Team mình ở vòng bo thứ 5 hoặc thứ 6 thì team mình lúc đấy trong vòng bo thì có khá nhiều team và khá nhiều player, thì nhưng mà team mình đánh rất tốt ở lúc đó và có được khá kill. Thì bọn em đánh như thế nào và có suy nghĩ lúc đó như thế nào mà để có thể đánh được trong vòng bo đó?
Thì tại vì đồ của bọn em cũng không quá nhiều nên là có thể thấy là team bọn em có núp ở trong nhà ở pha đó nên không có thể kiếm được nhiều kill.
Yeah, so at the early game we don't have like much kill. However, in the circle 5, 6 we have the house there and we just hide in and spam out so we can get the kill from there.
Good operation and it's work. And we also know, Akame, you are the captain of your team. So I would like to know, as the captain, which part you think is the difficult part that being a captain of the team?
Akame thì em được biết đến là đội trưởng của team TM, thì khi làm đội trưởng của team TM thì em có thấy là có điều gì khó khăn khi chơi không?
Thì làm đội trưởng thì cũng không có quá nhiều khó khăn, thì nói chung là vẫn chơi bình thường.
Yeah, so as a captain, I feel that there is no such difficulty for me to be a captain because we just playing regularly and we take turn to call in the combat.
Oh, it seems like you guys have really good relationship in your team. And also I know you guys are having a like very fun and special experience and journey in the Singapore. So I would like to know you guys how you're feeling of this journey, and do you have any new friends really like to happy to share with us you recognize in Singapore?
Có thể thấy thì em rất là vui vẻ và hòa đồng với mọi người khi mà ở trong sảnh chờ, hoặc là nói chung là có quan hệ rất tốt với cả teammate và em cũng đã đến Singapore được khá là lâu rồi, thì em có thể chia sẻ là cảm nghĩ của em về Singapore, kiểu em cảm thấy nó như thế nào, và em có bất cứ một người bạn mới nào ở đây muốn giới thiệu không?
Đầu tiên thì em cảm thấy Singapore là một đất nước rất là đẹp và sạch. Thì ở đây em gặp được rất nhiều đội tuyển trên khắp quốc gia, thì em cảm thấy em kết được nhiều bạn mới và em thấy rất là vui.
Yeah, so firstly, I feel that Singapore is a very clean and like very beautiful country. And in Singapore, here we met many teams here, and I also have many friends. So.
Sounds great. It's really like a special and excellent journey for you. And thank you for interview today. And congratulations, you guys are excellent performers. And we are looking forward to your rest of the game. Thank you. And thank you for the interview today. And it's like the race is really aggressive and my heart is beating fast. And let's take a break and be right back later.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Naraka Blade Point World Championship. I'm your host and your caster, the Runekeeper. Joining me today is my boy Hip Rain, as we are 2 games deep into our trios, 4 games left to go before we decide who the world champions will be. And man, what a first 2 games. I mean, we could not have asked for a better final circle in game 1. I mean, literally some of the most exciting Transformers gameplay we've seen in a very long time, which is great considering it has been kind of a stagnant Transformers meta for a while. And then in game 2, kind of the same thing. Some very exciting things coming out from all of these teams. Karumi coming back in. Fun Plus Phoenix having a 30.2 game score here in their second game of the day. And considering they had a 0 game score for their first game, they are sitting very happy with their position in 11th place right now. But they have a lot of work to do if they want to make it to the very tippity top, because they have struggled to do anything during the first 2 days here of the grand finals. Taking a look, 17JL still holding on to that top position, but just barely by 1.1 points. J Team hot on their heels, and WBG holding on to that third place position with 87.3 points.
I don't know, man. 17J are kind of choking. Look at that score, 8.2 points across the last 2 games. Sorry, 8.6 across the last 2 games. J Team are at least being consistent. Same for WBG. Not as good as we'd like to see from these 2 teams, but they are at least being consistent. On the other hand, though, not looking so hot for 17JL. They are going to have to make this game look like an FPX in that previous game, or they are in some serious troubles. You can see these are obviously the trophy and the Amanthus. I can't speak. I swear to God, Amanthus katana.
the Amaranth katana. Yes.
There we go.
For
the
our
katana. A lovely skin. Don't get me wrong. I want to see, like you said. I wonder if it has the golden blade.
Yeah, I want to see that. I wonder, because in game the golden blade actually glows. I can't wait till we crown the MVP. I want them to pull it out. I don't know. Naraka typically they're on point when they do their cosmetics, both in game and IRL.
Unless it made a new element, a glowing gold element, metal, then I think we might be in trouble. But anyway, how many kills did FPX get in? Oh, sorry, FPX is ZQ get in the trios game number 8? Was it 16, 17, 18, or 19? Make sure you put in that Twitch chat what you think the answer is. You can grab yourself some Lotus treasures. You will be notified in your whisper box, so make sure you do check there. Otherwise, you might not see that you got yourself some Lotus treasures. I know how much they got. Do you?
I do indeed.
Did you hear about what they did on Friday? So I've got the theory that they never put D as the correct answer. It's always A, B, or C. And I called them out on it. So then immediately the next one went on D. It's just pure spite. Pure spite to spite me. And I had it confirmed. They put it on D to spite me as well. So most of the time, you can bet if you just go in randomly, you have a 1 in 3 chance because it's not going to be D, unless I get spited in the next one again. But we'll find out.
Jake literally caster cursed himself. We love to see it coming from our boy Jake here. As we get ready to lock in for the third game of the day here in our grand finals for the World Championship Series. Man, it has been an incredible experience already. And this is where things get very interesting. You know, the last 2 days have been 3 games of solos, 3 games of trios. So we didn't get this game 3 and game 4 back to back on the same map. But during our regular NBPL series, this is where if a team typically in game 3 is able to find good success, they can carry that momentum over into game 4 because they're going onto the same map. They can bring the same comp back as long as they've held on to those hero points, and a good game 3 and 4 back to back can really separate one of these teams from the rest of the pack.
Absolutely. I think after game 3 as well, you typically see a turning point. I always find that like teams like J Team, they seem to typically do very good in the first half of the day, and then they run out of steam for that second half of the day. So I'm curious to see how they do in that second half. I think there are some teams, your 17JLs, who, you know, other than today, typically just they don't sprint, they just pace themselves across the whole day, and are very good at basically making themselves relevant by being good at all 6 games. I think GG are typically the same as well. Same for YZG and OUG. I think these are teams that are typically, I mean, YZG definitely more so than the others, but they are so good at just staying consistent throughout the whole day that like it doesn't really matter how everyone else does. I think some teams do run out of steam though. So as we get beyond this game, that's where I'm going to be interested to see who starts to come alive and who starts to make that last minute run towards the top end of the table if anybody does make that last minute run. And also, who's going to drop some places? Because if you're on the high end of the table, dropping like from second to third is several $1,000s. That's quite a lot of money you drop from losing that. So running out of steam can cost you quite a lot of money, and not just the title. Even if your current aim is, you know, let's just get as high as we can, maybe settle for like anywhere from second to fourth. There's a lot of money between second and fourth.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, a ton of money on the line for all of these teams in general. Not to mention, you got to remember, those MVPs are netting your team extra money as well. But before we lock in for this third game, we've got a short video for you guys, and then we'll be right back.
对于 AS 的话，它的进步空间还有，因为我们还是有时候会因为一些就是冲动问题导致分没有拿得更多。所以它还是有进步空间的，相信我们把这一点再改正一下的话，我们的分可能会更加稳定。对于这次解杯的话，我们肯定有信心去争取冠军，因为每个人都想拿冠军。然后去年的话，我们拿那个季军，我还是充满遗憾的。今年卷土重来吧算是。然后我也有一些大赛经验，也包括一些解杯的心态也保持很平稳，就会跟他们稍微分享一下。而我们整支队伍其实对于这次解杯的话，心态都是保持的非常健康的一个吧，就是输了就加油鼓气，赢了就相信自己是最强的。
Nice to hear there from Z, from 17JL. They're very confident. I mean, why wouldn't they be? When they recorded that video, they were absolutely stomping it. Obviously, these last two games have not been quite so hot for them, and a very, very small amount of points separates them from that first spot and sliding down that ladder. Several places, to be honest, because second through to fourth are all very, very close to them, and they could lose that grip hold. So this game has to go good for the likes of 17JL, as we are getting ready to go into game number 3. We're heading back to Morrisile. We've got 2 Morrisiles games coming up, then we're moving to Holleroff later. Let's see what Hero Select looks like. Obviously, we've seen these Monk comp variations that you were talking about. A lot of these teams are starting to spend some points. FPX actually switching it up, giving VVV basically his best hero on the Viper. Actually, his best hero. I said it before and I'll say it again. I genuinely think VVV is the best Viper in the world. TXJ is actually a cracked Yoto as well. I wouldn't go as far as saying the best Yoto in the world, but he is a bloody good Yoto. But VVV, honestly, so capable on that hero. And actually, looking across the board, it's a lot of Yoto comps and not so many Monk comps. J-Team have decided to go back to that first game comp and actually gone for the traditional Kurumi Monk comp. And these are some pretty clustered drops here, Rune. FPX will be dropping off in the distance away from everyone else, but we are going to see some utter carnage here.
Oh, absolutely. I don't think things are going to slow down whatsoever here in the World Cup. You know, typically our first couple of games are the games where these teams are feeling each other out. There's been none of that today, and I don't think we're going to see it slow down anytime soon, because like we said at the beginning of this, there's absolutely no games left after this. There's no other pro league left in the year. You know, everything's almost over. This is the pinnacle of Naraka Esports. You put everything on the table here today, and if you don't, you might as well not be here playing esports. I mean, that's just how it is. As we turn immediately to J-Team and ASE going head-to-head. ZK going to catch a parry on to Aces, but not able to pick up the elimination as they are separated here, as the rest of J-Team goes to look for some sort of weapon to be able to take the fight. And now it's just Eagle, and this is a rough start for J-Team as they lose their resurrection right off the bat, turning now to Team Wolves going head-to-head here with EWG. EWG able to pick up 2 members of Wolves. GU not looking good for them either, as they are also going to go down, and Team Wolves loses their resurrection right off the rip as well. YZG coming in here looking to pick up some kills here on to XCG. XCG, though, coming around with a massive parry, is instantaneously going to turn this fight, but they need to be careful. Nope, does not matter. XCG cancels out the Dragon's Rush and instantaneously picks up 3 eliminations right off the rip. BNGC trying to do the same here onto 17JL, trying to get that elimination onto ZU so they can have the numbers advantage, the 2v1 situation. AS going to use that F3 to their advantage though, and now the advantage is turned into the favor of 17JL as it is Simpson versus 2 members of 17JL, and 17JL are going to come out on top.
And they needed to have a good start to this game, and that is a very, very good start for them on that front. J Team on the other side, though, like you were saying, losing their revives immediately is so rough for them. And J Team are a team who typically, when that happens, they do nothing. They are way too hesitant to take those fights. Maybe you'll see them try and look for a Roma Yang, because at least that kind of gives you a pseudo revive. So it's like it's the safest fight they can take from now on. Maybe they look for something like that, or maybe they wait and see if they can just maybe pick up these kills in the final circle. But elsewhere, have got obviously Ace with those 3 kills, XCG with those 3 kills, and BNGC with 1 kill. EWG find themselves in a fight versus BLD. The transformation comes out from Mines because he is being absolutely bullied around. Uran just avoiding away as the stomp goes down. Mind is going very, very low. BLD trying to see if they can finish up Uran, but they're not going to be able to do too much. Actually say that, and then Mines finds himself the slam down, paralyzing it as well, going very well, getting grabbed, but not going low. Uran, he's probably done so. His team have already gone for the revive. They're very much aware that he is in danger, and he is going to get run down by them all. Gets a counter off onto Mines, gets a bit of damage out. Maybe the 1v3 can come forward in time as his team nowhere near. Mines pops the bell, tries to find the turnaround. Actually, Uran gets himself finished up by Loves in the meanwhile. We're going to cut over to 17JL's Benchu, who's going in with a Yoto ultimate, trying to see if he can find the damage in, but the Wushen ult out. Means XCG just gonna have to cancel that Yoto ultimate early.
Yeah, 17JL there was on the back foot. And look at this. I love that the Wuchen goes ahead and teleports over to the new ult zone because they had committed multiple ults in that fight. They had burned their Yoto ult as well as that Wuchen ult. So if the likes of XCG decides to turn on them and is able to find where they teleport out to, they have the ability to pop that no ult zone and take that fight on even footing instead of at a disadvantage in terms of ults. GG gonna come in here with a massive Viper ult onto the likes of OUG and XCG. OUG here going to lose one of their members, SS.
Oh,
and now we are going to see, is that, who's that? Oh yeah, that's okay. That's all of OUG coming back in. I couldn't tell who it was there for a second, but Wu Chen opts to come back in, use the teleporters so they can get SS back up. And this is why Wu Chen really just he fits into any comp, right? He's able to come in and go, okay, we had a bad engagement, let's just take a reset, get our player back, and keep things rolling. But 17JL is going to show up with a Viper ult of their own and not going to be able to capitalize on the elimination though, as the other team will use that Wu Chen ult of their own to get out. And XCG shows up, and it looks like the fight between XCG and 17JL we saw earlier might break back out as they are looking to pressure in, because 17JL is still on that white armor and not in the best of situations in terms of gear. They also know that the Viper ult is no longer existing. Xiaonan gonna get completely caught out here and butchered down by that Dragon's Rush into the Nezha's Might. We're gonna see it happen from Benchu though, who hits his own Dragon's Rush, and with the Nezha's Might is gonna be able to clean up 2 of the members of XCG. XCG very quickly regretting turning in on to 17JL. NiHQ with the meter dump onto Benchu, just trying to hold it together, trying to keep it alive, but we're gonna see the parry come out from AS, who finishes up this fight onto XCG.
How did they just continually chain control that fight? That was just, they didn't get the ability to move. 17JL just did not let them move. Anyway, cutting over to GG and OUG. GG ended up losing this fight. You can see there's that kind of desperation, like panic to start this game and get as many points on the board after how close some of these games have been and how bad that second game was for a lot of the top end teams. FPX, it's been a quiet one from them. They haven't actually done anything yet. As Wolves finding themselves in an engagement here versus Ace. in, gets the counter off onto Wolves 14, keeps him up in the air, juggling him around beautifully here, doing so much work, and there is just no room for 14 to move. He was just stunned the entire time, and Alex, same thing's gonna happen to him here. One thing has to have the counter, have the fight of his life, but he instantly is getting bopped back as Halesey looking to finish him up. One thing's gonna throw down the ultimate, but Wolves are the first team out, eliminated. Nowhere for them to go. Ace able to absolutely dominate that fight.
Yeah, and Ace, I do believe, in the very beginning of the game, was the team that comes in and eliminates Team Wolves. So Ace picks up 6 eliminations off of Wolves, and off the back of that, takes Wolves out of their 7th place position and moves themselves up into 7th place.
Did you just see what BBE did? They got a kill and then teleported out. That was just pure miscommunication because they immediately tried to re-engage the fight, and now they're going to pay the price for it because they basically used their get out of jail card while they were winning and then allowed OUG basically a free reset. BBE are going to pay the price. They're going to get squad wiped for this, and I don't know if they have any revives left, so they are going down. They do have their revives, luckily, but that was just pure miscommunication. Absolutely horrendous Wu Shen ultimate. Cost them pretty much everything. Big mistake coming out there. Now we're going to cut over to GG, who are joining into this fight. Actually, LXM will look for the lockdown on the Viper. SS will find himself stunned, but they don't actually go for the chain lock and to finish him up. So GG unable to actually capitalize on that kill as OUG now going to jump in and try and see if they can maybe find some level of a turnaround. I believe they're in a no ult zone here. They are in some serious danger. LXM on the run for the moment, as we're seeing him just being chain CC down. Honestly, OUG with these spears are being such a menace. You just can't move. They're just so good at chain CCing with the spear.
Yeah, well, the spear, very good for that. Not only does it have the long reach, but a couple patches ago, it also got some extended hit stun added onto it because there was some issues where the spear wasn't able to kind of do combos that it was meant to do. You were able to tap dodge through them, etc. So now the spear being very strong. Not only that, of course, if you're able to land the Dragon's Rush, you can freely go into the Nezha's Might, which is a gold focus, and it just locks the player down where they're not able to do anything unless they have specific abilities to burn. We're going to see here now VNGC going head-to-head with the likes of Team GD. GD going to avoid the Viper stun in the end here, and this is actually a huge misplay on the behalf of VNGC. You never want to actually burn the Viper ult into this particular matchup with the Transformers comp before the Monk has popped their ultimate, because exactly what we see happen here happens. You can use the transformation frames of the Monk. If you time it when the stun comes out, he just completely ignores the stun, and it cancels out Viper's viability for basically shutting down the Transformers comp, right? You want to bait the transformation out of the other team and then come in with the Viper stun. That said, VNGC still somehow able to come out on top here as they're able to eliminate K and the Monk, even though they make a critical error with the Viper stun, send it out too early, pick up absolutely no gain from it. They're still just able to mechanically come in and do enough damage to make it happen for themselves. VNGC's got to be very happy with that outcome.
Yeah, and J-Team actually won their Roma Yang. I think it was EWG they were versus, if I remember correctly. Eagle's going to get his hands on the golden armor, and this is what I'm expecting from J-Team. They have locked this comp. They are spending the hero points early on to secure this Karumi comp because their game plan right now is to get as many points as possible in these next few games. This is the comp which they had that amazing day one on. So we're expecting to see that come out from them. For the side of J-Team, I'm going to be interested to see, where they're going to be going. I assume they're going to want to contest the next round with Yang. They're going to want to get in it. They're going to want to get those points put together for themselves. But we are taking a little bit of a backseat for the moment as EWG, fresh off their loss to J-Team, are quite close towards VNGC. VNGC right behind them. Remember, they need to find these kills or they are going to be going down to the debuff. GD as well, who lost to VNGC, looking for it, but here we go. VNGC going to be taking themselves a fight here versus EWG. Uran is just being chain CC'd. Fat Milk just keeping the pressure on there with the Yoto, but the double grab has come forward for Uran. Rui Hihi's doing his best to try and interrupt. They do get the double slam down, and immediately their health bars are now low. Out go VNGC. It's not a long dash, though, as EWG, they've used themselves the Monk transformation and the UA Shen. VNGC just going for the reset and looking to come back in, but with the health advantage now, they're feeling comfortable, especially with Sansi about to lose that UA Shen transformation. EWG may find themselves in some serious danger here. They've only got 2 minutes left to find these kills, so Sansi's going to de-transform already. VNGC jumping into the fray. Uran getting pinned up against the wall. Rui Hihi able to secure himself yet another kill. EWG are in some serious danger here. They will be able to blink back towards the umbrella if they need to, but I don't think that's going to be enough here. EWG, they're eliminated, and the Realm of Yang bites them in the backside. GD, now it's on to them. They only have 2 minutes left to shift their debuff from themselves as well.
Yeah, absolutely. As we turn our attention back to Team GD here, still on Yang depletion, and this is a worst case scenario for them. They're winning a fight, and Wu Chen TPs the other team out, and at GD on that timer constantly burning down. XCG already with the full reset means GD has to start this fight all over again, and they've burnt all their resources in that early fight trying to go ahead and get the win here. XCG now on the backside where you see Xiaonan still has that Viper ultimate, but Team GD here does not have their Temi ult, and this is going to be very bad for them as we see the Dragon's Rush into Nej's Might absolutely obliterate Donchain. K coming in here on the ult, trying to make something happen, but they need to be very careful. Xiaonan, again, still has that Viper ultimate. If they're not able to get the pick onto Xiaonan before that ult comes through, it could spell disaster for Team GD, and here it is. Xiaonan coming in with the Viper ultimate is going to be able to lock down Dong Qing as well, and now we're going to see the Monk ult come out from Kakashi. Kakashi able to get the Monk ult off there and ignore it. Dong Qing able to survive even after being stunned because Kakashi covers there with the Monk ult. The problem is GD can't run away. I don't know what GD is thinking here. They do not have the ability. Oh no, we're gonna see Kakashi here dropping some money. It looks like they do have the ability to get one resurrection turn.
Two. I think they got 2 Soul Bloom meshes.
Soul Blooms, yeah. So
yeah.
Kakashi goes down, they res him back, he gets his stuff. Smart plays if that is the case. They will be able to hold on for dear life there.
Yeah, so they were, as long as they get the resurrection, they'll be okay. I haven't seen a resurrection charm come up on the shop yet for them, so they are going to be needing that one. Actually, they lost 2 members. Kakashi and K both going down. That is actually a little bit rough for them on that front, but someone who's not having a rough time right now is OUG and 17JL, both 7 and 9 kills. J-Team probably sweating it a little bit when both the teams right next to them are that close. They're in some real danger. Donchain going to get the resurrection off. I don't know who. It's going to be K. Well, he has 2. Okay, he's fine. No way. XCG. They're not doing this, are they?
Oh, they absolutely are.
3 pickings because they've got weak armor and weak weapons. It's only great because they've just respawned. FPX are also coming in. The vultures are circling, and GD may find themselves being hunted down here. This is not what they needed at all. Being chased down. We did see a team enter the Realm of Yang. It doesn't look like they were contested at all. I don't know what team it is. Oh no, GD, you're in trouble. XCG are looking to tidy this one up, get themselves some kills under their belt. The 2-man knockup does connect in as XCG's Night HQ is going to throw down that Yoto ultimate to try and get the damage off onto GD. GD on the run. K, can he get away? Immediately losing half his HP. Night HQ has to stick to the wall though because he can't get out. FPX are also looking to come in and make a bit of a punish for themselves. They might be the godsend for GD as they're going to distract XCG. VVV looking for the lockdown. Ling Heng, he is locked down, nowhere to go. Picked up and taken down. XCG pay the price for their greed, as it looks like Mystic Mites were picked up for both J-Team and WBG. I don't know who was in the Realm of Yang and who wasn't. But 2 Mystic Mites have been picked up as FPX now punishing XCG for a very, very greedy misplay.
Yeah, we're going to see Fun plus Phoenix come through and clean up one of those kills, looking to pick up Nye HQ as well as XCG does get a little greedy here. They knew Fun plus Phoenix was waiting in the wings, but they wanted to push onto GD before GD had a chance to make any sort of a comeback. TXJ here, she's going to push in onto Nye HQ. That said, Nye HQ going to make things very difficult for TXJ, who's going to pop a shield pot instead of a heal pot, even though they are fighting in the zone. TXJ and Nye HQ, very similar levels of HP right now. TXJ going to opt for a heal. Nye HQ trying to do the same here, is going to be able to find one. VVV comes in though to help TXJ, and this could be it for Nye HQ. A massive parry into the Dragon's Rush Nessus Might. The boat actually saving VVV though, and they are going to pick up the elimination onto Nye HQ. XCG down and out here as Fun plus Phoenix picks up their third elimination. Team GG over here. LXM, the last remaining member of their team, gets the stun onto Sleepwalker, but not Jing. Jing able to come in and finish it off here with the Yodohime ultimate, but WBG needs to be careful. J-Team looking to pressure in and pick up some of the eliminations here.
Eagle, can he close on to WBG? He's going to play it somewhat nice and safe for the moment. They are just going to head away for now. I think that's fair. They don't want to go too greedy. And waiting out to see where the next circle is going to shift. They are on the edge of it. Sleepwalker and the rest of WBG got themselves in a nice position actually inside that compound, where they are going to be able to keep themselves safe from the zone. J-Team kind of rotating freely out, but they are still feeling very, very comfortable. We're actually going to see EWG versus J-Team. This was the first run with Yanks. This is the one, but basically put EWG on the back foot, where J-Team were able to find this win. Really, really clean stuff coming in from these guys, though. As it was a close one. Looking at it, we kind of got robbed actually, but we didn't get to see this one in real time because this looked like an incredibly close one. Eagle, that double slam, deciding it, absolutely huge. And then they instantly have the Uation to follow up and finish up all of the kills. J-Team, a very, very close one for them. And obviously they got the great sword for Eagle. He is nice and set up. I believe he just took a cannon shot there. Yep. Oh no, it's a blister shot from the high ground, and it's BLD's Mines trying to find that shot. Not going to be able to connect though.
I want you to take a look at something here, Jake. The whole time we've been watching this, we saw 17JL early pick up 3 eliminations, and we haven't seen them pop back up for us here to spectate yet. But look at this, 10 eliminations under their belt already.
Yeah.
As we are Zone 3 collapsing onto Zone 4. And this is literally the worst case scenario for every single team here, because not only is this game 3 heading into game 4, where it's very easy to carry that sort of momentum over, but 17JL starting to create a gap here that is going to be harder and harder to close.
You say that, but just go 2 spaces down, and OUG are on 9 kills and not too far behind 17JL. So there is a world where, you know, J-Team may lose their spot on the podium depending on the outcomes of this game. But OUG and 17JL might be setting themselves as the front runners for the second half of the day and those last 3 games of the World Championship. So there's still some people in the game as well. Obviously, Ace, 7 kills for themselves. VNGC have 7 kills. They're kind of pulling an FPX off in this game. And FPX, we said they needed to basically just have like banger games for the rest of the day. It's a little bit sleeper from FPX, which is a bit worrying. Maybe that game spooked them and they don't want to go too greedy. But I feel like when you're this low down, your only win condition is just have the most absolutely chaotic and just bloodthirsty close to the whole thing.
Well, to be fair, FPX is playing that counter monk comp as well as the Yoda comp, meaning, you know, TXJ is looking to get that penultimate ultimate in that final circle where he's just able to hit multiple people and snag a ton of eliminations. And if he can just get their team to the final circle, TXJ has shown time and time again that he's very capable of making those Yodo ults happen. We've seen him before in a very Yodo heavy lobby where it's like 3 Yodo teams and he holds on to that Yodo ult to the last second. He goes down to like half HP, but he's determined to make sure that he's in the best possible position for his team when he pops that Yoda ultimate, and he's got the patience to do so even under the stressful conditions of being in the World Cup. They just need to make it there and make it happen. But like you said, every game's got to be a banger for them, so it's likely that they can make it happen here, but if they don't, it's just going to make the day that much harder for them.
Every game that's not a banger means the next one has to be even harder of a win. It just pushes it into the realm of you know, or near impossibility eventually. We did see the Mora's Blessing spawn up. It was in a bit of an awkward spot because of where it was. It was just below the Ballista, so the Ballista didn't have line of sight on it, but the teams trying to approach would have to go through a Ballista to get there, but if they did, they would have been okay. Awkward one for them to push onto, but I didn't see who actually was able to pick it up in the end. I think there was a bunch of action breaking out elsewhere. 17JL, you know, they've got their 10 kills, and they're definitely chilled out since, because, I mean, they need to. They want to get the multiplier. They want to get, you know, as far in as possible. YZG getting themselves eliminated there by Ace, and Ace up to their 8th kill. There's almost 3 teams. There's actually almost, there's almost 4 teams on 10 kills. 2 teams have already achieved that 10 kills, but Ace are 2 off, and VNGC are 1 off. We could actually have a game where, like, there's just a bunch of really high-scoring teams at the end of it. We'll have to see, though. For now, J-Team have slipped from 2nd into 3rd place off the back of OUG's absolutely killer game, and once the multipliers and the placement points are added, J-Team are going to wish that they had achieved a little bit more of this game, especially when they spent their points on this Karumi comp. This was a comp they picked so they could go into the Roma Yang, guarantee basically the win on the Roma Yang, get that buff, and then find more kills and snowball the lead from there. But they, unfortunately, J-Team haven't really achieved much, but they've spent a lot to get to where they are. So J-Team definitely in a little bit of a more awkward situation as OUG and 17JL are going to find each other here. OUG now up to 11 kills, just stepping away from the front runners right now as FPX, J-Team, and 17JL are all very, very close to each other. And VVV in the most VVV position you ever see this player. Up a tree with Viper ult ready to fire.
Yeah, I mean, VVV knows what they're doing here on Viper. Like you said, almost hands down, clearly the best Viper player in the CN Pro League and here in the World Championship, putting those skills to work. As we take a look, there is a team I want to talk about today. YZG came into today in the 2nd place position, and they have struggled to make anything happen all day as they are here with yet another 0-point game for themselves. YZG has got to be kicking themselves in the back of the head right now, wondering what they are doing wrong, and they have very little time to figure that out as they need to make something happen. And yes, we love to see the good old Blood Ripper coming through here from the Mora's Blessing.
You'd be so upset. You'd be so upset if you get that Mora's Blessing. And it's like, oh, great. There's monks and Yotos. I really, really needed this in here.
Well, you know, to be fair, the Blood Ripper, as much of a gimmick weapon it is, actually serves teams fairly well into these final circles. You're able to just hold down an area and deny people the ability to walk over and pressure onto you. So if somebody in your team gets hit low and you're just ripping there with that Blood Ripper, there's not much another team can do unless they're willing to expend resources. And in a lobby like this, where it's mostly Yodo comps, nobody wants to expend those resources because typically the teams that spend those ultimates first are the ones getting eliminated. So it has its place. It's not exactly a weapon you're going to go out and combo somebody to death with.
Rune, do you know what weapon does that better, though? And is just infinitely better? The Flamer. The Flamer also buys you space and is just infinitely more useful.
The thing with the Flamer, though, is once somebody gets in close, they can just hit you and lock you out of setting it up. With the Blood Ripper, you can't get in close. You have to force the clank to make it happen, and when you've got another team bearing down on you, it's almost impossible because they're going to be there to parry you. It has its place. It's not a perfect weapon by any means. VNGC coming in with a massive Viper ult here, able to pick up No, actually, sorry, I thought they were able to pick up a kill, but no, it's GD's Kakaishi who picks up an elimination on to Fat Milk. Rohini gonna get parried here. Now Ace's Alex coming in with the tactical nuke, actually gets a fat stun onto 17JL behind them, and that might save ASE here. 17JL was looking to pressure in onto that fight, and the stun actually connects onto all of them. So ASE in a more favorable position off the back of that. They are going to be forced to use that Wu Chen ult, though, as we do see one of their members go extremely low. 17JL looking to pick up some more eliminations here. Zuyu, though, picked up in the Temi Wisps, and a 17JL need to find it out very quickly, as they are all going very low off of these range shots. They are able to find a little bit of a respite here in the corner side of the map. VNGC and BLD locked down in the middle here by Team GD. That flamer coming through that you were talking about by Dong King, able to pick up an elimination onto VNGC Simpson, and VNGC is going to be eliminated from the lobby here with only 9 eliminations. 17JL finally able to find that full reset, looking to capitalize on ASE, who's coming from the top side, and they are going to be able to pick up Jin and Alex. ZK from J-Team actually picking up Alex, but still 17JL with another elimination under their belt here. J-Team able to start finding their feet here in the final circle like they want to. Benchu on the receiving end of those cannon shots, still just looking for a little bit of a reset. Not going to be able to find one as BLD Mines throws yet another cannon shot from top side down, and 17JL going to be evicted from their safety net. They had that little bit of space there where they have the rocks to the right and the side that were just buying them space. Yeah, AS goes very low. J-Team's Lee with a massive bow shot is going to pick it up, and J-Team coming in here. There they are on the transformation, coming through, looking to put in that work we were talking about. 6 eliminations is going to put them back up over OUG. The grab coming out onto ZU from 17JL. They aren't going to get the slam, though. Eagle goes a little greedy, looking for the double grab, tries to get the regrab onto ZU here. ZU going to put the wind wall up, though, and block most of Eagle's potential grab potential. Now we're going to see Mines pop it up. Eagle going to be forced to detransform, as we see Loves going absolute crazy here on to that Uational. J-Team's Lee going to pick up an elimination. Loves finds one onto GD's K. All of J-Team still alive, though. The Monk just looking to find an opportunity to get that ult back up. GD picks up Paralyze here. Kakaishi going insane. Lee here putting in work on the Uation, and Eagle's going to find another transformation here in the final circle. We're going to see Fun plus Phoenix coming in. VVV doing what VVV does best. The tactical nuke dropping down onto Eagle. VVV says the heck with the Monk. Kakaishi's vulnerable. They're going to put Kakaishi into the blender, and now all of a sudden VVV goes down as well. They pick up BLD's Love. They're going to instantly pick up this elimination, and Don Quing in the zone says, I'm going to get out of here. I don't want you to pick up the elimination. OUG's Wade topside, though. BLD's Love gets picked up as well. Don Quing going extremely low. J-Team looking to pick up some more eliminations. They pick up another one, going to 10 eliminations. J-Team not doing enough. My arse. Wade gonna get away, but it doesn't matter. J-Team takes first place here in our third game and takes first place in the overall standings.
No, genuinely, Wade's play there meant everything for OUG. That denied an extra kill from J-Team. Those two teams are super close. J-Team made a absolutely phenomenal recovery at the end of that game, putting a whole bunch of points together, and actually may have just been able to contest himself into first place overall after the end of that game. Wade
they are.
Yeah, Wade denied that is huge, because he was in, OUG are in third, J-Team are in second. They were the last two standing teams. They both had a whole bunch of points, and all of these little points, all of these extra kills, that extra 0.1 of a point can make such a big difference at the end of the day. And denying that one extra point was really, really big there. But J-Team, they did it. I said they spent the points on this comp. They needed to make this comp work for them. This is a very expensive comp for them to run, because they've already run it today. And now that they've done that, they've got 3 more games. They've had 2 pretty good games under their belt. Maybe 3 if you call the second game okay for them. Getting themselves some extra points. They are going to be very, very happy with that one. They probably have that comp in them what, 2-3 more times? No, sorry, 1 more time, probably, to be able to play that full version of that comp. They'll probably wait until game 6 to rock that comp 1 more time. They may try and see if they can get Eagle onto the Monk 1 more time before that as well. But an absolutely phenomenal game there for J-Team, and they're going to be very, very happy. 17JL, you can see a bit of shock, a bit of frustration after what should have been a free win for them and a free position to basically take themselves in and lock in that first spot. Now making the second half of the day very, very tight.
You know, this is a huge story for J-Team as well. They've just moved into that first place position. There's 3 games left to go. They just need to continue to put points on the board to secure and hold that first place position. But for J-Team, Season 1 and Season 2 of the Pro League were an absolute disappointment for fans. You know, the very first day of the NBPL Season 1, J-Team comes in and puts in an astronomical number of points. And then after that, they sputter out and do nothing all season. J-Team fans absolutely devastated at it. Season 2, a massive roster change comes through. They struggle to adjust to it. You know, Eagle coming over from one of the other teams, now the centerpiece of J-Team, and they struggle to find their footings there. But they do manage to qualify here for the World Cup. And here's the big thing, is they are the defending world champions. Yeah. In terms of trios, this is a team who is trying to defend their title, who struggled to find any sort of footing throughout the regular seasons in the year. And here they are at the top of the order. They are absolutely on cloud 9 right now with their standings here, and then knowing that they are just 3 games away from defending their title as the world champions.
No, absolutely. J-Team, like you said, defending world champions. I didn't have them on my list of the teams to watch. I was looking for GG, YZG, and OUG. They were the 3 teams I really had my eyes peeled for coming into this world championship. J-Team definitely had looked better, but they hadn't been at that top tops level. Now J-Team getting themselves this win here, putting themselves up to, well, getting themselves 20 points, 20.4 points. The big thing is sure they've put themselves into first, but look at behind them, OUG and 17JL, the 2 teams in second and third right now as well, looking to take that spot. There is 6 points between all 3 teams right now. So if coming out of this game, so going into the actual scoreboard, it's actually not going to move stuff too much. And these last 3 games of the day, they are going to be super, super tight. I am very excited to get into these games, Rune. I think it's going to be an incredible tail end. FBX, only a 5-pointer. 3 games left to get into that, I mean, first is probably out of grabs. Not technically out of grabs. It's still mathematically possible, but realistically out of their grabs. Top 8, they finally made it into top 8. Well, they've not made it into top 8. They made it into top 8 that game, but they need to make it into top 8 overall. I think that is well within their grabs, but they need to have a way better game. They dropped in a place where no one else was, and they just quietly looted up and got themselves set up for the end of that game. I think going forward, they need to definitely achieve a little bit more. By the way, that Karumi did 4k more damage, 5k more damage from both their Yue Shen and their Monk. That's a lot of damage for a healer, as we are going to see it easily for the side of J-Team, who does take the MVP. 11k damage coming out from him. Did a lot with that spear, but at the Dreadful Well, the Siphon Technique, the Katana Slap, the Wave Roll, the Scatter Shot, and the Juggernaut as his Soul Jades.
Yeah, kill participation coming in huge here for J-Team's Lee, right? They pick up an 11 eliminations, but with a kill participation of 9, Lee absolutely involved in almost 100% of J-Team's eliminations here. I still kind of want to see the stats for ZK. He's got a ton of damage coming through on Karumi, and I'd be willing to bet his kill participation is just as high as Lee's is here. But Lee does come in the end there, and in the final moments, I have to give it to Lee here for the MVP, because if you notice, when Eagle demonks, everybody looks at J-Team and goes, this is our opportunity, but Lee transforms up into Yueshan and does what classic Monk comp does, right? We see kind of recently as we move forward, it's more of the Temi, who ends up covering the Monk. But now that we're slotting Kurumi back in, it is actually Lee in the end who pops that Yueshan ult and covers the entirety of the team. Kurumi doesn't have their ultimate to get the heals out onto Eagle, and they don't have a way to keep Eagle from getting eliminated except for Yueshan to come in and just bat people away, and that's exactly what we see happen. And speaking of batting people away, we're about to send you guys away over to Jaeger for another interview before we come in after the halftime for our last 3 games here in the World Championship.
Hi everyone, welcome to the post-game interview of Jacob, and I'm Jaeger, and welcome to the post-game. So it's time for us to connect to Singapore and interview our Minds. Hi Minds, let's do a self-introduction to the audience.
ทักทายผู้ชมหน่อยค่ะ
สวัสดีครับ ชื่อไมค์นะครับ มาจากทีม Beat Esport ครับ
Hello, I'm Mai from Breed.
Welcome, and nice to see you here. And it seems like there's too much teams. They choose the Yodo, Viper, and Wu-Chen in the game 9, but you guys still choose the double transformer. So I would like to know why.
จากเกมที่ผ่านมาเนาะคือทีมส่วนใหญ่ก็เล่นตัววูเฉินหรือว่าตัวอื่นๆแต่ว่าทำไมทีมเราถึงเลือกเป็นมันตัวละครนี้ที่เราเลือกมา
ก็ตามสถิติที่ผ่านมาก็คือเกมที่ 3 จะเป็นเกมที่มีทีมที่เล่นเทียนไห่พวกตัวแปลงร่างพอสมควรอยู่ครับ ก็เลยคิดว่าเป็นเกมที่สามารถเราหยิบเทียนไห่มาเล่นได้
so they forecast about the previous data and then they thought this strategy will be okay if they cash to 3 character to play this game.
Oh, I see. That's the reason. And also because in the final circle, there's too much Yodo Viper there. And you are the one of the 3 moke in the final circle. So I would like to know at the end of the game, how's your operational idea at the end of the game in the final circle?
ที่เราเข้ามาอยู่ในวงสุดท้ายของเกมค่ะก็คือตอนนั้นเรามีไอเดียยังไงที่คิดว่ามาตรงนี้แล้วเราจะจัดการกับวงสุดท้ายเนี่ยยังไง
ก็ถ้าเข้าวงท้ายได้ก็ใช้สกิลอัลติเมทครับในการจับคนอื่นจับคู่ต่อสู้ครับแล้วก็หาคิวหาทำดาเมจครับ
Okay, so they would like to play safe first, and then when they got to the final circles, they will use their ultimates and catch up, then kill the other opponents.
Yeah, it seems like you guys used the ultimate and in the final circle have got a lot of score at that time. And also, I know that Minds, you set yourself a very careful person, and I would like to know how it can help you in the esport.
อะไรที่เป็นตัวช่วยให้เราแบบเข้ามาอยู่ในวงการ e-sport ตรงนี้ได้ค่ะ
วงการ e-sport ตรงนี้นะครับก็ความขยันเล่นครับแล้วก็ความไม่ท้อครับต่อการฝึกซ้อม
Okay, he thinks he is a active person and a lot of the practicing, so that's why the reason why he came to this e-sport game.
Okay, sounds great, and nice to meet you here, Minds. Thank you again for our interview today. Thank you. Okay, so half of our match are already gone, and I think everyone is expect the rest of the game. And let's take a break and be right back later.
无间世界冠军赛单排总决赛现在开始。
这边又逼出了一样的，现在看起来的话，非常多的选手在第一局会选择无尘的话，就是更多的就是为了 counter 你这个妖刀姬。钩索摆列，大家打到了，这边的话直接封印也解除，再接一个升龙，把 Spider 打入败者组，为自己争取到了一次机会。T25这边的话收掉王良，不着急，这边找一个机会，现在就剩2人，
对，
直接一个震刀
，Spider， 但是对面有一个封印解除。
是这边的话冲拳能冲到吗？冲不到 ，Spider 拿到了这一局的天选，4个击败分。
超文结束还在跑，而且 F 技能要好了
3秒
，2、1，
啊！
我们来见证一下，我们一整年我们杰贝的世界总冠军。这个时候 ，Spider 已经被淘汰了。这个时候他只能看 T25表演。这显现对方没有太多博弈空间，还不开造诣是不是？2阵，最后一丝血，看一下空中刮一下就有了。王良选择空中穿 ，T25已经被冲拳打出去，还真震到了，竟然见出拳 ，T25被淘汰，这一轮被淘汰，小蜘蛛捧杯了。
让我们恭喜2022永劫无间世界冠军赛单排总决赛冠军就是 WBG Spider。
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Naraka Blade Point World Championship Trios Finals. Man, that's a mouthful. Let's have a look at the standings and see where all of our teams are sitting. At the moment, BLD is in that bottom spot, and he has a bit of a way to go if he wants to climb up out of that. Right now, GG, XCG, and FPX all just below that top 8 end of the table. And honestly, seeing GG, XCG, and GG all down here is a bit of a surprise. I guess you could say the same for EWG as well. Although, I mean, there's only so many teams I can say are top 8 worthy. Big game coming in for VNGC in that previous game. But I want to move up. I want to see what the top end of the table looks like, because that is where things are going to be very, very exciting. Obviously, after a pretty clutch game for J-Team, they have claimed themselves the #1 spot overall in the standings, but it is tight. OUG, 17JL, and J Team, just 9.1 points separates these three teams from their podium positions. And it's not like WBG and GD aren't too far behind as well. All it really takes is a pop-off game, and these guys are well within the running.
Oh, absolutely. But you know, J Team right now on top of the world. And here's the thing, is J Team typically when they start doing well, they continue to do well. As we take a look. Ooh, excuse me.
Oh, there we go.
Let's take a look here. We got a question for you guys. If you want to walk away with some of those lovely Lotus treasures, which team is currently leading the scoreboard right now? I have no idea how you're going to get this one wrong after
we just showed it to you.
Yeah, we just showed you the overall.
If you need a clue,
scoreboard.
If you need a clue, my theory about number D is correct right now. It stays correct. So, you know, make sure you check that whisper box, enter A, B, C, or D, or ABC, let's be real, into the Twitch chat, and check your whisper boxes, and you might grab yourself some Lotus treasures. We will have to spam out some games, me and you, mate, because I need to get some Lotus treasures and get my get my act together. It's been I've just been so busy on Worlds, man. I haven't got everything I need out of it. I can't remember what was in it. There was a couple of skins I was like, I need those skins, and I'm trying to remember now. I think there was a Valda skin in there, if I remember right.
Well, you know, if history stands, Moxie will ask me after broadcast if we want to do some cooldown games, and you're always welcome to come join us. Jake, I know chat would probably appreciate that as well. But before we get anywhere near that, we do have 3 games left, and we do have to decide who the world champion is going to be here for the Naraka Blade Point trios. And man, what a ride, Jake. It feels like just yesterday we were casting season 1. We were welcoming you onto the crew here for Naraka Blade Point and getting to cast probably one of the most fast-paced esports that I've ever seen. And I mean, you know, you have a little bit more experience in that field than I do, but Naraka really is a spectator sport, in my opinion, with how fast the games go, how aggressive these teams are. It's almost like there's always action happening.
I mean, I can speak to that more than anybody. I came into Naraka not knowing anything, and I picked up very quickly. It's a game that's very easy to learn, so it is a very good spectator sport. I am very happy with the world's meta. I mean, Darby is probably bored of me about how much I raved on about how much I love the current meta, but genuinely, I think the season 1 and season 2 had a major issue of like the mid game kind of losing a lot of its tempo and being a little bit dull, and that led into, you know, that spectator side of it somewhat drying up. But with the Realm of Yang as an addition and like just the constant action that brings, I mean, Solos is in just a phenomenal place. I think Solos is absolutely perfect as it is. Trios, I think we need to look at this bloody monk problem. He's still too strong, but the rest of it is amazing. It's I'm loving the tempo of the game right now. I think, you know, I like, for at least as much as I have a problem with Monk as a hero, because I just think it's way too strong. He's been way too overtuned for a while. I do have to admit, the current state of the Monk comp, thanks to the Realm of Yang, is fun, because for a while it was just Kurumi, then we moved on to this Tammy version, and now we're getting some variations. I want to see more of these Valda ones. And I feel like if J Team want to keep the points high, that might be something they could think about, because the Valda version of the Monk comp means they still get an extra Monk game in, which, you know, they want to be keeping Eagle on Monk. He is a phenomenal Monk player, one of the top players. I'd definitely put him up there with 330 from GG as like one of the best players in the world for Monk. So I reckon Valda might be on the cards for them here. And I like this ability to be able to kind of flex your Monk comp around to make sure that you're not spending too many points. So that might be an option going into this game number 4, and I hope it is, because if you've been watching MVPL at all, you'll know that I am a big fan of Valda. Like, I'm a Valda enthusiast, so I want to be seeing more.
Absolutely. You know, it's interesting. We've seen in the past some of the teams kind of experimenting with comps, and we're seeing a lot of teams right now, because of the hero point system, swapping out the heroes on that Monk comp. But there are some counters in the game that exist to Monk that just haven't found their ways into Trio yet. You know, we're talking about Valda, who's able to wave him out and kind of stun him out a little bit. Justina, who can actually completely lock the Monk down, just freeze him. we haven't seen a lot of experimentation with these heroes coming forward, and it's a potential we could see that in the future, especially because we do have a new hero getting ready to join in as well, who also, I mean, I would consider them a bit of a transformer, right? They drop a giant mech and jump into it. They can be grabbed out of it, but it is another, oh hey, here's a big threat you need to deal with on the battlefield, and I think that's going to shake up the Transformers kind of meta we've seen kind of drastically. And, you know, by the time we get to Worlds next year, I think there's going to be at least 3 additional characters that hit the game that are going to be playable. And, you know, that's one of the things I love about Naraka is every time we come back to it, something has changed. We are in a position where the metas are shifting, and even during lulls where like we don't see patches changing in the Pro League, we do see these teams experimenting and finding new things out. Like for the longest time, we did not see Takeda in trios even after he had come over. And then it was J-Team, who's currently leading the leaderboard right now, who pioneered a comp where they started running Takeda onto specifically the Dusk maps where Fireflies are more prevalent, because they're able to just guarantee that that ult is almost always available for Takeda. And they started profiting fairly well from that comp, and we saw a shift in the meta where other teams started following that. So they always kind of keep things fresh, whether it's from patches moving forward or teams just experimenting with comps and finding out things that maybe they thought wouldn't work actually do work.
No, absolutely. I think you know, the meta hopefully will change. I'm going to be maining the new hero. I've totally forgotten her name off the top of my head, but I will be maining her because I was a D.Va player back in the Overwatch days. So yeah, she's reverse D.Va, so I'm all about that. But we are getting ready to go into our 10th game of the day. It's interesting seeing some of the comps and kind of things that are being picked up. They talked to actually, we saw the kind of main comp for the Wolves is actually the Yoto comp. I don't think we've seen Yoto from Wolves today. Maybe one game, but they've been typically sticking more to this Transformer comp and that particular team. So let's see what the hero selection is going to be looking like as we get into Morris Isle Dawn for our 4th game of the day. We'll have Horror Off and then another Morris Isle after this. And then we'll be crowning our world champ. Can J-Team hold their title? Yes, it's a different team. Yes, it's an old team from the last time around, but it is still the same org. There are still some names. So I am curious if J-Team can hold their spot. It's looking like we are going to have a absolutely chaotic sprint to the end. And let's see what the hero selection looks like. Just taking a quick look. J-Team are down to 10 points, and they're going for it again. This might be... Okay, so they have to go like Yoto in game 5, I assume, and then maybe be able to run a Monk comp in game 6.
Yeah, here's the thing, is I completely agree with this pick from J-Team, and here's why. We have seen time and time again that when it's these back-to-back Morris in these 2 middle games, that typically the team that wins game 3 is able to carry a strong momentum over into game 4 if they bring the same comp back. J-Team, off the back of their performance in last game with this comp, were able to take the MVP. They're currently sitting on top. You can't leave any cards on the table. We've talked about that all night. At this point, carry the momentum over, bring it into this game, risk it for the biscuit, especially knowing that this is J-Team's best comp that they've run all season.
Now ZK is going to find himself in a fight with LYD. Is Eagle trying to get into the fight, trying to save the day already. LYD has been taken down. J-Team on the board, but low HP. TXJ able to finish it up. Eagle going very low. The charge clip's coming in as now J-Team with the man advantage will be looking to finish off FBX. They started the last game horrifically, and this time they are coming in absolutely huge. Bell popped. Poison comes down, but J-Team able to start off with 3 kills. A phenomenal start for them.
Yeah, this is a massively huge start for the likes of J Team, who wanted to be off to the races from the very start in this match. They ran the comp back. They said, the heck with it. We're going to spend the hero points. We'll go low. This is the risk it for the biscuit moment. If J Team has a big pop-off game here and can widen the gap the next 2 games, they just need to have not terrible games. They just need to play with some level of consistency, and that is what J Team is very good at doing. So they already have a pop-off game here. They're having a very good day. If they can do it again here in game number 4, they are well on their way to defending their championship title.
Definitely is actually LXM being run down here by AS, trying to chase him with the ultimate, unable to land, so the sandstorm comes down. 3-3-0, just dodging away for the moment as AS actually gets caught by the Wisp, and that is probably going to be him donezo, although he does his best to try and turn it around. The blink back from the Matari here from 3-3-0, able to secure the kill as GG will be able to win over 17JL here, and they just about get to Miss Kia in time to save them. Really, really close for GG there. 17JL starting out on the back foot, but if I'm going to hark back to the last game, we saw the reverse happen with J Team and 17JL.
Oh yeah, absolutely. As we turn now to Team TM, this is a team that was so methodical during the group stages. I was very impressed with how they played the game during those group stages, but here, ever since they've come to grand finals, they've not been able to find that same level of pace. That level of methodicism is just gone for Team TM. Right now, they're using Pampy to try to cover the resurrection here, but Akami going to be picked up, and this is not where you want to be if you're a monk. If that water wheel is still available, and it is, I have no idea why the YZG didn't just pop the water wheel and send it running down on Pampy while he was down there. They pick up the elimination on the body he's covering and then just don't even think about it. There's so many players down there.
Oh,
somebody
that
pop
is
the
free.
water wheel, please.
It's the wheel.
It just, yes, thank
Here
you.
it comes.
Somebody answers my prayers, but everybody gets out of the way. Too little, too late. It could have been a plethora of kills. A literal, just an absolute insane amount of kills could have come out here, but they wait too long. I have no idea why they waited for it, but oh my goodness. What a game this would have been if we got to see that.
Funnily enough, I actually think if they'd waited a little longer, it would have been better for them as well, because they would have got the
Viper stun from the other team.
The Viper stun, and then bam, 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 and it's just bowling at that point. It's bowling, but cheating, using a cannon instead of a bowling ball. Very, very close, but, you know, we can't have it all. Yeah, I want it all, though, but we can't. J-Team did get a bounty, there we go, on YZG. So they were looking to maybe try and see if they can take them down, as Xiaonan from XCG has found ace here. A bit of long-range trading coming out from the muskets and the repeating crossbow. LZ takes a little bit of poke and prod, loses some of their armor, but they will be standing for now. Has been a relatively calm early game. Yes, there's been a little bit of action, but it feels calmer than some of our previous games. Wolves desperately trying to make some level of recovery right now in that 8th spot, wanting to make sure that they can comfortably stay in that top 8 spot. They were a team who were, I believe, starting in 7th or 6th today, have dropped a little bit down to some maybe less than clean calls. As One Feng is going to take a shot, but did land a cannon shot there in the meanwhile. Going to jump in, does have that ultimate up and available. We're going to see the O2 ultimates come down from both players. One Feng losing a lot of HP in the meanwhile as 14 has gone down, and Wolves, they're out. They can't take that fight anymore. They're going to go for the resurrection, and they need to sprint because BLD are going to be hot on their heels after this.
Yeah, BLD looking to close that gap there, but maybe looking to back out. It looks like maybe they just aren't confident in being able to take that fight. But Wolves here more than happy to pressure up into what looks like a WBG. One Fang moving away. Jiu sees WBG though. Oh, One Fang though knows exactly the position he wants to be in. Wastes no time getting onto the ballista. He actually lands that shot onto Jing. We're gonna see the Wu Chen Fs come out, and things could have just went very terrible for WBG if it wasn't for Meteon and the Fs coming out from Wu Chen, the wind walls buying them enough space. Jing takes a massive shot, but lives to fight another day.
Holy moly, that hit. I can't believe that shot landed. Unbelievable there.
Team GD here pressuring towards this no ult zone, looking for potentially another team, but they are towards the edge of the zone here. Sorry, what were you gonna say?
Just saying, but we haven't really seen too much really break down. We've seen, YZG have 5 kills, yes. Ace have 3, yes. JT have 3, but like, there's a lot of teams with donuts. Wait, VNGC have got 6 again.
6, yeah. It's
what the hell is going on with these guys? They're like just early game gods and then completely fumbling it later down the line. So bizarre from VNGC there. They are just, really starting to struggle to kind of make these good starts actually go good for them towards the end. But for now, can hear the old sound. We will have those Aroma Yang spawning up nice and soon, seeing who's going to be going where. J-Team desperately are going to want to get one because they do have that monk comp, so they want to be taking those. I don't think they're on top of one, though. I can't even see where they were on the map when we're having a quick look at it. As Ace finding himself in an exchange versus XCG. We're seeing a lot of ultimates burnt, so they ain't going into Aroma Yang. Both of these teams have burnt way too much. The double grabs into the repeating crossbows, just so effective. Slam onto Alex. Alex already in a dangerous predicament here, having to scramble up the tree away for the safety as TM waiting in that building, maybe seeing if they can get the third party off the bow. Shots could be big. Oh, just misses from Akame as Yanuka's also come in. Pampy's going to try and see if he can tidy up these fights here as he goes in for a transformation himself. There's 3 teams scrapping here, and it's utter carnage. The slam onto Xiaolin from Pampy, and it's just a phenomenal third party from TM to come in and just take away a couple of kills for themselves.
Yeah, Pampy and TM coming in here just cleaning up some fights. This is typically what TM does, though. TM will come into a fight, clean up an elimination or two, back out, regroup, reassess, and if it's to their advantage, come back in and start to secure more eliminations. J-Team showing up here, looking to pick up some more eliminations here on to YZG. CXZ goes low. QGG gets picked up here. They're going to start trying to put them into the blender. The slam does come down. He gets the re-grab. There's no place for QGG to go. J-Team takes the numbers advantage, picks up Zhao Toto. They're forced to burn the ultimate, and J-Team goes to 4 eliminations as we turn to the realm of Yang. GD going head-to-head with EWG, Yi-Run, and Kakaishi, just duking it out, as well as the UA shots here. I love to see the adjustment. The Yui's popping their ults early is exactly what needs to happen to keep those monks from being utilized. But now, one grab comes through, and there it is. See, Kakaishi's ult ends. There's no way they can get the double grab because Yui still has their ult form up. There's not 2 players they can physically grab that way, and we love to see it. Sanzi here, coming out of the ult. EWG and GD, neither team really wanting to give ground here. No eliminations on either side just yet. EWG looking to press back in as Sanzi finds some damage on Decay. Sanzi going to take some big damage off the back of a shoulder tackle coming in from the Uasian. Sanzi going extremely low. Don Quing's got him separated here. He's able to find one elimination, but K goes down while he's looking for that elimination. Don Quing looking to flip the script. EWG here. The bell comes out onto Kakaishi. They weren't expecting it. Don Quing, the last remaining member here, with the tether coming out, isn't going to be able to find the resurrection, going to be forced to pop the heal onto themselves, but it's not enough, and EWG comes out on top.
Absolutely massive there. FBX, I actually think got a free Bird's Might from their Realm of Yang, and I think that was because J-Team got 2 chunked and they used their ultimates to win that fight prior. So even though they got 1 kill there, I actually think that was a massive waste for them. I think they lost out the opportunity to get in that Realm of Yang, and they do pay the price as FBX. Actually, with that Bird's Might, they're not under real threat here, but they don't want to be losing it. Good grab coming in from TXJ, instantly out with the Wu Shen ult. They do not want to stick around. As FBX actually losing a member there, I believe. Keep in mind, I actually having a quick look. J-Team, they just lost 2 players. I did not see that happen.
Yeah, no, I'm not sure what happened there with J-Team or where those two players just went down. They do have 6 eliminations under their belt, though. They're off to a good start. The question is will their Monk, will Eagle be able to get their players back here? Do they have the money? We haven't seen Resurrection Charms come through just yet, but it is still possible. We've seen J-Team come back from worse. Team Wolves here, a team that's struggling to find their feet here today in the grand finals for the World Championship, which is very unfortunate. I mean, you know, I'm a massive Wolves fan. There's a lot of Wolves fans in chat who are looking for that opportunity to get a good howl in, but unfortunately, they just haven't made it happen today. K here, going to be dropping off all of his money for his team to come pick up, assuming he's going to die to the Yang depletion. It looks like they need to find a more favorable resurrection spot for him. In the zone there, not a particularly great spot, especially because the zone's getting ready to press deeper in the next 2 seconds here onto zone 3. We're going to see XCG's Ling-X10 get picked up and eliminated here by ASE as well. NiHQ holding on to the dreams for XCG.
Yeah, just about, but in a bit of a rough position here. 17JL still as a 3-man unit. So DCK and Donkin go down to the zone, unfortunately. They had the debuff on as well, so I think they just accepted that their best bet was get the rebirth charm. GD instantly able to get those rebirth charms, and they are going to go for the revive. So pretty smart decision-making, to be honest, on that front. Able to get the pickups as well to follow that up, but haven't seen the same from J-Team, unfortunately. They've not been quite as consistent on those revives. We saw GD do this earlier, actually, in the game prior. As Kakaxi needs to get in the zone. Oh, wait, he has the debuff on anyway. I see. So this is... Wait, this is an insanely smart workaround for that debuff.
Yeah, they played this so smart, honestly.
So, yeah, what they do is they drop their stuff, go down to the zone, rebirth using resurrection charms, and then they don't have to fight to get the soul blue. That is, I've never seen someone do that. That's really, really intelligent. It strips the debuff off without you having to basically risk losing a fight. This is obviously risky that you can get the rebirth charms and get it through in time, but genuinely quite a smart play for coming in from those guys. I have to respect it. They get another rebirth charm, and they just completely shredded that debuff off them without having to risk getting knocked out of the game.
Yeah, played very, very smart there. WBG gonna risk opening a stash here, which is a rare sight indeed, as stash is typically giving away your position to the rest of these players on the map. But it looks like OUG's Wade kind of waiting in the wings here. And, you know, WBG's Tion here, I understand. Look at this. Oh, the luck coming in here. You never know what's going to be in these stashes. And what WBG's Tion finds is the rare stash that has all Darktide coins. He now has more than enough money to buy resurrection charms from any shop and get both of his players back into the game. This is huge for WBG. The thing is he's got to find a place to do a little bit of shopping where he's unhindered. You know, he's got to get away from that holiday rush. He can't be doing that last minute shopping for Christmas presents out in the open, all exposed by himself. But if he's able to get those, it is going to be a Merry Christmas indeed for WBG, who has dropped significantly in the standings after being in third at the start of the day here, all the way down to 6th place. They need to find a good game for themselves here. EWG trying to get in here, not going to be able to. BLD going to be stopped entirely, or sorry, EWG going to be stopped entirely in their tracks. And oh my goodness, BLD putting the works down onto EWG here as they pick up a couple of eliminations for themselves. 17JL waiting in the wings, going in on EWG. I don't think anybody's actually stepped inside the realm of Yang yet. Sanzi going to be cleaned up here by 17JL. Yiron monked up right now. I do believe the last member. No, EWG actually got both resurrections off. Now, though, it is a 3v2 as Yiron is about to be eliminated. A single hit separates him from life and death, and there it is as BLD shows back up for the third party. The teleport out for 17JL. The question is will BLD take that realm of Yang, having burnt so many ultimates? It doesn't look like anybody is going to take them, and if they do, they are not going to be in a great position. Wait, XCG sends one player in, hoping to go uncontested, and they do. They're gonna find a Mystic Might as well as a free rebirth charm to get one of their players back. Talk about the risk. NiHQ goes in blind. He has no idea if anybody else on the map has gone into a Realm of Yang, and he risks it for the biscuit, and it pays off.
That is actually so smart there. That is so smart. And it's interesting to see these teams playing like this, and, you know, actually going that aggressive to, like, you know, making risky plays. You know, first of all, WBG solo opening a stash and getting the payout basically with the Dark Tide coins. You know, you're seeing GD basically using the zone to cleanse themselves of the debuff from the Roma Yang. Like, this game, people are taking risks, but JTeam aren't. And I don't understand why not. Like, I know they obviously want to just get as many multipliers on these kills as possible, but that's not, the multiplier on 6 kills isn't going to be enough when 17JL already have 5. They've got all of their teammates alive. OUG, yeah, they're down a player, but they got their Yoto comp. If they can get the Yoto, I believe they picked up the Resurrection Charm for the Yoto a minute ago. So when that Yoto comes back, you're then going to have a problem on that front. It is worrying for JTeam right now, but this game might not be quite the tempo they wanted. And remember, this is maybe the last time they can run this comp for the entire of finals. I believe they have 10 points left, and they have 2 games after this. They had 10 points before they picked this comp, actually. So they are in a little bit of dire straits, but this is the comp they pop off the hardest with. And right now, they are down 2 players, and they've only achieved 6 kills with it. Roy Hehe is just, if he can't see them, they can't see him, right?
Look, he's playing it smart. He's not in an invisibility bush, and typically at this level of play, players see invisibility bush, they just throw the grapple up and check to see if it turns red, right?
Yeah.
But if you're able to actually just physically hide in a regular bush where it's blocking line of sight, players aren't typically going to turn and check a regular bush with a grapple hook, right? It makes sense for him to just chill there and it be completely safe. As long as they don't ever see him, he is good to go. And he walks away there. Like you said, though, JTeam in a very precarious situation. I still agree with them taking this pick, this comp coming in here, right? Because if there's a time to risk it, now's the time to risk it, right? They do have 6 eliminations under their belt. It's not going to be as big a game as they were hoping because they're not able to get in and get these resurrection charms. They would need to go and hit a Morris Blessing at the very start of Zone 4 to find at least 1 resurrection charm. And then it's kind of a hard decision. Do you bring your Karumi back or do you bring your Yuation back? Right? Karumi's going to be able to cover you while you're monked up, going to be able to give you the extra resources, but as soon as you demonk, you're going to find yourself in a precarious situation, and you don't have your Yuation to cover, whereas Yuation can cover when you demonk. JTeam's got some tough decisions ahead of them, but if Eagle can make it in to top 6, top 5 range with the 6 eliminations that they have, they're still sitting in a fairly decent situation as long as 17JL doesn't continue to pop off and has a dominant game. JTeam might be able to hold on to that first place position, and then they have work to do. They don't find the comfort they were looking to buy out of this game, but they are still in the lead.
Yeah, absolutely. It's interesting as well because I think one of the main evolutions of the trios that we've seen over Worlds since the Roma Yang patch is teams contesting Roma Yang and basically forcing teams not to go in. As we're actually getting a replay of what happens to JTeam here. So this is their fight versus YZG. They obviously start with this kill onto QGG, but Lilo is already low. They portal out, and then they re-engage into a different fight versus YZG and TM, pacing over those kills instead of maybe resetting and just going into the portal and risking it. Instead, they go, we don't have ults, let's try and finish up the teams who also don't have ults. And it ends up biting them really hard as Eagle right now, he's in a rough position. I didn't see how many coins he had, so I didn't get a quick enough look, but I'm not sure if he has enough coins to actually get the Resurrection Charms is the big problem.
Yeah, no, I really don't think he does. He's either going to be forced to try to find a resurrection charm from one of the Morris blessings that come through in zone 4, or he's just going to be out of luck and he's going to have to survive by himself. OUG's SS here, though, who, speaking of surviving by yourself, is in a very bad situation as all of ASE dog him down here in our temple in Eventide.
I mean, I just saw Eagle's health bar off the side of the screen. I'm pretty sure he's losing health. So someone might have been hitting him. Wade is also being hit, and he is also alone. He's been grappled onto, and I don't think OUG are going to be too happy with this one. Down 2 players eliminated, actually, from the game. J-Team probably having a sigh of relief there, seeing OUG getting knocked out, especially when OUG have 0 kills. So that is a donut for OUG in this game, which is really, really big. YZG, they might just spring into that 3rd place off the back of this game. They've got 10 kills. They are currently, before placement points and before the kill multipliers are applied, are 2 points behind OUG. So realistically, we're going to see YZG take themselves into a higher position here and maybe get onto that top end of the table. But BBE, they ain't going any higher. Miss Kia able to take them down, and now we're finally starting to see some teams get eliminated from this lobby. It's been actually been a relatively tame game, and going kind of back to J-Team, I know, but these guys are probably panicked at the fact it's a tame game, because that means Eagle has to somehow survive versus all of these players.
Yeah, absolutely. J-Team's in a bit of a precarious situation here. And again, you know, clearly the thought process here is we take our better comp, we carry the momentum over from the last game into this one, and we buy ourselves a little bit more comfortability. Because again, if you look at the top 7 teams, there's maybe 10, 15 points that separate these teams from each other, right?
Yeah.
Anyone is still capable of climbing to that top spot. Now that narrows the more games you go through, which is why if J-Team had a just phenomenal game here back to back, they would have been in a situation where they would have been very comfortable for the last 2 games, and they could have just played clean Naraka and not have to worry about popping off, and probably still walked away the champion. Unfortunately, that's not what happens here for J-Team. I think they take that fight where they pick up the elimination. XCG gets the teleport out, and as they try to get to the portal, YZG shows up, and they're just forced into a bad fight that they don't want to be in. And you even see Lee from J-Team, when we were going back to that replay, trying to get to the portal, and YZG just denying them, just saying, no, we're not going to let you take that Realm of Yang. You're going to have to take us here on the battlefield right now. And unfortunately, Eagle, the only one able to get away there, keeping the dream alive, but does not have the money to buy the resurrection charms. We're too late in the game now for him to find those resurrections, and like you said, it's been a very relatively tame game in terms of what we're used to seeing here in the World Championship. So he's got a lot of teams he needs to outsurvive at the moment.
I think the biggest and the scariest one right now is going to be YZG. Those guys rocking their whole team. We've actually seen 17JL lose their Viper, which is pretty crucial part of a Yoto comp, to be honest. Actually being down that player, very, very scary. Is that all of FPX with golden armor and golden weapons? Is that, did I just see that correctly? Holy.
They have 2 sets of golden armor, not 3,
okay,
but
cool,
close.
Cool. I mean, I'm used to seeing 1 or 2 on them. I thought that was the full 3 stack, and I was terrified for anybody fighting them because they got golden weapons as well. I've said this time and time again, but FPX are one of the best teams at securing just good loot. Like, they will always get the Mora's blessings, and I actually think they got 2 Roma Yangs uncontested. I genuinely think they did, off the top of my head. WBG have been eliminated, and every time a team goes down, Eagle sighs a breath of relief, but now he's transformed on his lonesome. He has no team around with him. He's just going to de-transform. It was to buy him some time. Is able to just heal up and get away. There's a Mora's blessing over there, but there's nowhere for him to go to find the resurrection. So even if he can get the charm, there's not going to be much he can do with that. Eagle kind of out of options, unfortunately, on that front. But OUG also on 0 points, terrified that YZG right now are 0.8 points behind them. It is pretty much guaranteed that OUG are going to lose that 3rd spot, especially with Ace going out. Just more multipliers, more teams raising up the standings as we go. BLD on 10 kills. They actually might be able to claw their way out of 16th here and maybe even close towards that 14th spot. It's going to be hard to beat VNGC, though, who have a whole bunch of kills, as XCG have been eliminated down to 9 now. Kakaxi going to evolve, transform there as 14 from Wolves. Actually gets the stun off, and Wanfang's able to finish up YZG's Xiaohu, which is a big pick, actually, to deny the front runners in this lobby. As CXZ unable to find himself a kill. There goes Eagle, eliminated from the lobby. He held on long, but not quite long enough as the grab comes in from TXJ. Golden armor, golden weapons, and those slams are going to hurt. Oliver's down as VVV is able to finish it up with the musket shot. It is carnage in this final circle, and there's still 4 minutes left. Wolves Wanfang losing so much HP as TXJ is going to evolve, as now YZG have been eliminated. All of the front runners in this game, other than 17JL, have been taken down. This might be Wolves' moment to actually finally strike again and get even more points on the board, as two teams knocked out. VVV able to finish up Roy Hehe and secure his team a 9th kill of this game. They want to get a little bit more as LYD is trying to get the damage off, but Miski is doing a good job of just staggering him and knocking him back. LYD gets a slam down onto 17JL's team there, forcing them away for the side of FPX. They are just so stacked right now, these guys. They are going to take down 17JL. All of the top teams are out of this game. This is FPX's chance to pounce. They've got 11 kills, and they're going to look for more. They've got the weapons, they've got the setup, they've got the damage to do this. Can they find more? GG's K able to take down Mines from BLD in the meanwhile, as 9 players are standing. TXJ gets another transform off. He's caught onto LXM. FPX able to cash in on yet another kill. They're up to 12, and they are keeping the pressure going as GG are still in the game. So are GD. They find a grab onto K off in the distance. Kakaxi trying to run interrupt onto TXJ. He doesn't have long on the transformation, so to get the damage off, and K goes down to FBX. They get themselves up to 13 kills. Looking for the resurrections. The double slash to TXJ is cancelled out, but the members are low. Maybe FBX can just find these last few kills. LYD is able to take down Miss Kia, and another kill in the pocket of FPX. They are putting so many kills together in these crucial moments of the game, as LYD on the transformation has knocked K. He's staggering him in the zone. He's slowly but surely chipping away at the health bar. K struggling for an opportunity to get himself in, as GG are all bopped into the zone. GG able to find a whole bunch of kills, but FPX are going to close it out in style. All 3 members standing.
Yeah, this is absolutely massive for FPX as they finally climb out of the bottom 8 and into the top 8. This is the momentum FPX has needed all day. And this is quite honestly where FPX shines. We see typically very, very chaotic final circles, but what FPX does well is take control of final zones, and that's exactly what they did here. Nobody was able to push and challenge FPX out of any space that they took. FPX, every single time they start burning an ultimate, they're not even holding space anymore. They're just walking around the circle and claiming space from other teams off the back of picking up elimination after elimination. And it's literally a giant game of ring around FPX. Nobody wants to be anywhere near them. They have complete dominance in this final circle. They're able to pick up, I do believe, 17 or 18 eliminations here. And this is a huge game for them. They have a lot of work to do, but they have just put themselves in range of being able to climb into the top 3 if they can have a couple more good games in these last 2 games coming up. J-Team holds on to the first place position here after 17JL gets eliminated, but it's literally only by a couple of points. So J-Team has a lot of work to put in for these last 2 games if they want to defend their world championship title.
It is a very, very tight. I can't believe every time one of the top teams chokes, all of the other top teams choke with them. And every time the bottom teams pop off, all of the other bottom teams pop off at the same time. 2 games left. FBX have 2 wins back-to-back. They're the only team today to have 2 wins under their belt. Phenomenal performances in both of those wins as well. They have been big, big wins. Now, the maths is going to be very against FBX right now, but 2 more games. I think they need like 2 20 bombs to make it into the podium position. I don't know about first, but at least podium position is probably 220 bombs away. Also providing that the top end teams also are choking like they did in this game. FBX are going to be very happy with themselves, probably kicking themselves that they were started so low because it had been a rough start to the finals for them, and they had a rough, everything didn't quite go in that first round of the grand finals, but going into the second round and the second day, the first full day of the grand finals, FBX have found their own, and J-Team struggling, getting taken out, basically just kind of falling victim to Realm of Yang because they picked a comp but wanted to play into that Realm of Yang, tried to go there and got ambushed by 3 teams. And this has been something we started to see, is teams jumping on the teams who are reluctant to blow ultimates. And I think that's why the Realm of Yang fights are so good for these opportunistic teams, because you're going to jump on a team who realistically don't want to blow their ultimate, which means you can offload a whole bunch of damage onto them, and then they panic ult. And then when they're panic ulting, they're easier to pick apart because they're not playing it as coordinated as possible. You know, it's not fight starts, Monk instantly transforms, Kurumi connects the tether, and then Uation comes in later. That's how that comp normally plays. But when you all start getting jumped on, you're holding your ults because you just want to get into that portal, and you go, we have to ult. Then the Monk, the Uation, and the Kurumi all ult at once. It's very easy to just dodge and avoid and then take them out. And that's what we've been seeing, is these opportunity Realm of Yang killers. They're starting to be a real nuisance for those teams who want to be playing kind of a more by the books version of the game.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we saw TM start this during the group stages, right? TM actually sits in a bush near Realm of Yang, waits for another team to show up, isolates that team, is able to isolate one player out of that team and instantaneously pick up an elimination. The team then struggles to make a decision because they go into a massive panic and they can't decide to go into the Realm of Yang or not, and we see TM pick up those eliminations fairly easily. But right now it's all about Fun Plus Phoenix, who picks up 17 eliminations and a first place finish for a 28.8 game score. BLD with 11. GG finally making it to a top position here with 9 eliminations, walks away with a 15.6. And of course, our top teams, 17JL, J-Team, it's J-Team, 17JL, and then YZG. Not doing very well, except YZG picking up 10 eliminations, going into 4th place here with 12 points. But our 2 top teams, J-Team and 17JL, not racking up as many points as they would like. J-Team picks up a 7.6, 17JL picks up a 9.2, and the gap between the top still remains just as tight as it was when we came in for game number 1 today.
I believe YZG are in second now. They won't have first because I think J-Team scored a little bit too much, but that is very, very interesting, as we can see. As much as VVV was doing the most damage for his team, 26k, LYD probably going to gain the MVP off the back of this one with 9 kills. But look at that, 26k coming in from the Tammy there from VVV. This guy, you just like, I say he's the best Viper in the world, but you just seem to give him anything. Supportive, and he just carries so hard. He's so good at it. But here we go. It is actually the Tammy for VVV. I mean, the kills weren't there, but goddamn, the damage was 26,000 damage, 11 assists, 4 kills. Absolutely amazing stuff coming in from him. 12k of that damage came from the musket. And Heptid attached, Soul Slash, Stamina Strike, Whirlwind, Slow Shot, and a melee Soul Jade. Melee resist Soul Jade. I can speak, I promise.
Look, you say the kills weren't there, but I think we got to talk about kill participation once again. He has 15 kill participation, 26,000 damage. He has more than double damage over both of his teammates, and he has like an 89% kill participation. Absolutely huge. VVV just putting in work for Fun Plus Phoenix here as he picks up his first MVP of our run here in the World Championship. VVV is going to be very happy about this one. He's going to write home about this particular game, because coming in as the Temi, the support player, and picking up an 89% kill participation and more than double damage over your Monk and Uation is very impressive.
No, it really is. He's looked so good today, VVV. I mean, he looked good all year. Worlds hasn't been quite as to plan to FPX as they wanted. The tail end of today has been going pretty good for them. But VVV has just always been such a staple in this team, and it's really good to see him having his moment in the sun when it matters for this team, because, you know, I think this is a guy you need to keep your eye on going into next year, because he genuinely is one of the top players there. He's just so good. Anyway, before we get going into game number 5, I think it's time we pass it over to Jaeger standing by for our interview. So over to you.
Hi everyone, this is Jaeger. Welcome to post-game interview. And our interviewee Oliver is ready, and let's connect to Singapore. Hi Oliver, nice to see you here. And first, just give a short self-introduction to our audience.
ทักทายผู้ชมหน่อยค่ะ
สวัสดีครับทุกคน ผมโอลิเวียครับ
Hello everyone, I'm Oliver.
Welcome to post-game interview. And it seems like during the mid-game, your team initiated a fun fight in front of the room of Yan. And I would like to know, how did you guys did that decision?
ในกลางเกมเนาะที่ In front of Yon ก็คือเรามีวิธีการจัดการตอนช่วงกลางเกมนั้นยังไงคะ
ก็เหมือนเราหาจังหวะในการมูฟเข้าวงง่ายขึ้นครับ เหมือนพยายามค่อยๆเล่นไม่เร่งจังหวะตัวเอง
Okay, so we find the timing to move in the circle and not aggressive playing.
Wow, that time seems like really good decision and makes you guys a lot of scores at the time. And we would like to know, so what does happen like in the final circle? Because it seems like your guys just apart in the final circle. So what happened?
ในวงสุดท้ายก็คือมันเกิดอะไรขึ้นคะในการ
ก็ในวงสุดท้ายก็จริงคิดว่าเราทำได้ดีแล้วครับ แต่ว่าก็มีเหตุการณ์ที่ไม่คาดคิดเกิดขึ้นก็เลยทำให้เล่นยาก
Okay, so in the final circle we thought that we quite do the best, but there have some happening situation to make me difficult to play.
Yeah, it's really a pity like in the final circle, because you guys are really working hard. And it seems like your team, your status are warming up today. So I would like to know, what changes did you did like these days?
การวอร์มอัพของเราก็คือเรามีการเปลี่ยนแปลงยังไงจากในรอบก่อนหมายถึงพวกวิธีการเล่นอะไรเงี้ยค่ะ
ก็มีการก็เล่นให้ช้าลงครับเล่นจังหวะเกมให้ช้าลงแล้วก็ตัดสินใจในเกมได้ดีกว่าเดิมก็คือประมาณนั้นครับ
Okay, so in this game, so we change to be the slowly playing and make the best decisions before play.
Yeah, that's great, and I think it's worked. So we would like to say congratulations and just cheer up. Thank you for today's interview. Thank you here. Okay, so far we are still hard to say who will be the championship in the Trials game, and let's take a break and be right back later.
手画个龙，右手画一道彩虹。来，左边跟我一起。啊，对，我唱那个。
是小雨唱就是那个什么啊？牵着我左手，右手一个。
我唱哪个？小雨不适合唱那个。
小雨就适合唱那个。
适合唱那个。
是吗？
小雨的读书时代就是 T F。
我小学做体操，幼儿园做体操的时候是唱那个蔡依林的《日不落》，你知道吧？祈祷你像那个英勇的警卫军。然后小学也是那个，因为小学跟幼儿园是一个学校，然后初中到高中就是高中没有做体操的，初中做那个 TFBOYS。左手右手一个慢动作那个，还记得怎么做的？知道啊，就是这样画2圈，然后他们跳一下，然后这样手往下放，然后头放老的。
失误大吉，
只有栏杆，
我有支架。
走吧去地坑。
过来拿支架。
我这没被收。
过来拿支架，我在运。
等一下，2件吗？
我没事。
拿过来呗。
我又能够再次逆。
走吧。有没多的蓝刀呀？
没有，
我给你蓝上剑蓝棍子，
蓝棍子。我没有被打。你自己抓，好抓。
我抓土里了，不要着急。
看一下他那红叶，
我这得着。
我抓土里了，我也土里。
我得拉药，不管不了，自己玩，我得拉满，自己抓。我逼急了。再手，加油！来，好的，我的。
OK， 没事。
Nice。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, from across the world to the Rock Blade Point World Championship. I'm your host and your caster, the Runekeeper, joined with my co-host and caster, Hiprain, and what a day it's been. It's been 4 games of back-to-back nonstop action and surprises, quite honestly. The top end of this, still 6 teams within, 9 to 15 points of one another, and that's one game. This isn't solos where, a good game is around that 9 to 10 point range. You could have a good game here and potentially pop off to 35 or 40 points. But here we are, 2 games to go, and 15 points separate the top 6 teams. It is still anybody's game.
I think the big thing about this is when you think about, a pop-off game is like 30 points, let's say. But when the people behind you have got 22 points, it's only really an 8-point lead you're earning. And that's the big thing about this game is the points aren't fully reflective of how the day's going because other teams are also getting lots of points. Individual scores aren't a great way to look at it. Obviously, the standings are amazing. FPX have climbed into 6th place. They were in 14th place at the start of the day, and they are now in 16th. They are so close to that podium position. With 2 games left, if they have another 2 sets of 30-point games, and especially when you look at how the start went for the top 3, there is a world where they could climb up into that podium position. I got a little confuffled. I forgot that OUG were 3rd, not YZG, but YZG now 0.3 points away from being in a podium position as well. I think the most fun thing about today has been that it's not just one team stomping and getting their way all the way up to the top. There's been multiple teams all contesting for that top spot all day, and it's just been so tight all day, and it's been such a back and forth. I've loved it. It's been amazing to watch so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Fun Plus Phoenix is in a realm where they could potentially jump up and not only take a podium position, but could potentially walk away the champion. And this, like you said, I love this. I don't get me wrong. I love a good stomp. I love when a team comes in and it's 3 or 4 MVPs for the day and they're the clear front runner and going to win. But there's something to be said about a good storyline where it's so tight that any team could potentially walk away with the championship as we're heading into our last two games. It is going to be a nail biter to the very finish. I think after this next game, we're going to have three teams that are in the very top, and it's going to come down between those three teams, and that last game is going to be a nail biter for them. But right now, I think anyone in the top six is really in contention, in a position to be able to take the world championship right now. And it's very rare you get to say that in esports, especially when you play a long drawn out series like this. Typically you come to a stage like this and you're like, okay, well, we know who's going to be the winner here. We're kind of playing for these podium positions and more money. But right now, we are in a phenomenal position where we have the pleasure of watching this play out.
I think one of the most interesting things about Naraka is its point system, because I've done other battle royales. I've been, we talk about my history in esports all day, but I've done other battle royales, and I see a lot of the problems is sometimes the points just are too loaded, but like once you get ahead, it's very hard to pull it back for the other teams. And because of the multiplier and the way that works, it's very, very dangerous to not score, and it's very easy to mount a comeback. And I think that's why it's so tight. Anyway, make sure you answer that question I forgot to read, and get yourself some loaded stretches, A, B, C, or D. If you didn't read it, just put one of A, B, C in, because realistically, it's never D. Yeah, but I mean, kind of just going back, I think the point system is just phenomenal for Naraka, and it means that we do have these ultra tight, ultra hype final games and like finals where it really does come down to the wire. It really does come down to those last minute plays and those last second decisions. I mean, when we think about yesterday with Spider, he only just won the world championship, and he wasn't even in the final bit of the final game. Like, he was knocked out of that game, and he had to watch somebody else maybe take it away from him, and it came down to just one mistake was the difference between GD taking worlds and WBG Spider.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Look, it's insane how well these games have gone in terms of the value that the spectators are getting from watching this game. And, you're talking about the point system that we have in place now. And like every esports, Naraka's gone through its growing pains. There was a point where there wasn't a kill multiplier. There was a point where being alive at the end meant more than the number of eliminations you picked up. And I want to give a shout out to both the dev team and the esports team here for Naraka Blade Point, because the community came together and they were very adamant about wanting to see changes in the point system and coming forward with some of these ideas that we see here, including the kill multiplier and how the ranking points work in general for these teams. And both the esports team and the dev team for Naraka were very open to listening to the community about those point systems. And because of that, we have the current point system that we have, and it makes it not only more pleasurable for the players who are here playing in these sort of pro leagues and big games in the World Championship, because it gives them a fighting chance, but we also, as commentators and spectators, we get to have these huge moments where it does come down to the very last, and it's not just decided 2 days before we come to grand finals.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I think that I don't know, we can go on about this forever, but Naraka point system, very good. Finals, very good. And this video we got to play for you now, very good.
对于我们来说，可能更多的会是鼓励吧，因为我们现在是一天打3把单排、3把3排嘛，我们都会把他们的比赛先看完之后再打我们的比赛。就从他的比赛来讲，他无论是各种方面都做得非常的好，他能拿到这个冠军，对于我们来说也会增加我们的信心。对于其他的奖金或者是排名，我可能并没有那么在意，但是 S1 夺冠的时候，那个感觉我印象非常深刻。我想在杰杯的世界赛上再捧一次杯，再回忆一下那种感觉。
Yeah, Sleepwalker coming here talking about how they were able to take the championship there in season 1 of the NBPL. And this is a team, you know what, no matter what, WBG came in, and I hate to bring it up again, Jake. Jake counting WBG out very specifically. Look, they didn't perform well.
Hey, how are they doing right now? Where are they at?
They're in 8th place right now.
That's not in the podium though, is it?
It's not in the podium, but they have played much better during Worlds than they did during Season 2 and the lead up to World Cup. For a team that barely got here.
Rune, hold on. That's a very low bar to step over. They did better than 16th. Okay, I'll give them that. No, they have done really good.
But coming into Grand Finals, the qualifiers during group stages, I do believe they were in 1st place. So WBG has made a drastic comeback to their Season 1 style of play. And yes, right now, they're not up in those podium positions. But to be fair, some of these teams that are on the top side right now are teams we equally didn't expect much out of, and they are playing their minds off right now.
I mean, as much as I would love to joke on WBG, they have done tremendously well during this World Championship. Unfortunately for the finals, aren't going quite so hot, but they're in top 8, and that's way more than I ever expected from them. I really thought they were a free win for a long, long time. But we are getting ready to go into Holoroff for our 5th game of the day, or 11th of the Grand Finals. It's going to be that dusk on Holoroff. We've already had the snowstorm map, so no snowstorms coming in this time. Let's see the hero select is going to be looking like. J-Team are down to 3 points, which means what are they going to play in game 6? They burnt a lot and they didn't gain a lot on that 4th game. That is really going to come back to haunt them when you look at, like, FPX are still on 10, Wolves are on 11, GG on 10, 17JL, like all of the teams that are actually quite scary to them right now have way more hero points. In fact, they are the lowest by a large margin. Everyone else has been fairly sparing, and
so
JT didn't get to really get their payout on it on game 4.
No, I mean, they had to risk it, though. I still agree with the pick, but here's the thing, is because they haven't touched any of these heroes in this Viper comp, all 3 of these hero picks right now are costing them 0 points because it's their first time playing them, meaning they can afford to play the same comp again in game 6, and this is a tried and true tested comp that works well. So they're not in quite a horrible position. They have some options available to them. And they also don't have to play strictly this comp. They haven't touched Temi yet for their Transformer comp. I do believe they've only touched Takeda once, so they could potentially swap in a Temi or Takeda. They can run this entire comp again if they want to, right?
I mean, Temi Viper as well.
Yeah, like, Temi Viper is very strong.
Because you grab them in the tidal wave and then you just pull them out and then spear them in the hand of the monk. It's actually a really nasty little comp here. But for now, GG are going to be moving. J-Team are going to be moving away from that more traditional monk comp that we see them play all day because they're out of points. Going over to the Yoto comp. So 17JL are mirroring them with as well. Honestly, as the day goes on, my ability to speak is slowly falling apart. FPX in 6th place, started today in 14th. Them and J-Team are my 2 teams I'm going to be watching. J-Team because they are the defending world champions, and I really had them written off as, good but not good enough to win. I really thought this would be someone else's. This is someone else's title, and there is a world where J-Team could somehow mount the most unbelievable comeback here at the World Championship and take the title once again and defend their spot as the Trios champions. And FPX, a team who I thought were in a very good chance of taking it, had a horrible finals and kind of not a particularly great tournament, could potentially look to take it themselves here, and they are already starting off in style. EWG inside the tent are just being absolutely slammed. The double counter comes in, and big stuff coming in from Uran with the bell, but it ain't gonna be enough because he is going down. VVV finalizes the kill. FPX on the board with 3 kills already.
Yeah, FPX off to a good start here, and this is exactly what FPX needs to do. They need to have 2 very, very strong games if they want to be world champs. All eyes on Fun Plus Phoenix, J-Team, and 17JL right now, as well as Team GD. I mean, GD is, 16 points behind, but it's still an extremely tight game here, as 16 points is not a lot when you think about it, as we see now YZG going to catch out Ace's Jin here, and Jin just going to get sent absolutely flying. And I do believe that is going to be it for Team Ace, as they now are going to be forced back to the Soul Altar. All three of them down, but GD looking to come in for the third party here. YZG trying to back away from this. They don't want to take a fight after expending the resources to take down Team ASE. WBG, OUG going head-to-head here. The Temi ult up here for WBG. Wade trying to get some grabs off here, but not able to through the Temi ult. Sleepwalker on the backside here still has that Monk, looking for an opportunity to monk up, but doesn't quite have the rage yet, as we are at the start of the game. WBG's PP not getting grabbed out here. Huge for the likes of WBG. Gonna get grabbed again, though. No slam coming through, as Wade is going to detransform. PP gonna pick up the elimination onto Wade. Sleepwalker and PP 2v3ing all of OUG right now. OUG loses a member. I haven't seen WBG's other player. I do believe they're down right now, and we are going to see Sleepwalker find the ultimate. OUG is going to need to find a way out of this fight very quick. SS doesn't want to be picked up here. They are trying so hard to pick off PP, and PP just wants to keep the pressure on here for their team. They're going to get at least one grab here. Sleepwalker doesn't have the opportunity to go for the double grab since Zinyu is ulted up here, and WBG, who looked to turn this fight on its head in a 2v3, now in a bad situation. Sleepwalker needs to obliterate SS here before the other team member can make its way here, and they do. PP and Jing both down. It's a 1v1 between Sleepwalker and Zinyu. It looks like PP and Jing have decided to just go ahead, kill themselves so they can head to a Soul Altar and make it back to Sleepwalker, and it is Sleepwalker who will finally clutch it up for WBG.
Really, really nice stuff there for WBG. A much needed win. I swear, as soon as I ever criticize or even joke about criticizing WBG, just their spite sensors tingle and they just decide it's time to play some real Naraka. J-Team also have got themselves 2 kills. YZG up to 4 already. So OUG have lost their podium spot now. Obviously, that is just only 5 minutes into the game, so there is room for things to flex around and move. But at this point in time, in a bit of danger, as it looks like looking for the shots here on the Ballista. Asbon on the high ground is going to spot out Benchu. Has to dismount immediately. Takes an arrow to the head and loses a whole bunch of HP. Benchu losing a bit as well in response. Now they're looking for the big stun from Benchu on that Viper. Everyone's going to slide and glide away from Benchu. He's unable to connect and find the stun to follow up. He's already lost a lot of HP. And now Asbon's just going to slide in and look to finish him up. Down he goes. Benchu's out. AS next up on the menu as he is toast. Can't dash away. They actually do because they have the Wu Shen, but 17JL in danger because the grapples are coming down and in comes BBE. They've already got one of these guys with low HPs. They're looking for a little bit more. We're going to see the Yoto ultimate come out from AS, but he is low. He is exposed. All it's going to take is a couple of shots and his ult's over because he's done so. He's dead. Benchu just about healing up enough to hold for the moment as they are trying desperately to turn this around, but AS is low HP. All it's going to take is one more connection. I've been able to get at it, and BBE make quick work of 17JL, wiping them out. In comes GG though, as the third party. 330 is going to get himself knocked up momentarily. You see the transformations coming out from everybody. Ivan and 330 just going to be shoving each other off. It's the playground fight, as Dabby likes to say. Both of the monks just shoving each other, but 330, low HP. Ibin, even lower, he's down. No monk to contest him anymore. Slam will come through, and Miskir should be able to finish this kill up onto Raffian. As no, he's grabbed, he's slammed again, and Miskir finishes it. 330, tidying that fight up.
Team GG proven why they're the kings of the playground. The slap fight coming out in favor of GG's 3-3-0 with his team coming in to clean things up. Now Team Wolves in a very similar situation but stuck in the zone. 14 has no hopes of making anything happen, and GG is going to find themselves on the receiving end of some pain here from Fun Plus Phoenix, who's coming in for the third party. And this is not the team you want to be third party by right now because they are hungry. Unfortunately for Fun Plus Plus Phoenix, GD decides they would rather run into the zone and risk the massive zone tick than fight the likes of Fun Plus Phoenix. So Fun Plus Phoenix is going to take the scraps off the bodies from Team Wolves and Team GD. GD's K is going to get out and live to fight another day, but Fun Plus Phoenix off to a tear with 5 eliminations under their belt here in game number 5 as they continue to climb higher and higher. Fun Plus Phoenix breaks the 100-point mark here, finding themselves in range of those podium finishes. They are only separated from third place by 2.4 points here for Fun Plus Phoenix. 3 eliminations or 2 eliminations and 1 more team eliminated here will bring them into podium range. Fun Plus Phoenix trying for the comeback of the century.
They're 17 points off first right now. How did they go from 14th to 17 points off first? That's just an above average game in trios. Like, most teams are around 10, so 17 is, it's actually a pretty good game, but they've been scoring like 30-point games. So for them, that's below average right now. Really, really big stuff. But there are other teams in the running and looking to chase down. You can see VNGC not get into the portal in time because somebody else led through first. WBG versus TM in their one. And then we've got XCG, and I didn't see, EWG, there you go, it showed us. We are going to cut back over to this TM versus WBG. Transformation is going to come out from both sides. Pampy and Sleepwalker will be looking for those grabs already. Tornadoes, WBG and Unique, Jing and Unique both losing a fair amount of HP. Jing's going to evolve early just because he got himself a little bit too chunks, but he's doing a good job of juggling Akami and just keeping him in the place where he wants him. Sleepwalker's been pushed back for the moment. PP's been slammed by Pampy. Remember, TM holding 100% win rates inside these zones. They are so good in the realm of Yang. PP's already been chunked out. Pampy is going to get caught out by the Zephyr. Look at the damage from PP. Absolutely enormous as Akame goes down, and TM, they finally lose their 100% win rate.
It's almost as if Jake curses Team TM here, talking about their 100% win rate in WBG. You kind of double curse TM here because you started to make fun of WBG, and like you said, their little spider senses were tingling there and said, all right, we got to prove Jake wrong. Gonna make this man eat his pudding, as it were, and then also gonna call out TM's 100% win rate. I love to see it. WBG on a tear with 7 eliminations under their belt here as we turn our attention to Team GG and VNGC going head to head here. 330 gonna monk up in response to Roy Hee from VNGC doing the same. Roy looking for the grabs here, but Team GG in a really strong position, backing out of this fight as they see BBE coming in, and they do not want the third party, as we're gonna see Fun Plus Phoenix trying to pick up some more eliminations here, but the teleport going to come out from 17JL, and this could be huge. If Fun Plus Phoenix can eliminate 17JL, it's one of their 2 top contenders for the space, and 17JL almost goes down. I mean, look at how low Benchu is here, and he only had 1 shield powder, and he used that shield powder. Had ZU waited even a moment longer to pop that ultimate, 17JL could find themselves in a much worse situation.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very messy there. And 17JL have been looking a little bit lost. There's a lot of Vermilion Bird Smites on the map, which is horrible for any of the teams who currently have this debuff, the Roma Yang debuff, because they have 3 minutes to find a kill, and if they somehow end out into one of the 9 players that has Vermilion Bird Smite right now, they are just going to be heavily denied the opportunity to get the revive. It's really, really rough, actually, to play into that. As right now, TM are just scouting out all the action. Did the Morris Blessing get summoned? I assume it did.
I can't tell because there's too many dead bodies blocking on the map right now. But it looks, I do believe it is there, just off to the side here. But the action on ASE right now, oh my goodness! Akami taking a ballista from both sides, pincered here, as we're gonna see another shot from ASE's Jin, who snipes the elimination away. TM loses Akami in what an insane fashion. Akame there literally gets hit by a ballista from both sides at the exact same time, and I wish we had a replay cam, because oh my goodness, quite literally, shooting fish in a barrel. Pampy here going to come up. Justina misses the freeze onto Pampy. This is not quite the situation ASE wants to be in. They go for the rush and they miss it out. YZG though, waiting in the wings. Look at this. Look at how stealthy YZG's being right now while they wait for the rest of the team to come through. Pampy going bot side here. There's no way. Pampy's in a corner here. The monk can't run through the underside while he's transformed like that. Yeah, he puts himself in a bottle, and YZG is more than happy to come pull the cork.
I don't understand how that Justina missed the dash. Like, you'd have harder time. You'd have it. It's like, I don't know. That was just a complete mistake. Sad news. We have gone an entire competitive season and world championship without seeing the red armor. I am still yet to see it. That makes me very sad. Anyway, FPX right now are going to be taking themselves a whole bunch more kills as they slide into 5th place. They are reeling it in. All of these teams at the top are terrified of FPX, who are making quite the comeback as Wolves get caught in the wisp, trying to chase. They are in the zone as well, so that's a scary wisp to get caught in. Luckily, it's only an early zone. FPX are going to head back towards safety. Or are they? Oh, LYD's down, which is a bit of a worry, but actually VNGC have distracted Wolves, so FPX might be able to find the revive in time here. This is going to be very, very tight for all of the teams involved as Wolves still trying to find this win onto VNGC. Trying to find the slams. It does look like FPX have gone to go pick up their teammate, and they have not done it yet, so that is not going to be happening. As Wolves one thing, de-transforming, and now VNGC, who have honestly been phenomenal at finding early kills, even though they're at the bottom end of the table, and have been having serious kills every game. Just getting out too early, but again, kind of keeping that pressure, getting an early kill for themselves. I say early, we're 10 minutes in, so it's actually quite a late kill for them, to be completely honest.
Yeah, VNGC here just struggling to find any sort of momentum. They get those early kills. They're having the opposite problem that they had during the group stages, where during the group stages, they weren't able to find the early kills, but they were able to make it to the late game and to find some eliminations there and use the multiplier to carry them through here to the grand finals. The problem is now they're having the opposite issue, where they've been very aggressive early game, put on a ton of eliminations, but not able to take them to the late game. This particular game, just no momentum whatsoever for them. And it looks like WBG might go uncontested here. And WBG already off to a tear. You can see Jing there with a gold katana, as well as the fact that they have 7 eliminations under their belt. YZG here going to monk up, use the monk to cover the box here. Interesting that they don't just use the Temiol. It might be because of the positioning though, because there's a lot of verticality here. Players could just drop in from above, but YZG is going to be able to secure that. And WBG is going up against J-Team. This is going to be a fight. Don't look away, ladies and gentlemen, because this is going to get good. J-Team here on the counter transformer comp, though. They need to get them to burn the monk first. If you notice, typically monks want to transform as soon as possible, and we're not seeing that here coming out from WBG, because WBG knows they can use that transformation to counteract this Viper roll. Unfortunately, they are going to be forced to go ahead and burn those transformations, and this is where we're going to see Viper try to close the gap and start pressing on to Sleepwalker here with that ultimate if they have it in the tank.
They didn't even need it.
Oh my goodness, Sleepwalker going so low. A massive slash coming through because Lee gets picked up. The Viper's going to be able to pop it. We're going to see the monk. Sleepwalker goes so low. Viper still hasn't popped the ultimate. J-Team says we don't need it. Eagle goes down. Jing goes down. It's just PP, and here comes the ultimate. PP, no place to run and hide.
Guaranteed.
There's the stun. ZK takes it. J-Team picks up 3 eliminations and a roll of Yang.
Showing us why they are the defending world champions. J-Team, that was so slick. They played that absolutely phenomenally well. Absolutely beautiful. And just for the style points, the charge click on the longsword, both intersecting and pincering to kill that final player. They didn't even need to use that Viper stun just to finish up PP. That was so clean from them. They get off with that, get themselves 5 kills in the bag. FBX, who are down a player, now is probably sweating a little bit. They need to find themselves a revive charm and a place to go get that revive off, otherwise they're in danger. Seeing a couple of cheeky ballista shots coming in from SS onto that high ground there. Did land some damage onto OUG. OUG in some serious danger as Wade is going to be forced to transform already. Asbon may just look to deal with him, dodging away from Wade for the moment. The rest of OUG collapsing in on their monk to make sure he's A-okay. But it looks like they're actually just looking to run away. BBE Asbon has been caught by the grapple. The grab comes in! The repeating crossbow, and boom! Asbon is done.
Yeah, what a cleanup here for OUG, and BBE down to a single player left alive. And with 9 eliminations, Ivan here is going to have to put in a lot of work to stay alive and make the most out of those points as he possibly can here to have any hope of even catching up to VNGC, who is almost at 10 full points ahead of them. These bottom positions fighting for scraps. Fun plus Phoenix coming in. Doesn't look like a rebirth charm there available for them, unfortunately. So they were hoping to be able to buy a player back here, and they just don't find what they're looking for. So gonna hold on for dear life here, as they are so close to climbing to those podium positions. They're literally 1 point behind OUG. Not even a point. 0.7 points behind. Exactly. 1 point. I'm looking at OUG, but it's YCG who's in third place here. But yeah, still, Fun plus Phoenix very, very close to being in podium range. And if they can get into that third place position and then have a pop-off game in the final game, they can win this all. Fun plus Phoenix has made one tremendous comeback. They have just got to write their own story at this point and make some things happen. We're going to see J-Team picking up the Mystic Might there from that Realm of Yang that they win. We're going to see BBE's Ivan caught out here as OUG continues the hunt. There's no place for him to go. Repeating crossbow coming out, bow coming out, SS also on their feet as we turn to J-Team, who pick up their 7th elimination here and continue to close the gap on to ASE here. GG waiting in the wings, but J-Team super happy with their position in life right now. 17 JL with no eliminations, and J-Team holding on to 7, their full team comp alive. Mystic Might in their hand. Oh my goodness, Sleepwalker comes up. EWG Sleepwalker looking to push in on the Yeron, and it's time for the slap fight in the playground. Yeron picks up WBG's PP though. PP fighting for dear life. The ult comes out to save his life here. Sandsy trying to defend Yeron, but there's no place to make it happen as the longsword slashes come through from WBG's Jinx, Sleepwalker, PP, and Jink are going to pick up 2 off of EWG and opt to back out, but the Ballista from YCG!
It's absolute carnage. There was a bit of sumo wrestling. There was a bit of ballistas. Just absolute carnage. It's WBG on the run. AWG as well. They don't want anything to do with it. 17 JL actually took down Sleepwalker. That is really, really bad for them. As with this ballista up here, it's just so effective. Go quickly check the bush. Not going to see anybody in there, unfortunately, for the side of AS, as he actually does see Iran heading onto the edge of the zone, so he may look to collapse. Decides actually not to overgreed, not to go overly deep in for that chase, and is just going to back away. But FBX still down a player, while J-Team right now, they are looking so comfortable. Just need to keep this performance going and then take it into the next. ZK ends up losing quite a lot of HP. Ruihihi's actually the one to secure that kill, which J-Team were after. Simpson may find himself under some fire. The sandstorm comes out, and that is going to be enough for ZK. He needs to move away. Ooh, the 40 roller. I couldn't see how close that was because of the sandstorm, but it looked pretty bloody close. It's going to be A-okay, though. It looks like Wade also has found himself caught out by J-Team. Lil's going to jump in. Wade's in danger. Pops the bell. Big cannon coming down. We might see the Yoto ultimate come out from ZK any moment. No, he's not got it. It's on cooldown. He's trying to just build up enough rage to be able to use it. K gets countered. K's health bar is just obliterated. It's liquefied by the members of J-Team. Lee's able to finish it as in comes ZK to sort out the kill. Make sure that it's secured for his team, but he's low HP. They've got the Wu Shen ult out. It's going to be used for safety. safety. ZK cancels his ultimate as soon as he gets it pretty much, but will start to build it back up. 40 roller is something all of these teams have to be careful for. There's a lot of teams in the area right now, but ZK gonna get himself the full heal off, get himself the full reset off, and FBX, they're gonna have to make game 6 count because they're eliminated.
Yeah, such a good performance coming in from FPX, but unfortunately they get caught out here in the end, and YZG going to find the last remaining member of EWG as well, and EWG going out with a fat goose egg down in a 12th position right now. GD topside here taking shots onto the likes of J-Team. J-Team not with a strong position here, but with a strong performance thus far this game. 8 eliminations. All 3 members still alive. Relatively good gear for all of J-Team as well. As we see Kakaishi just taking these shots. And GD just up top here. They've got a little home they're more than happy to sit in. J-Team coming up to evict them, and this could be really bad. Those nunchucks, if they're able to start that meter dump and walk down in on to Team GD there, GD would have absolutely no place to go, but it looks like GD decides to go ahead and evict themselves and give the space to J-Team, turning our attention back to 17JL, who's on the wide side of the circle here, just trying to hold on to what space they have as Amorous Blessing gets ready to come through. 1 elimination under the belt. This is not the game that they've been hoping to have, but they are going to find the last remaining member of Team Wolves and pick up yet another elimination. That's going to be it for Team Wolves as 17JL finds their 2nd elimination here in game number 5.
Just about, but they have some work to do if they want to catch up to J-Team right at the top right now. Absolutely amazing game coming in from these guys, but we still got 9 teams, 23 players, and 6 minutes left in this game. You can feel the tension building. The Mora's Blessings coming up. That's where the attention is for some of these teams. They want to grab it. They want to get out. They just want to get some armor. Don't know who was able to get there in time, if anybody has got there in time. It looks like YZG at least looked at it, and with the fact that nobody's around it, I assume they grabbed what they wanted from it. Or have they?
No, they would.
They're still thinking about it, so yeah. Oh, JT,
they would definitely have the legendary armor.
Looking for the stun. Not able to connect it from the looks of things, and there's a J-Team unable to chase any further. They are just going to move away for now as GD coming over to see if they can contest J-Team in this area.
Yeah, GD still holding on to a really strong position here as well. YZG looks like they've been able to secure the Morris Blessing, and YZG in a great position for themselves. 9 eliminations already. They're moving cross side of the map here. They just secured themselves a legendary set of armor for their transformation comp here. And as we take a look at WBG, down to a single member, but 10 eliminations. If their Temi can hold on towards the end here, they're going to buy themselves quite a bit more points. WBG having a good game for themselves here in game number 5, but not quite good enough. Just good enough to hold on to one of those top 8 positions currently. I say that. They're at 103. They're really close. They're the same distance FunPlus Phoenix is away from the championship. So potentially WBG could even go higher than FunPlus Phoenix right now.
Is our final circle of Horror Off of the year on the 40 roller?
It is absolutely on the Thorny Roller, and we do love a good Thorny Roller.
If it actually closes fully on the 40 roller, and that's the final circle, I'll be the happiest person alive. Nothing would bring me more joy than to see all these monks trying to dodge a 40 roller and each other at the same time. Roy here on trying to find himself a grab, unable to actually fully connect anything yet as the 40 roller is making its way over once again. Nobody has been hit by it. J-Team are bloody close though. We are going to see GD get knocked out in the meanwhile, as we actually do see QGG has gone for the evolution there on the UA Shen. It has been caught off at the moment as Miss Kia for the side of GG able to take down Roy Hee and Copper's Monk. Was that Miss Kia getting hit? No, he dodged away at the moment. J-Team actually slide in and finish off Simpson, taking themselves their 9th kill of the game. ZK sliding in as well. GG may find themselves in danger because the stuns are coming in from Lee. And down go the members of GG. 1 by 1 they fall as ZK jumps into NiHQ's pocket, isn't able to finish him up. Miss Kia is still in the game for the moment as J-Team sliding in forward once again. We are actually going to see the Flamer do a lot here, and 17JL able to finish up PP, taking out WBG from this lobby. J-Team playing it nice and slow, nice and chill. That Thorny Roller has to be crossed at some point, but it looks like now's the opportunity. If these teams want to go for it, we are going to see GG get taken out by Benchu. 17JL, they've suddenly shortened the distance between them and J-Team with these kills they've been able to pick up. Really, really big stuff for these guys right now.
Yeah, it's super tight here between J-Team and 17JL. XCG here just trying to pummel J-Team. J-Team with ever so slight cover from this wall, but it's not going to hold for long as Zone 6 is collapsing on to Zone 7. We're going to see the Wisps come down, and if I'm not mistaken, those walls are pushing tighter and tighter onto this Thorny Roller. Jake, it might be a Thorny Roller final zone as ZK just getting obliterated by cannon shots left, right, and center. Both 17JL and the members of XCG. We're going to see the ultimate come out. ZK forced to pop the ult, goes so low, is going to get eliminated here. Eagle picks up 17JL. ZU, though. The Eagle, the last remaining member here for J-Team.
Oh, no!
J-Team's gonna go down here. XCG coming in. 17JL loses all of their members as well. YZG, the Thorny Roller coming in. There's no ground to go to. Benchu comes in, gets the stun. Oh my goodness, it's gonna be a Thorny Roller finish as all the members of XCG pick it up and they just stand still, wait for the Thorny Roller to come through and clap their MVP in game number 5.
Holoroth giveth, Holoroth taketh. And we end the year, our final Holoroth of the year, on that Thorny Roller. I'm pretty sure we started there. I'm pretty sure when I think back to it, and we did our show match during the MBPL on that map, that Thorny Roller took out 2 or 3 players. It feels amazing to close the year of Holoroth there. We still have a Moros Isle game. That was a very, very tight one. And damn, did J-Team look good. They are close. They are close to holding their title. I did not expect to be saying those words. I really thought somebody else would get that title. And there's still a very good chance someone can. But J-Team are at least within the running to doing it. They're holding on to first right now. And all they need to do is not throw. I mean, that's it. They just, if they don't throw the next game, they are set up. I'm curious what the comp's going to look like. I actually would like to see that Valda comp. I think a Valda Tammy Monk comp might be their best chance. Hold on. That's going to buy them a lot of space, a lot of time. They're going to be a hard team to jump and aggress onto. And also we know with that comp, they can secure the end game. You can see them right now on your screens, having a chat, figuring out what the game plan for game number 6 is going to be for these guys.
You know, I think realistically, they're gonna take the Viper comp back in, right? I think a lot of these comps have held on to their Transformer comp and wanting to run it in the last game. And Viper comp is the strategy that J-Team last year during the World Cup was able to come in, catch all of these Transformer comps off guard with, and able to come out with that counter comp and win the World Cup. How poetic would it be for J-Team to run it back into the final game with a Viper comp to counteract the Monk comps, come out on top, and defend their title?
That would be very, very poetic, to be fair. Also, now I think about it, I think that is a very good comp because of the Wu Chen as well. I think that's the key thing. The Wu Chen's ability to get you out of danger. They can't find themselves in a single bad position next game. They need to make sure that they survive as late and as long as possible. And Wu Chen is one of the best heroes, if not the best hero, at securing that for your team. So I actually might agree. I think it might be another Yoto comp. I love Yoto, so I'm down. I'm here for it. I would also love them to pull out some chaotic carnage in the end. Some weird comp we've not seen or very rarely see and win with that as well. I think no matter what, J-Team winning would be a very poetic thing, but I don't think we can discount YZG, 17JL, FPX, OUG. There is still so many teams. There is 5 teams right now who all could win next game and take the title. It is going to be an unbelievably close final game. It seems to always come down to the wire in Naraka. Like in other battle royales, by now we're like, yeah, we're just going through the motions. We know who's won. We know it's mathematically possible for them not to win here. But like that is not the case with Naraka. It's really down to the wire. It's really down to this final moment. And I don't know. I don't know who's got it. I do we go bold? Do we make predictions? No, because I will curse that person. It could be anybody. It really could be anybody. That's I mean, yeah.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Honestly, anybody in the top 6 here has a pop-off phenomenal game. You know, we haven't seen a 20 bomb yet here in the final day of our 6 games today. 12 games total. We saw some 20 bombs earlier during the first 6 games of the grand finals, but we haven't seen one yet today. And a 20 bomb could easily separate a team from the pack, because you're talking about going from like an average of like a 20 to 30 point game to a 40 point game, and when there's only one game left to play, there's just no way to come back from that. It's all said and done with, and even if you go out in second with an average of 13 kills or whatever, if one of these teams picks up a 20 bomb and takes first place, there's just nothing you can do about it, and it all comes down to the wire. As we take a look at the scoreboard for the last game, XCG with 18 eliminations walks away with a 30.2 game score. YZG with 11 walks away with a 17.3, and J Team with 10 eliminations, a 15 game score, and WBG coming in with another 10 kill game and a 13 point game score. Fun plus Phoenix unfortunately going out with 7 and a 7.
But look at the scores. All of the top teams scored pretty high and pretty close. OUG 9.2, J Team 15, YZG 17. 17JL 10. Like, all of these top teams were scoring there, so there's actually still not been that much movement on the top end of the table. J Team narrowly holding on to their top spot going into this final game. Oh man, game 6 is gonna be a tense one. J Team probably having a bit of a squeaky bum moment right now, but they are very, very tense going into this. But we will see XCG with the team data. 22k coming out from NiHQ, 7 kills on the Takeda as well. Really, really good game. Xiaonan as well, also 7 kills and 18k damage. Big stuff coming in from the XCG boys. And honestly, relatively quiet until this final moment. And then they just really found their stride, and they really popped off when it mattered for them. And that was just phenomenally good for them. XCG coming in, NiHQ is going to take the MVP. And it's always the sickest when a Takeda gets MVP because of that entrance. 22,000 damage coming in. 7 kills. Phoenix Blast, Meteor, Double Blade Sap. Oh, sorry, Dual Blade Sap. I guess it's Double Blades. Target Lock, Phantom Step, and Focus Slide coming in for NiHQ.
The first MVP here in the World Championship means they're going to be walking away with an extra $2,400 in their pocket, and that's not a little amount of change to be walking away with here. XCG very, very happy about his performance in this last game. NiHQ doing extremely well here. And like you said, always a pleasure to see a Takeda MVP coming through. And, this is something we typically didn't see in trios in the beginning when Takeda come out. He was not a hero that was very favored into trios. Comps finally were able to start coming out around him. J-Team pioneering one of those comps using of course, Fireflies to make it happen. But you know who else is about to make it happen? Jaeger with another stellar interview for you guys as we get ready to head back in for our 6th and final games. Jaeger, take it away.
Thank you, our two casters. Hi, everyone. This is Jaeger, and welcome to your favorite part, post-game interview. Okay, so our interviewee is ready. Let's connect to Singapore. Hi, hello, Ibing. Hello. Welcome, and let's do a self-introduction to our audience.
Xin chào Ibin, thì bạn có thể chào viewer và tự giới thiệu về bản thân được không?
Xin chào mọi người, mình là Ibin và mình đang thi đấu cho Bamboo Esports ạ.
So hello everyone, I am Ibin and I'm playing for Bamboo Esports.
Hello, Ibing, and welcome. And we know that I think Ibing is a very cute boy because in another interview, we saw that you said if you got the prize and you want to marry a wife, but you're like so young. I would like to know why you gave us that answer.
Trong một buổi phỏng vấn khác thì em đã bảo là nếu mà em có được giải thưởng lần này thì em sẽ cưới vợ, và em còn rất là trẻ, thì tại sao em lại có suy nghĩ như thế?
Dạ, tại lúc đó em câu hỏi bất ngờ quá nên em cũng nói cho vui thôi.
Yeah, so at that time the question come is very suddenly, and I just don't have anything in my mind, so I just give a random answer. Right?
But I think it's a very interesting and funny answer. Thank you. And so back to our games, because we know, like your teams, the whole year you are working hard and make much effort for the game. So for the whole year, I would like to know this time now, do you have anything you want to say to yourself or your teammate?
Được biết thì team em đã chuẩn bị cho J Cup lần này được khoảng độ được hẳn một năm rồi, thì liệu em có điều gì muốn nói với đồng đội hay là với chính bản thân mình về màn thể hiện của bọn em trong giải đấu lần này hay không?
Dạ là thì dù có chuẩn bị nhưng bọn em vẫn đánh tệ hơn khả năng ạ. Bọn em cũng khá thất vọng ạ.
Yeah, so despite that we have like prepared for this J Cup for 1 year. However, our performance is not that well, and we are a little bit disappointed with that.
It seems like you guys still have some pity in the J Cup, but it's okay. We still have the last Trios game. And so far for the last game, I would like to ask you guys, do you still have something new you want to try in the last game?
Với màn thể hiện đó thì liệu bọn em còn có thể đem ra một cái bất ngờ gì đó cho game 6 hay không, hay là bọn em muốn thử một điều gì đó ở game cuối hay không?
Dạ thì game cuối thì dù cho bọn em có đánh giống bên Trung là đánh về cuối bo thì cũng không phải đủ điểm lên hạng, nên bọn em chắc đánh thoải mái hơn và chắc đánh chiến hơn xíu.
Yeah, so actually in the last game, if we pull out a late game team comp, we also don't know whether we can get enough point into the next rank, so we just keep fighting in the early game.
It's okay, it's okay. So at last, I have a question. If you have to use a word to describe the whole journey in the J Cup, so what's that word will be?
Nếu mà để em miêu tả hành trình tại J Cup lần này của bọn em bằng một từ thì em muốn miêu tả bằng từ gì?
Dạ chắc là thất vọng ạ.
Yeah, so actually I just feel disappointed about our journey here.
It's okay, it's okay. We still have last games, so for the last chance, just cheer up and good luck, IB. Thank you for today's interview. Thank you. I know everyone is still very nervous and excited because so far we really can't know who will be the king of the Trios game of J Cup. So let's take a break together and we will be right back later.
everybody, and welcome back. We can see the standings on your screen as we are getting ready for the final game of the World Championship. It is unbelievably tight. J-Team do have a little bit of wiggle room. It's not so close that it could just be instantly doomed from them by one mistake, but one mistake could instantly doom them at exactly the same time. It is phenomenally close, this grand final. 17JL are hot on their heels, followed very tightly by YZG, OUG, GD, WBG, FBX, even XCG. All of these teams are in with a good shout of making it onto that podium position. Everyone in this top 8 is incredibly nervous about this game, but they've got to settle those nerves. They've got to focus up and just play this game hyper aggressive, because if you play this last game passively, you will be overtaken.
Yeah, this is going to be huge. And we've got one last question for you guys watching from home. Which team so is leading the scoreboard now?
I know it was Valen. I know it was Valen who's trolled me here.
I absolutely love it. Make sure you get those answers into chat. Make sure you keep your eyes on your whisper box, because if you are chosen for getting the answer correct, and they do choose a couple of people at random, you will get a lovely whisper and get your hands on some Lotus treasures. And there are some very, very nice goodies in those Lotus treasures. I am still fishing for the ones that I want, and I think I'm 12 boxes away from my guaranteed extreme cosmetics. So it's been very interesting. Coming out and playing games post World Cup has helped quite a bit. We got to get Jake in there and get
we'll grind some,
well. Yeah. But I mean, something to talk about we haven't said today is this is it. This is the final game of Naraka here for the competitive season.
Oh,
not ever. No, not ever. Look, we're going to go play some games after this, but it's the final game here in terms of the competitive season for the year. And I mean, it's absolutely insane to think that 6 months ago we were just starting season 1. It quite literally just feels like yesterday that we were coming to the beginning of season 1, and getting to meet you for the first time, getting to meet Leah and Jaeger, and of course all of our wonderful fans who are part of the Naraka family. And this game, a lot of emotions for a lot of people, for us, for the fans, and of course for the players, especially J-Team right now, who's a team nobody thought could come back and defend their world championship. But out of nowhere, with this change to roster, J-Team has found new life. And being the defending world champ, having that pressure on your shoulders can either be a help or a hindrance, right? You can come into here expecting to not do well and completely crumble, or you can rise to the occasion, and that's exactly what J-Team has done.
I mean, what a story it's been for J-Team. Defending world champions, had all this hype behind them in the MBPL in season 1, and it just fell apart within the first 2 weeks. They looked horrendously bad, and I'm not afraid to say they looked bad, because they did. Then coming into season 2, it felt like they started to fix some of the problems. They weren't as dominant, but they looked at least like a world's worthy team. Maybe not a world's winning worthy team. And that was pretty much the status quo for them. Even through worlds, there were moments of greatness, but not enough for us to really go, these guys are going to be world champions. I had my eyes on YZG. I had my eyes on FPX. I had my eyes on so many other teams to take it over J-Team. And they just came in and they looked so good. And you can see there, OUG, it's not far from the top for them. And they know it. They just need a good game. Unbelievable. I am so excited for this final game. Obviously, hearts to go out to everybody who didn't quite make it all the way. We obviously did lose some teams along the way. And we will be losing 15 more effectively, because, second and third, you're just first and second losers that way. It's all about that first place. It's all about taking the cup. I can see I've killed Rune.
I love it. What's that old saying? If you're not first, you last.
Yeah, no, you're the first loser.
J-Team here, though.
I'm that guy. I'll make the bold claims. I'll call you out. J Team, get violent. I want to see it.
I mean, absolutely. I think there's two realms of thought here, right? If another team comes in and absolutely bowls through, J Team has to have a killer performance, right? But I also feel as long as J Team has a pretty decent performance, they can put 15 points on the board. They're gonna be okay here, because even if another team comes in like YZG and has a 20-point game, it's not enough points as long as J Team puts together a decent string of points for themselves. That said, they have work to put in. J Team can't rest on their laurels. They have to make sure that this game is at least above average for them. And then they will be able to say, we put in the work, we've defended our title, and we are the world champions for the second year back to back. And no surprises here. JT is going to lock the Viper comp coming in here.
There's 2 bald heads. That's it. There's
Yep,
only 2 monks in this lobby. But let's crucially look at who's on those monks. So 14 from Wolves. He's pretty good at it. Don't get me wrong. He's pretty good at it. Sleepwalker from WBG. This is a quintessential pick for the side of WBG. Otherwise, you got FPX. They are rocking the FPX comp effectively. VVV, the best Viper in the world, in a lobby full of Vipers. Things are going to get chaotic. The teams are dropping in close proximity to one another as well. And I expect blood. I think FPX J Team, and I can't see who else is in there, but that is a cluster of teams. That is going to be an absolute explosion of action. 17JL only have to worry about VNGC, who, to be fair, VNGC have been a very, very good team early, but GD, WBG, and J Team actually all dropping right on top of each other, and YZG are close. This Songwin's rest drop could actually be just carnage. They need to grab weapons as quick as possible and get into the action, or get the hell out of Dodge if they don't want to be dealing with it, because we are looking at all top 3, and they are within fairly close proximity to each other. 17JL probably the furthest away, but PP has been spotted by ZK already, and OUG already on the board with 2 kills.
Yeah, OUG actually picking up a kill. Zinyu here with their fists alone able to secure a kill into the final game. J Team now going in head-to-head here onto WBG. We see the Dragons rush into the Nezhas, trying to lock down Sleepwalker before Sleepwalker can make the effective transformation. Lee gonna come in and find the stun onto Jing as well. J Team starting the game off strong with 2 eliminations under their belt. They're gonna pick up all that good loot as well, but GD going to come in. Lee might be regretting popping that Viper a little early here. That said, Kaishi going very low here off the back of a massive yodel from ZK. ZK trying to find more damage to come out here. Lee going to go down, and now J Team trying to clean up all the members essentially here of Team GD. We're gonna see the Dragons rush into the Nezhas. Kakaishi going very low. They need to kill Kakaishi. Yes, before the ult comes through. ZK, the last remaining member, Dogwing and K, but WBG coming back through might buy J Team the time that they need. ZK misses the Dragons rush, holds on for dear life. J Team 3 eliminations, but they're gonna go down and have to head back to the Soul Altar as WBG finds the third party and cleans up Team GD.
They instantly picked up ZU, and then he just got, not ZU, sorry, K, and then he just instantly got squat. No, it was PP, sorry. PP got instantly picked up. No, that's the wrong person. Don't worry. It was K. No, whoever K got. I don't care. He basically picked him up and then immediately got flattened the moment he got picked up. Sleepwalker in a bit of danger here. Instant ultimate out from K as an answer back. It actually looks like a salty run back potentially was coming in there as other players are in the area. The double slam comes down. GD have brought back help, but Dong Ching is down. The slam lands in. Sleepwalker securing the kill as YZG actually are in the area. They may look to try and come in as a third-party threat here. They've got other people in the area as WBG going in for the heals. QGG doing a fantastic job of just scouting this one out. Macy's not been seen yet. He's going to drop down, comes in, and now it's onto him to finish up PP. PP's going to get sent packing for the moment. QGG instantly throws down the ultimate. The Sandstorm's there. The Viper stun coming in from CXZ. He is trying to find these kills, but he can't quite line up the shots as Sleepwalker's low, but he's still alive for just a little bit longer. Finally goes down to QGG, as now it's onto YZG with a man disadvantage to find this win, as PP, low HP, has to jump up into the air to try and get away for the moment, as Jing keeping the damage on, one in the whiff for QGG, as he's avoiding away. The Clangs are coming down, as Yahoo's coming in. Great Dragon's Rush there, coming in from QGG to finish up another kill, as Jing on the transformation is somehow turning the tides here for WBG. They are just being spoon-fed the opportunity to get this game back under their belt, to climb up the ladder as the top teams are running them down left, right, and center. Jing in danger though as he de-transforms and is finally finished up by YZG.
What a third party coming in from YZG. What a turn of events immediately off the rip here. J-Team coming back in. We're going to see Lee immediately find a purple set of armor for themselves. Really lucky given that this is a Mortal War and the purple loot extremely hard to come by. Also, ZK going to open up that pile and find a set of purple armor for themselves as well as a set of blue armor for their teammate. Huge for J-Team as they find themselves immediately back into this game. BNGC onto the likes of 17JL, and honestly, every single time 17JL comes up in that kill feed, J-Team is breathing a small sigh of relief because they know that it's going to put them closer and closer to that world championship here. We're going to see BLD come in and just absolutely get put into the blender, but GG in a very similar situation. Miskia trying to hold it together, and BLD decides they want none of what GG's cooking up here, and GG ain't ready to get out of the kitchen yet as they start to push back onto BLD.
Looks like for now, though, there's going to be a slight respite in the action as GD, they have found VNGC, a team who have been very aggressive and very competent in the early game, but just fallen apart elsewhere. Let's see if they can keep that pressure going, because Roy Hehe immediately eats a massive Yoto slash to the head. There's the second one. The third one's going to connect, and he is absolutely donezo. They throw out the F ability from the Takeda just for a bit of damage on as Kikaxi's going low. Oh, what a turnaround, Roy Hehe! Beautifully played. He took everything that Yoto had to offer and fired back twice as hard.
Yeah, he owes his life there to Fat Milk. If you noticed, there was actually Matari teleporting in there, using those backstabs to lock the players down so that Roy could turn around and pick up all of that damage. And that's why Kakaishi goes down. Roy capitalizes on it, but it's Fat Milk who sets it up. YZG coming in here with a massive Viper stun. Not going to quite find what they're looking for, though, as the transformations come through to be able to block the stun out. Asbon trying to push into this, and YZG teleport out to a no ult zone and pop it, and Asbon's gonna instantaneously lose that transformation as YZG finds themselves back in good footing.
Oh, Asbon's gonna slide into the fight here, got the nunchucks ready to throw down as YZG are caught and staggered, but they're still trying to find an opportunity to turn this around. They're able to do so, taking down Rayson as well as Asbon. BBE are slaughtered by YZG, who are sprinting with 6 kills towards that #1 spot. J-Team, this is no time to sit on their laurels. They're spooked somewhat by that kill at the beginning of the game, that squad wipe at the beginning of the game, but they need to find an opportunity to come back in this game, or YZG will springboard ahead of them and take it all. Roy Yang's coming up in 90 seconds time as well. And J-Team currently looking to maybe get themselves situated in the area, but for now, they've actually got 17JL in their sights, or at least on their tails. 17JL actually going to chase forward here. They're going to see them. This is going to be a fight that could potentially decide who wins and who loses this World Championship, who takes the title and who doesn't. Both of these teams, I believe, have used up their respawns. J-Team have, 17J have. This fight could genuinely decide everything. Or, like, not everything, but a lot. At least the fate of one team here. But they are going to step away and not go for it. Fat Milk, just chilling in a bush.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there as they got separated from the rest of their team. Fat Milk just holding on for dear life here for VNGC. And, you know, it's really unfortunate because this is the final game. If VNGC was going to come alive and make something happen, they needed to do it in this game. And they're in a position where, honestly, just a couple of extra placement points isn't going to do anything for the likes of VNGC, honestly. In terms of money and finish, you know, they need to have an explosive game if they want to try to make anything happen towards the top 8, walking away with a little bit of money. Because, you know, I do believe it's 1st through 10th who each get a little bit of a cash prize here. And 10th isn't unreachable for them if they continue to have a good game. The problem is they are now down one of their members and completely separated. J-Team here sees BBE in the distance, and they're trying to decide if this is a target they want to put in their sights. And J-Team knows that they can't rest on their laurels, as we're going to see the Realms of Yang start to come through. 17JL is going to go for it here. And, you know, they really have to if they want to make something happen. Because if you notice, YZG with 7 eliminations under their belt here has blazed past 17JL into the second place position. 17JL, who were looking to take the world championship, now once again in 3rd place. And this is the exact position that they ended Worlds in last year. And, you know, all the lovely videos we get to see while we're doing our in-between and we're going to breaks, 17JL strictly talks about how unhappy they were that they finished out in 3rd place last year. If they go down... Yeah, I just saw that, unfortunately. But if 17JL goes out in 3rd place again here this year, they are not going to be happy with it. They need to place at least in 2nd place for them to feel like they've had any sort of improvement from the previous years. OUG's coming in hard on to Team GG here. GG with the Vermilion Birdmite is going to lose Miskia, but Miskia going to be able to come back instantly. And instantaneously, this Vermilion Bird is going to go away from Miskia. OUG going to be forced to pop the Wu-Chen ult and go out as they lose SS. But OUG lives to fight another day until the likes of, we see GG coming over the hill. Wade making a miscommunication with the rest of the team, completely separates as SS, and the other team members go down to absolutely nothing. Wade leaves the remaining members of OUG behind to just try to hold on for a little while longer. Zinyu still a tick of HP, and LXM not wanting to give up the chase, but it looks like Zinyu has put so much distance between himself and LXM. LXM has no hope of catching up to the likes of Zinyu.
This is actually really big because that actually means GG might be able to take top 8 and deny FPX. FPX out already, but this is going to be a big fight here. 17JL, they have that Vermilion's Birdsmite, so they're feeling comfortable. OUG are out. There's the warp out. They don't want to be dealing with the Birdsmite on 17JL. Can't be handling that. That could have been the end of YZG there. And their run towards the top. Every moment is terrifying for J-Team right now, as that was almost one of their main competitors taking each other out there. But J-Team, in the meanwhile, have been able to pick up a kill off screen. So they're up to 4, and they've still got somewhat of a lead. But you can see they are definitely playing this tempered. They're happy with some kills to multiply, and all they now need to do is get into that later game, pick up as many placement points, kill multipliers, and everything they can in that late game. They don't want to be risking it here in mid game. They weren't even remotely interested into jumping into one of those realms of Yang. They didn't want to do it. For 17JL, they had to flip the coin. It came up heads, but landed on its side slightly because they didn't actually get any kills off it. They didn't get any points off it. They just got the buff. And so far, they've achieved nothing with that buff. But now, YZG are going to find themselves in a fight with GD. The stun's coming in from Kakaxi onto QGG. He dashes away to safety, but no, he eats the slashes. He eats so much damage. Tap dodging away as much as possible. He tries to catch the uppercut on as YZG are trying to get as many kills under their belt as possible. But GD fire back in force, able to find themselves a kill onto these members. YZG are down 2 already. They are being denied so hard. It's a catastrophic loss for YZG.
Yeah, YZG, Zhao Toto forced to go into the zone as well. They only have 4.6k Dark Tide coins here, meaning they're not going to be able to buy back their team. That said, they are going to find a Karen out in the zone, a little bit more money for themselves, but they are in a quite terrible situation. They were on a tear and heading towards the World Championship. Now Team GD getting caught out in return by 17JL. 17JL, 43 seconds left remaining on that Vermilion Bird's Might. They're trying to put together as much work as they can here. GD going to lose Don Quing though. Kakaishi going to get grappled out of the air. No place to go. Needs to burn the ultimate. Here it is. K trying to set it up with an ult of their own off of the Viper. K needs to make something happen here, but Benchu wants to keep the assault going. Another team coming through. ZU goes down. 17JL loses a member, and they no longer have the Vermilion Bird's Might, which means that member is permanently gone here for the likes of 17JL. XCG on the hunt here, gonna catch out AS. AS gonna be forced to use the crosscore here, but no place to go. They're gonna lose a second member. Their hopes and dreams of coming back running away. Benchu able to get back into the zone to grab ZU, but it's gonna be a tough fix for them to get back in the zone as somebody pops the bell. They're spotted on the map. 17JL gonna be forced to split up here if they have any hope of surviving. ZU pressing towards the zone. AS gonna be left behind. Benchu can't afford to take the zone tick any longer as he rushes towards his doom. He's got one health pot left remaining and he's forced to go wide, extremely wide. Will Benchu make it back to the zone? Will Ziyu, for that matter? 17JL holding on, all hope, trying to find a way back into this game.
J-Team probably just breathed the biggest sigh of relief ever. They saw YZG, OUG, and 17JL all come up in quick succession on the kill feed over the last few moments. And they are so comfortable. They've still got 4 kills. They've still got all of their team purple armor. They've been secretly gearing themselves up for this final, for the end game here. Wolves want to reclaim their spot in that top 8. It is a long way away from them, but they're going to try for it as they're going to pop the ultimates. Coming in for the transformation. They're taking the fight versus BBE here. BBE trying as the last hope for Vietnam. Actually, not the last hope, actually, because it's still VNGC. But, you know, give it as a hope for this region. As Wolves actually jump into the zone. 14 can't make it. He's staggered. He's in. Oh, that was close.
This is going to be rough.
They have no ults.
Yeah, this is going to be extremely rough for Team Wolves. They're down armor, they're down ults. We're going to see the Monk's transformation come through, and they're trying to make the proper call here, knowing that they don't have ults. They need to blitz this Monk out of existence, but it's not going to happen. J-Team going to pick up another elimination in the kill feed as all of Wolves go down, but it's a better situation for Team Wolves, right? Because previous to that, they were losing the fight to BBE. If they stayed outside, BBE guarantee ended their run here. Yes, they go in to the gate and they lose the gate, but now they have a 4-minute timer where they might be able to buy themselves back into the game instead of a guaranteed elimination.
Absolutely. That is actually very smart from them on that front. But YZG desperately looking for that rebirth charm to see if they can kind of recover this dangerous situation for themselves as BBE getting absolutely pounded here by GD. BBE goes down. That is another kill under GD's pocket. They do try and slide a little bit higher up that ladder. And I mean, look at the kill spread. 5, 8, 1, 8, 9, 8, 8, 10. That is top 8 right now. These guys are desperately putting as many kills together as possible to either hold on or climb up that top 8 and just remain in their positions or overtake people above them. In the side of J-Team, they're looking to remain. They're looking to hold as long as they possibly can in this game. Not making any big risks, not taking any Realms of Yang, not contesting these Mora's Blessings unless nobody is about. J-Team, they are comfortable with purple armor and purple weapons. As long as it nets them a top 3 finish with some decent kills, they should be able to hold on to that top spot. It's dependent on how YZG and 17JL do. Right now, YZG are probably the scariest team in the game for the side of J-Team.
Yeah, J-Team needs to see YZG go away, and YZG has been able to reassemble their entire team back together. They were struggling, down multiple members. They were able to resurrect one of them, and they were able to go get a rebirth charm and bring their final member back. So YZG breathing a sigh of relief after going so close. 17JL was in a very similar situation. They had 2 members completely gone, and they have since been able to bring them back from the brink. The top 3 teams still fighting for the championship here, and it has been a very hot and heated game as we are zone 3 with only 26 players left alive. This is typically the number of players we see going into zone 5 during the Pro League. Many of these teams hungry for it, and unfortunately, Team GG finds Team Wolves as Wolves looks for those Soul Bloom essences to deal with the Yang depletion, and they're not able to find it because Team GG, equally as hungry, is going to clean up the members of Team Wolves and go to 12 eliminations. This is a team that was the top seed coming into the grand finals of the World Cup here, and they have struggled to make it into the top 8, and off the back of a huge performance in the last game of the day, they have made it into 8th position, but it might be too little too late for GG to stand a chance of claiming.
I'm not gonna lie, mate. I actually do think GG can make top 3 here. If they have if they go like full on 20 bomb and 17JL continue to not perform, they could actually get into that top 3 spot. That is well within the realms of possibility for these guys.
I think GG can make top 3.
Yeah, definitely. First is very, very stacked against them. Like, J-Team have to go out in the next couple of moments before anybody else. They have to be the next team out, I think, is the only way that could happen.
Yeah, they have to be the next team out, and GG has to have a 25 kill game.
Yeah, it's possible. It's possible, but it's not realistic. I think more realistically, they could actually aim to surpass 17JL and knock them out of the running. The problem they've got, though, is GD is still in this game, and they have 10 kills, 11 kills. WBG is still in this game, and they have 10 kills. XCG have 8 kills. It's not like the teams above them aren't scoring right now. I think in a normal world, this would actually be a top 3 finish for GG. But I think because of how chaotic this game has been and how aggressive everyone is playing, I actually don't know if it is going to be possible once all the multipliers are applied and once all the ranking points are applied. It is a tall ask from GG. Not impossible, and they're comfortably going to be locked into top 8 for the end of the World Championship. But, for a team who've always been top 3 pretty much domestically, their expectations are going to be way higher. Now, XCG have found TM, a team who have been actually very, very effective in some of these fighting scenarios. As Nice Q actually comes in with the F1 and that finds himself a whole bunch of damage. There's Akami with the dual blades doing so much work onto these guys as the ult's going to come out from Nice Q. He's going to try and chase, but he's tanking so much zone damage, looking for the slashes, able to finish it up. And easy as you like, TM lose 2 members and XCG continue their charge forwards as Pampy is going to try and find some level of a turnaround, but with the CC, with the control, it's not going to be enough. But 17JL are looking to gatekeep, are looking to steal the kill. Benchu takes down XCG. Now the stuns are coming in. They're going to be able to block away for the moment. There's the Wuxian ult out. And 17JL able to get themselves on the board with a couple of kills here. Siu jumps in with the F, coming for him from that ultimate there to try and get the damage down onto these XCG members. Actually knocking Xiaonan into the zone. He's going to be tanking so much help, but Ziu's also going low as well. XCG looking to fire back as Ziu loses even more HP. XCG have Ziu pinned against the wall. He's low HP. XCG, though, down 2 members. And 17JL will be able to finish them up. They're on to 5 kills. They are contesting here for this top spot, but YZG are looking to knock them out of the running. The 2nd seed team, they know who they are. They saw them on the kill feed. They're going to be very much aware that they need to end this run from 17JL now, but 17JL are not done with them yet. The freeze is connected. The damage is coming through. CXZ is already half armor and it's only blue. He's not working with the hottest stuff in the world. In comes QGG as they are looking to deal with each other. The stun from CXZ is going to be absolutely enormous. 17JL are pinned in place, but it's not going to mean too much for too long. The Wuxian ult out, and YZG, they have to retreat.
Yo, this is absolutely huge here. We're going to see ZU pop the ult before the stun comes through. He can still pop that F while he's stunned. It bought his team some time. And critically here, YZG is running the short version of the stun for Viper. If they had been running the long version of the stun here for Viper, it would not have mattered that ZU was able to push them back with the Takeda ult. It would have went on cooldown for the next 6 seconds, and YZG would have just walked through 17JL. It was a perfect storm that allows 17JL to remain in the running for the World Championship position here. And J-Team now has got to be sweating bullets because both YZG and 17JL are vastly closing onto the gap that is J-Team. J-Team barely ahead by 7 points, needs to start finding some work, because if either of these teams eliminates the other, it puts them in contention to overtake J-Team. And 17JL still hungry to pick up the eliminations onto YZG, but critically, look who's waiting in the wings. J-Team coming in with a third party, trying to pressure on to YZG. J-Team gonna be forced back off the back of a swarm there for YZG. They're gonna look for a little bit of a respite as Zone 5 has fully been collapsed onto J-Team. Not in the best of positions. Gonna back down. The Wu Chen gonna buy them a little bit of space here. Gonna use those blades to not only recover them, but buy them some blockage from those rain shots raining on them. And J-Team now needs to find their way into a fight as WBG looks to secure a Morris Blessing here. PP gonna hold on to that ult a little long for a team that's just trying to secure this. The ult a little close to the edge there, but WBG critically going to be able to secure that legendary armor for their transformer here as they look to continue their push towards first place here in the World Championship. We are 18 players left alive, 26 seconds until Zone 5 collapses onto Zone 6, and it's still
WBG.
anybody's game.
WBG were closing in on J-Team there. J-Team have actually found themselves in a pretty dangerous position. Their backs to the wall. There's not much terrain, so they have to go downwind. They have to go down onto that low ground. Lucky for them, there's only one monk comp in the game, so being on that low ground, not as detrimental as normal. You only have to look out for one pair of hands to dodge away on, but 17JL here will be looking to try and find these kills. All four of the top 4 teams are in this game. WBG have 10 kills. GG have 12 kills. This is the high-scoring lobby. Everybody is going to be getting some points here. And J-Team, like you said, will be sweating bullets. Those stuns, those lockdowns, anything that hits them could lose them the World Championship. They are the defending champs. And right now, everybody in this lobby is a threat to their title. Everybody has the ability to deny J-Team their throne at the top. GG coming into the distance. Lee eats himself a little bit of damage there. Is going to try and heal up, but the cannon shots coming in already, chipping away. Good Wu Shen walls to block out for the moment to keep Lil alive for just a little bit longer, but the teams are feeling it. They want to step up. Lil trying to get some damage onto Ziyun, unable to fully connect it as everybody is opening fire onto one another immediately. What QGG switches out to that swarm, wants to just go for that long-range harass. Only got 22 shots left in the charge though, so he will have to switch out to a shorter range weapon unless he wants to go in. Here's going to be an ultimate coming in from ZK from the side of J-Team. It's a little bit early, but maybe he can deny for his team. He's been caught out and he has to cancel it out early. That's going to be on cooldown. Now in comes YZG for the lockdown onto GG immediately. The Wu Shen ult is going to bail them out as Kakaxi's coming in. He's caught onto YZG. The members are low. They could be easy picking up here. Kakaxi able to secure one. WBG taking down a couple more members from the side of GG, but also YZG in some serious danger. CXC's out of the running. There's nowhere for him to go. That's going to be WBG Sleepwalker losing the monk form, so everybody has a bit more room to work with. The fighting is not stopping. It is relentless. Everyone Wu Shen ults out to safety just to get a little bit of space, a little bit of breathing room for themselves, but they're not able to buy too much spaces. Now we're seeing another player getting caught out. It's just carnage. It's just cannon fire and explosions on all ends as QGG goes down. A crucial player for one of the contesting teams has been knocked out. YZG, I believe they're only working here with Zhao, who hasn't actually got the ability to get some space to recover HP as he has been caught. In now comes GT as they are putting more and more kills under their belt. They might actually be looking for that final sprint, that final leap of faith to get them into that top spot and take the World Championship with 14 kills under their belt. It is well within their bounds. It is well within their ability to be able to do so. But J-Team still operating with 2 members. They've still got that opportunity to go for it. Benchu's transformed on the low ground and he's jumping in onto K. GD are going to lose their members. 17JL are not going to be contested any further by any more people. Jing's able to take down 3-3-0. GG losing and eliminating their players. It's the top 4, the top 5 players are all in the top 5 teams. How has this been such a perfect ending to such a perfect World Champions? Sleepwalker has evolved, but YZG are out. Their opportunity, their chances have been eliminated. J-Team ZK is going to try his hardest, but he needs to avoid getting caught. He's dodging, he's healing, he's still in the running for now as Sleepwalker's in the monk form has now caught ZK with the grab. That is absolutely enormous. ZK slammed. They've only got 1 player left. It's Eagle. Eagle has to hold versus all of these players. 6 points between him and 17JL. He's in the zone. He's tanking. He's trying to get the low ground heal off. He's able to do so while the teams deal with each other. 17JL ZU dealing with WBG right now as WBG are going to try and finish them up. Can J-Team survive? Eagle is low HP, but the teams are distracted with one another. They're trying to deal with each other as they're going low. WBG have finally finished them. So it's a J-Team in first. It's so close. I don't know who's going to win this. WBG have leaped into 3rd position. They have 17 kills under their belt, and GD are looking to try and finish them up, but there's still 3 teams in this lobby out of the 4 players. Sleepwalker gets the transformation once again. If he can find the slams, if he can find the kills for his team, he may be able to secure them the title. He may be able to secure the World Championship for WBG. He's found the grabs, he's found the slam, and WBG, they have done it!
WBG is going to walk away the MVP, but is it enough points, or is it J-Team? I think J-Team might have done it! J-Team defends the title! They're going to be the World Champions!
Absolutely phenomenal stuff coming in from J-Team. That was so close. They lost out hard early. They lost
and we're going to throw
everything.
it over to the host here! Take it away!
J-Team. We would like to say congratulations. J-Team, they got the championship of the Trials game in the J Cup. So again, they have the trophy of the J Cup. I know this time everyone is very excited, and let's invite our special guest, President of Naraka Esports, Mr. Ho. And let's the coach just join here this honor time.
那么将会在这个舞台上让所有人再次见证你们的荣耀时刻。
I know everyone will memorize this honor moment, that your team honor moment. So let's invite Mr. Ho to give the medal to our championship of the Trials game.
好，有请我们的侯爵先生和我们的冠军战队先一起合影留念，让我们用镜头先记
Please,
录下
Mr. Ho, let's take the picture with our championship together.
兑现了自己的承诺， 也再次恭喜你们，有请我们的侯爵先生来到我的身边。
You just catch your promise and finally get your ambition. And you know, every time we have the championship of the trail game, we all have an FMVP. So we know that every players, they are working hard and they have really good score to hear on the stage. So we would like to expect together. So who will get the FMVP? So 2022 Naraqua Flat Point. The FMVP belongs to our player ZK.
来到我们的身边，同样有请我们的侯爵先生和我们的扎克一起看一下前面，哇，摆一个帅的 pose。
Let's take the picture
一起让我们
together.
用镜头记录下这值得纪念的时刻。感谢侯爵先生，请入席观礼，谢谢。
Thank you,
来请把武
thank
器先拿着吧
you, Mr.
哇
Ho.
帅气的先展示出来。
Wow, let's show ZK. Please show this weapon. It's so cool. So I would like to know how you feeling right now.
一直以来就喜欢这个皮肤。
Yeah,
那接下
actually
来
I'm
也
very
是通过
excited
自己的努力
because
拿起了这个
this skin is every time I was really want to get it in the
坚持
game.
着在赛场上驰骋，在赛场上厮杀。此时此刻，有什么话先跟身边的这几
So
位
we
兄弟们
know
讲？
that your teammate together every time fight together. So do you have anything want to say to them?
都挺内疚的，但打好了，大家其实氛围很好，就不会去压力。
So to be honest, every time
这样的
we
话，我
we
觉
don't
得
have
这
the
把属于的
performance good enough, we
那
will
接下来我
like
们要把它进行
we
一个
will
完
be
整的
together and feel disappointed
先把
and
你的
sad.
这把
And
帅
if
气
we
的武
can
器先
do
放进去，我过来先
have
采访
good
一下你的队友。
performance, we will be
来问
very
一下
happy
我们的
together.
今天呢，同样表现非常出色的雕。
So we would like to ask Ego because today you also get very excellent performance. And you know, today you have a line I really remember so long time. It's like an eagle here is going to fly on the stage. So right now, do you have anything you want to say to fans?
有的时候不怎么直播，但
I would like to say I really appreciate to fans. Sometimes maybe I don't have the live show on the internet, but actually I practice every day. And thank you so much to my fans.
接下来我们要采访。
Yeah, we know not only your teammate, but also all the fans are the teammate that be together. And this time we would like to know Billy. So again, have another chance to get the trophy on the Jacob. What's your feeling? Yeah, I really want to appreciate my coach and my two teammates.
这一届的新任的 FMVP 先过来。
Yeah,
来
so
我们两个 FMVP
today we have
这个队
too
伍
much
真的不得了
appreciation,
了
so
究
we
竟
would
是
like
何
to
等的
know
厉害，
our
才会让
new
这个队伍
coach
产生
for the
两
J
个
team,
FMVP
and you
然后
are
还有
here. So we know two FMVP of the J Cup, they are all belongs to the J team. So we have some question for the coach. What do you want to say to your
我
teammate?
想说，就是虽然说我们看起来好像
I would like to say, actually before the match today, maybe we are not confident and it seems like we don't have chance. But what I want to say here is just like these days, what I said. Just believe ourselves and we can be the strongest on this
节杯每
stage.
年就打这一回就拿下是吗？这有什么说法吗？别离。
So to be honest, I have a question for Bieli. 1 year only have one time of J Cup, so you always can get the championship. Why?
J team 实至名归。同样，我觉得
So for the whole year, I only need this
，FMVP 的
championship.
练出完，接下来和你们的教练
1 year
再次
just need
捧起
to
属于
work
你们
for
的
one
冠军奖
time.
杯，享受属于你们的舞台。
Okay, so
现场所有的玩家
now
朋友们，让
it's
我们
the
再次恭
honor
喜
time
2022
belongs
无
to
界
the
世界
J
冠军
team.
赛3排
So
总冠
let's
军，他们是
congratulations
卫冕
again
冠军
and give all the
J team
shouting and clap to the team. J team, congratulations.
What an incredible ride it's been, Jake. I don't think we could have asked for a better final game. You said it while it was happening. The top 5 teams, the last 5 teams left alive in the final circle, and it literally comes down to the very final moments to determine who's going to walk away. WBG, by the way, talk about making the comeback of the century. Literally, maybe 3 points away from being
it can't have been much.
The world championship. It's so tight.
They literally, I was watching in that moment and I was going up the standing. I was like, nah, they've not done this. And I thought for a very small moment, I mean, I thought they'd won. I thought they'd won for a very, very small moment. It was just mere, it must have been fractions of points. It like honestly so close between them. J-Team Eagle literally survived just long enough. I think if he had died one team earlier, that would have been it. WBG would have been the world champs. I can't believe we're sitting here saying J-Team for another year are going to be the defending champions. Never in a million years did I expect that to be the case. These guys just had a phenomenal turnaround, and especially when that first game kind of started a little dodgy for them. It looked like it was going well, and then they get wiped, and then YZG are having like the most insane game ever. 17JL suddenly kick it into the gear in the last 11 minutes of that game. Like, it was just everyone was in double digits on kills other than J-Team in that top 5, and it was the top 5, and it was just like, I don't know, I didn't see how J-Team were going to hold that, and somehow they just about held that. I can't wait to see the overall points just so we can kind of break down exactly how they did that. But man, J-Team are going to be absolutely chuffed with themselves because I think they smashed expectations. Nobody really had them on their list as a team to watch. Like, they might have been a good team, don't get me wrong, but I think when you were looking at your YZGs, your OUGs, your FPXs, you know, your teams like that, even Wolves as well, were like teams who were looking very, very dominant coming in to the World Championship. And, you know, OUG and YZG definitely did an amazing job of actually getting their hands, like getting deep into this tournament and playing it well. I did not expect the FPX go out so early. Anyway, make sure you spam hashtag JTeam defending champion in the chat to get yourself a banner, the martial arts banner for your spear. Here we go. Let's see the overall standings at the end of the day. This is all very great, all good to see. Unfortunately for FPX, they didn't hold on to that top 8 spot. They just went out a little bit too early and were knocked down into that bottom 16, unfortunately, or bottom 8, unfortunately. VNGC did a pretty good job of actually climbing it back up. Unfortunately, TM do go out in that bottom spot, but as much as it is sad to see some of these guys here, I want to climb up a little bit higher. I want to see what's going on the top end of the standings. J-Team are the world champions, and it was 3 points between them, 17JL, and WBG. 3 points separating them from not having this world championship title. I told you Naraka comes down to the line, and these teams delivered on one of the most phenomenal grand finals we've ever had.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, look, 17JL here, I want to talk about this. 0.4 points separate them from second place and third place. There's a huge amount of money difference there, and 17JL themselves said it. They were not happy with their third place finish last year during the World Championship. They wanted to take it all this year, but if they had gone out in third place again, they would be kicking themselves. So that second place finish by 0.4, they're going to be happy that they showed growth. They are going to be not so happy that J-Team defends the world title here as they hold on to the championship for trios in the World Championship. ZK going to be walking away your overall trios FMVP. And man, what a phenomenal day of Naraka. I don't think we could have asked for a better day, a better 6 games of Naraka here. From the first to the last, things were absolutely insane. Yeah, but oh my goodness, QGG literally 1 point away from taking the kill leaderboard here, but it's gonna go to J-Team ZK. He's gonna be walking away with an extra nice chunk of change here from the kills leaderboard. Man, what just, oh my goodness.
I mean,
What?
like, everything was tight. The kill leaderboard, the overall points, like, everything was tight coming into this. ZK from J Team. I am actually shocked to see a J Team member have that many kills compared to some of the other teams we have playing today. But it was close. It was a phenomenally close grand finals. Trios has delivered. Naraka, its first major year as an esport where we've had a proper like domestic cup for China. You know, we've obviously had the American Cups and everything like that as well. And actually to come into this grand final, and the whole year has delivered, and then we get the best grand final we could have asked for. Absolutely brilliant. I am so excited for next year now to see what else is we got on what we got coming on the horizon. You know, I think we saw some glimmers of hope from EU for Zay for the side of solos. Obviously, Tryhard for NA. That guy was looking phenomenal. I know he's off to school next year. He's off to uni. But you know, hopefully we do get to see some more from him in the international and kind of further in the year. Also, you know, Vietnam, Roy Hee. It might not been the end of the tournament for him, but like the start was phenomenal. So I think there's some really, really good regions, and you know, it's very much in its infancy, Naraka. So I'm excited to see what the next year has to show, what we have to kind of learn from next year, and what players are going to show up. I hope that we get more teams in the grand final that aren't China. Not that I didn't love what we just got from the finals, but you know, having, you know, someone like Tryhard that close to winning it as well was super, super hype. I hope we get that in trios next time.
Yeah, you know, I've got to say to any esports orgs who are watching, who are coming through and have been reluctant to start fielding teams for Naraka Blade Point because it is such a young esport. Now's the time. I'm telling you right now, if you're an org and you've watched what's unfold here, if you've watched these teams coming in from the other regions, if you've watched Tryhard almost take it all from the NA region, and you're not thinking, yeah, maybe it's time for us to get in and start supporting this esports scenes for Naraka, you're absolutely insane. Now is the time to come in on the ground floor, grab up some of these absolutely cracked players from these other regions. And I'm telling you right now, we didn't see an EU or NA team make it in for the trios, and I think all those regions need is just a little more support backing them, a good coach for some of those teams who is able to kind of close up those tiny gaps, those sort of decision-making roles for those teams will be absolutely huge. And I think every single region proved coming in to the World Championship that they are a force to be reckoned with, that they can hang with these players. I mean, WBG Spider comes out our solos world champion, but I don't think there was a single player in solos that was from another region who didn't at least pull a kill off of WBG Spider. I mean, we saw Zay do it. We saw Roy Hee do it. Almost every player from another region comes in and makes it happen and proved that, hey, look, we're here and we are here to compete. And next year is going to be insane for Naraka Esports. I mean, I think every single region is going to grow. And when we come to Worlds next year, it's going to be a very different landscape. J Team is going to have to put in a ton of work in the off season to come in if they want to defend that World Championship, if they want to have a better performance in the seasons in the Pro League as well, because, you know, this is huge for J Team. And last year, being the World Championship or World Champions, huge for them as well. But they struggled to perform in Season 1 and Season 2 domestically for the NBPL. And I don't know how, but magically finding their footing, finding the magic formula for themselves here in the World Championship and able to defend their title is just massive for the likes of J Team. And I know they want to perform domestically next year as well. So hopefully they go back to the drawing board. They take a week, go enjoy yourself because you are the world champion. Let that sink in, but then it's time to come back and hit the ground running so you can come in and perform just as well during the regular season. And I mean, we could sit here all day and talk about every one of these teams because all of them have come in and put up massive points. Fun plus Phoenix, I didn't expect anything from them today. I'm going to be completely honest.
Yeah.
They came in and they did what Fun Plus Phoenix does during their first 2 days, which was when they get to grand finals and they find that themselves in that position, they fumble and don't do anything. And they almost climbed all the way from 14th and found themselves literally a stone's throw away from being able to walk away the world champions. But ladies and gentlemen, it's a sad, somber moment for me and Jake here, as this is our final cast of the Naraka season and the World Cup for you guys. It's been an absolute honor and an absolute pleasure. I can't wait to come back next season in NA and CN, and hopefully we'll see you guys then. But this is going to be it from me and Jake signing off. We'll see you next year, Naraka fans.
See you later, guys.